come down to this. Will they finally prove on the biggest stage that they can take down G2, or are they going to crumble again?
For me, this is the match that you should give a shit about most in the tournament so far, because when these two teams play each other, the winner wins the trophy. Like I said, G2 with that head-to-head, they won the trophy after beating W7M. W7M beat
Welcome
G2 in
back,
Atlanta, they won the trophy afterwards. Whichever one goes on, I'll say it time and time again, I genuinely believe we'll go to the final and pick up this trophy.
And these two teams are no strangers to trash-talking one another. There's a specific quote that was put on Twitter. What about Alamo? Does he open his mouth too much? What do you think, Fresh?
I think he does, and I think that the W7M players know this as well. If you look at this graphic, this is how it's getting into Alamo's head, because he actually put this up on social media. He also...
What does he say?
He also said, last time I faced Alamo, he talked too much, but in-game, he's like a cornered puppy. And I think that's true.
Respect your father.
Respect your father.
Elders.
And I think that's so true, because W7M know about Alamo and how he thinks and how he works. For Leapox, every time he's asked about W7M, he loves to say, I have never lost to Alamo. They play the mental warfare well before they're even at the tournament.
Yeah, and we saw it in Atlanta, right? In the semifinals when they faced off G2, W7M, what happened was W7M were typing. And sometimes you type in the chat just because you want to have fun, you want to hype yourselves up, but sometimes it's a legitimate strategy. And against Alamo, against an IGL of G2 who can be emotional, especially against Brazilian teams, that's a massive factor. So W7M see that as a weakness, they know to exploit it, and they're going to exploit it again today.
That's a very diplomatic way to say tilt your opponent off the face of the earth. Let's talk about our first team of challengers to this World Championship trophy. W7M, the heart of Brazil, is in this fresh squad.
Cum facem să oprim pe ăștia de intră pe stream-uri sau, mă rog, pe Discord-uri cu aia, mă, designer. Aș lua niște măsuri anti-oameni de ăștia, sincer. Știi ce zic? Ar fi interesant să avem ceva împotriva acestor specimene.
So these are the three key
would
players,
be
I think, for
nice.
W7M in most rounds. We've said it time and time again, is that
would be actually nice.
The win condition of the rounds come down to gun skill and winning it from gunfights. It's not plants, it's not structured siege, it's not the late round. These guys try and force their way through the objective rather than their way around the objective or around any problems.
Păi eu le dau bani la mine pe Discord, dar nu numai la mine pe Discord, intră pe alte Discord-uri, știi? Și cumva mi-aș face la mine proof, știi? Să nu pot să intre. Ca să, adică pe Twitch își dau deja verify chestii, dar pe Discord aș vrea să...
This seems like the best team at the tournament.
I think so, but I think they have showed some kind of weakness as well in that when they get to kind of the late rounds, if they're walking into utility, they can really struggle.
And we've got a couple clips coming through. I mean, we've seen this from G2 time and time again, and W7M, the way they pop off, the way they're able to come through and explode into the server. They've just been so miraculous in these early rounds, and this gun skill is not something to see anywhere else.
Nu știu dacă ai cu cine să te strângi la cupă în 6 mai. Am putea să ne strângem, nu știu. Postează pe Discord la mine, dă un aron R6 și vedem.
Talk about W7M's opponents, G2. We'll put them up on the screen for those that don't know. The squad, again, are the current world champion title holders, and they need to win the next 2 games to make it back into that grand final against FaZe.
Yeah, and they've done it time and time before, especially last year. They were in the lower bracket of the 6th Invitational, pretty much in the same place as they were last year. They made that lower bracket run. There's something about this G2 team, and you know, they have their struggles online and domestically, and even in majors they can have their struggles. But when it hits lands, they really step up to the plate. They just all seem to focus in, find that zen, find what works well, and just pick it up for these LAN events. And I think that's, you know, it's particularly impressive from these 5 players that they're able to do that. I think at times they're their own limitation, but when they're on their day, they're literally the best team in the world.
It feels like plot armor sometimes. I mean, the way these guys are able to make just ridiculous hero plays time and time again has been incredible.
And I think the only other team that's headed that way is VP, with how they got here to the stage. Remember that a few days ago. But we wanted to highlight a specific game.
Păi, astăzi avem finala, 2 meciuri cu întorcere de la G2. Mâine avem face crown cu cine ajunge în finală. Mă rog, în teorie am avea 2 meciuri cu G2. În practică s-ar putea să avem un singur meci cu G2 și ulterior un meci cu Virtus. Cel puțin așa mă duc aminte. Da. Un meci cu Virtus și cine câștigă aici. Și mâine o să avem finala. Am putea face cu verify de genul Andreule. Ar fi interesant.
There's no help here. There's no trades going on. There's no intel being fed. He's just a beast who has this and is able to work with his own game sense, his own mechanics to shut down when there are 4 players closing in on him.
So there are 2 players that can pop off whenever necessary in Doki and Benja. What if we were to compare them and see how they face up against one another?
Well, if we did that, we'd have to call them Super Doki and Super Benja. They've been the superheroes of this team, and I really think when you look at them, they're the ones that turn the rounds that G2 should never win into the victories.
And you know when I said that they
Nu știu dacă mai bavi ponților. Astăzi avem în felul următor. Avem 2 meciuri plus reveal panel. Adică
and that's just what these 2 guys are about.
It is gonna be fun.
See an animation of like Doki and Benja walking in and just going Super Saiyan mode into the stage. I think that's one that I would really look forward to. But Alamau is kind of the big piece here for G2. W7M have been very clear on their intent to disrupt him as much as possible, get in his head.
Bro, dar tot o dat bypass la noi pe server. Niște șoldari de ăștia cu ammo designer. Bine, le-am dat bani instant, dar problema e că intră pe alte servere și mă trezesc cu spam. Și nu doar eu, și user de la noi din comunitate se trezesc cu spam de mesaje. Dar mie îmi și scriu și gen, i-am mesaj de remove dacă nu am friend request, which is kinda shit. Dar da.
You can at least get those trades and you can back it up.
Now let's take a look at the next and final piece of our pre-match. Our map bands.
Verifică cineva dacă avem dropuri, pentru că s-au postat din nou issues. Da, le avem. Ok. Nu mai trebuie să verificăm că le avem. Oi, oi, oi.
That is a fun one.
That's unexpected. Skyscraper is our second G2F picked up yesterday. They'll play it again. This time
avem. Aia îmi doream. Să avem. Îi zic la asta să posteze pe R6, că este canal de R6 special. El îmi postează pe general. Ai bine și pe general, da. Mi-am zis pe R6. Nu-ți prostii, Alex, să mondialele de la Siege și fiind partener Ubisoft, am primit dreptul, să-i zicem, am primit onoarea de a... Avem onoarea, de fapt, de a ne uita la SA Invitationals.
We've known literally since the map was introduced, W7M have permabanned it. We've known it's going to get brought out at an event. They have a 9-map pool. They were never not going to play.
Ceva ce eu și încă 600 de oameni sau 600 ceva de oameni avem dreptul să facem co-streaming la
you cannot plan for best of ones here at the Invitational. All of our games are best of threes until you hit the grand final. So do these two teams equalize?
Pe aceste cale mulțumim încă o dată celor de la Ubisoft, că în fiecare zi le-am mulțumit.
Do we actually see W7M having a 9-map map pool? Will they play Nighthaven? We've got our
Mulțumim pe această cale celor de la Ubisoft pentru tot ce a făcut pentru noi, pentru această șansă. Thanks. Give a big shout out and a big thank you to our friends from Ubisoft.
The one big advantage they have is that literally G2 have never seen this map. We know how much the Romalio and Titan both like to VOD review W7M on any opponent that they face. They will watch literally every VOD available. There's a big fat 0 VODs available on W7M, on Nighthaven. So they're going into absolutely unknown.
This is revenge for W7M's loss against G2 last year at the Invitational in Montreal. There's a lot riding on the line for these squads. Remember, if you lose here, you are out of the running and you will not be playing tomorrow or later on today either to make it to that grand final. Now, the question is, every team so far that has won has had the crowd behind them. The secret weapon, the extra 10,000 players on the side of W7M. We'll have to see that in game right after this break.
Valeu. Falta só isso aqui, viado. Liga, porra. Bora, pô. Tira meio. G2. Ben.
Stai un pic, stai, că am pierdut eu chat-ul, n-am citit. De lobiți. Bă, gândește în felul următor că Alex a luat bani pe nedrept, aici. Și... It is what it is.
A segunda opção.
Dar, cum ziceam, o să avem long stream today. Reveal panel final și ulterior back on gaming.
Problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Să te gândești că am atâtea Pro League skins. Holy Jesus. A fost un event, sau este un event insane. Și mâine avem finala mare, which is gonna be insane. Aia o să fie good shit. Aia o să fie... Welcome back, Alex. Uimește-mă. Dar mă rog, nu mă uimi că nu vreau să fiu uimit. Dar e good idea. Show me!
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Invitational 2024. It is about to get crazy in here.
O să ții...
This amazing Brazilian host, Leo. Are you hyped? Are you ready for this one?
Oh my gosh, definitely. This arena will burn today.
All right, now listen, I have done shows in Asia, Europe, America, and everybody always tells me, come to Brazil, come to Brazil, that's where it's loudest. I still think they could be louder, you know?
Yeah, vocês entenderam o que ele falou? Que ele já esteve no Japão, na Europa, nos Estados Unidos, mas nunca ouviu uma plateia tão alta como a nossa, mas ele acha que dá pra ser mais alta ainda.
Should we try?
Vamos tentar? Portuguese. In 3, 2, 1. Vamos fazer barulho! Aqui é Brasil! I just can't say that word. Yeah, you got it.
All right, it's time to get into this.
Cât costă ăla? Zi, uimește-mă, Alexe.
World champions are looking to stop the last dance before the chorus hits. It's G2 versus W7M!
17 bețe fotoliu cu masaj. Mâncați-și gura ta. Pe la vălarea ta-ți permis, bă, băiatule. Să dai 17 bețe pun fotoliu cu masaj, numai așa, for fun. Las că nu se rabatează la manetă e acum. Lași cu card de cumpărături a meu, nu dă banii cash odată. No, boss. Because unemployed. Înțelegi tu?
Thank you. Rapaziada, deu pra sentir aí a emoção. O que você espera desse jogo? E eu senti que tá todo mundo contra você, alemão.
Eu espero a mesma coisa do ano passado.
Ele disse que espera a mesma coisa do ano passado quando vocês foram derrotados.
Com essa line aqui ele nunca ganhou de nós e não vai ser diferente hoje.
Hey, can we talk about the tweet?
Yes.
Okay. For those watching at home, Heads tweeted this. Last time I faced Alamau, he talked too much. When he got to the game, he went into shock and put his tail between his legs. He said, respect your father. Alamau, just before you answer that in Portuguese, what's your response in English? Yes.
So, I saw a post from W7M that Herds was teaching how to win the Sixth Invitational. I don't think he can teach that.
showing some love. You can see that. Bom, para quem não entendeu, o Hertz ontem postou o seguinte: a última vez que eu enfrentei o alemão, ele falou demais, chegou no jogo e entrou em choque e colocou o rabinho entre as pernas. Respeita o teu pai. Agora você pode responder em português.
Eu vi um post da W7M no Twitter que era o Ers explicando como se ganha o Six Invitational. Eu não acho que ele pode explicar isso.
Heads, just for our English fans watching at home, what's about to happen right here, right now?
Não fala inglês, eles vão ser amassados hoje, é isso.
He just said, I don't speak English, but they're gonna get smashed today here.
Okay, just before we let you sit down, I want to try one thing. I'm going to point at each one. Can you just let them know, right?
Okay, let's do it.
You ready?
E aí, Hertz, rapaziada? Cadê o apoio do Hertz? Alemão!
All right.
O, quiet, hude pe G2.
Please go and take your positions and get ready for this one.
Okay, shake hands.
Oh, you can feel the energy. You can feel the tension. Just two best of threes lie between us right now and finding out who will meet FaZe Clan in the grand final.
É isso, só passa. Aí, momentos que antecedem a partida. Tá aí o time da G2. Do outro lado, a W7M. Busca o título inédito do Six Invitational. O outro, o bicampeonato. Quem leva?
Let's test the audience one more time.
Let's do it.
Are you ready? I'm gonna say a certain team name that I think is gonna get a big reaction.
Okay.
Do you want to let them know?
Okay, do it.
Do you think there will be?
Păi ce vorbesc în Brazilia? Zi. Ce limbă vorbesc în Brazilia? Aia vorbesc și ăștia. Portugheză, nu, e portugheză. Ăștia vorbesc în portugheză.
I want to see how loud this arena can get right now. Okay. I want to split it right down the middle.
Okay,
I take this side.
Você vai pegar esse lado.
You take that side.
Eu tô com vocês aqui, rapaziada. Não me decepcionem. Vamos lá.
Are you ready?
You want to start?
My side.
Happy? Não dá muito tarde.
Seu lado, seu lado.
Vamos fazer barulho!
Galera, eu não quero perder aqui pro gringo nem no grito. Então vamos lá. Desse lado aqui, ó. Vamos tremer o Ibirapuera. Vamos fazer barulho! Hey, I think I beat you.
No. One more time.
Go ahead.
Vamos fazer barulho!
Ok. Ó, respira. Vamos lá, vamos bater no gringo agora. 3, 2, 1. Vamos fazer barulho!
All right, here we go. One last idea. All together again.
Oh, vamos todo mundo junto então para mostrar a força do Brasil.
3, 2, 1. Vamos fazer barulho!
É o Six Invitational no ginásio do Ibirapuera, São Paulo, Brasil.
I love Brazil.
Bro, la mine, oricum, gen, e 10% sunetul la stream-uri de obicei, oricum, eu am filter cu seca, gen, voi să auziți clar, să nu auziți tot fel de noise background and shit.
Ready to take you through this one. In Terror, Pengu, Fabian, let's have it!
Thank you so very much. It is unbelievable to be sharing a stage with you and kind of you.
What do you mean by that? Come on. There have never been more hammers on one casting desk than there is right now.
Thank you for saying that, Fabian, because I agree with the same thing, yeah.
I don't know if you're playing your own bingo game. Obviously, I can't encourage you to drink, but they've already talked about their hammers and we're only 20 seconds in.
You're just jealous you don't have any, Parker. That's it. That's all we need to talk about.
I mean, if it makes you feel, I guess technically not now because you've casted 2 SI Grand Finals now. Yeah. So I was going to say I've been involved in more of them than you, which is technically true.
Yeah, and still you have no hammer. So technically you have lost every...
Ba, sunt costume care se poartă, gen, arată nice. N-aș putea să port așa ceva că nu mă avantajează pe mine, dar arată nice.
He was the man to make that final call.
You know, I haven't even rewatched it, so I wouldn't know.
I was asking you to do the interview because of the sentimentality around it, and you wouldn't. But we're almost ready for our very first map. Let's load into Nighthaven.
I gotta be honest here, this feels like a grand finals, but it's not. Both of these two teams have been there before, but only one can go there. And despite winning this one, they still got VP later today.
It is not like grand final on paper, but it's definitely a grand final in the mind because the crowd has completely divided themselves up. They're supporting one team way more than the other, and I don't even need to tell you which one that is. The mental game that comes down in a game like this, if you win this game, there is nothing that's going to stop you mentally from going all the way through Virtus Pro, bulldoze them, and then go into the final with more confidence than you could possibly have.
Yesterday, the team that the crowd cheered for went perfect. They'd never even dropped a single map against their opponents. G2 was cheered for in the first game, they won 2-0. W7M in the second game, they won 2-0. FaZe Clan in the final game, they won 2-0. G2 had the wind at their back yesterday, but they're stuck out in the open right now, completely adrift because the crowd has chosen W7M, and understandably so. I spoke to Virtus Pro after yesterday's matchup, and Dan said, it's been a while since we played in front of a crowd, all the way back in the Raleigh Majors.
Yeah.
But he said we weren't expecting the crowd to impact our gameplay as much as they did. A team that's experienced this G2, you think it's going to get under their skin a little bit?
Not at all. I don't think that this was get under their skin whatsoever. When we were playing, Nick, we had the crowd against us in every single tournament.
Yeah.
These guys have just as much experience as us, and you never cared for it because your focus is on the screen right in front of you. Your focus on the 4 guys next to you, the coach behind you. Those are the only 5 other people in the world that matter at this moment, and G2 have all that in their head and they know what they're up against.
I don't disagree with you, but right now W7M, they're on World Championship form. They look shaky in phase 1, they didn't look amazing in phase 2, but with a crowd, they have been storming through their opponents. They took down SSG into Sonics, and while those are American teams, not European, it was not even close. They want to shut down G2, and they're going to Nighthaven Lab to do it in this first round. Operator Benz, Thogmi Fenrir, that's a 2-pro.
Going up against G2.
El se duce în oraș, bă, el în loc să stea la drop-uri, bă, măcar lasă-l arc, bă, mâncăm ei. Îi pun și mâncăm ei cu... Măcar lasă pe lărc.
Otherwise they wouldn't be where they are. They have perfection in repetition. They've gone through the same thing so many times, and they're so hard to deal with because Virtus Pro never makes any mistakes.
Now, very first round, and we're only a minute on in. A shield operator is brought in the hands of Uno. Now, not abnormal to see shield operators on this particular map.
Da, bă, Andrei și-a băgat pula în vai, efectiv, cu cazarea aia, să moră de nu. Și-a plus ferm acolo, până intri. First kill. Și Doki pierde fight-ul.
With the Monty needs to be the first one to clear in and get close up and clear these angles, and we're just not getting it done.
G2 finally gets on the board, but the numbers do not favor them whatsoever at the moment. Time and time again, whenever we see a shield operator, Nick and I usually talk about this, I'm sure you'll reference it as well, and it goes to what you said at the beginning, Monty needs a supporting cast, and now Uno is all by himself.
This entire round has played out in a very specific way. W7M have contested G2 in every important entrance point on the entire map.
at the game just and I'm thinking, what would WSM do against any opponent? It's easy. They want to make them uncomfortable playing their own game. If you play Monty and you think, oh, we're going to take safe space, not be contested, no, you're wrong. Because normally teams when they see Monty, they might be running away, not WSM. They will run into you if they have to and fight for every inch of the map.
W7M don't fear anything here. They're not going to be scared one bit. They know what team they're going up against. And G2 and W7M have just as mechanically talented players on both sides. The addition with the Monty makes it so that you have one less good gun.
Yeah.
Which makes it into a 4 versus 5. While you have more information with the Monty, but you lose a great gun. Yeah. So W7M will have the advantage.
Also there, they play so many levels here on the defense. Verticality, C4 goes out, entry denied towards T2, and then again the crossfire is being established. Mentally, Fabian said the crowd might not get to them, but if you have a game plan going into this T2, you get shut down the first round, and let's say the next couple of rounds, do you think that might have a bit of a shake-up on their mentality?
You know what I want to see, and that is to look at Alemau's plays. Pay close attention if you're a viewer at home to Alemau and where he moves. Because what we saw in the first round here, he was alone, got picked off, and shut down immediately.
Yeah.
W7M, they have done their homework. They know how he's going to play. He is the main target. They talked about it on the desk. Alemau's mentals can be shut down. Yeah, we spoke so many times about the Brazilian ghost being shut down. I'm not so sure it has been just yet. Because the teams that they have played, well, they lost against FaZe, which is a really good Brazilian team. Yeah. I don't think that Liquid kind of lived up to the Brazilian level that we were expecting of them. So this is the Brazilian ghost game in my eyes.
Now, Nighthaven Labs is the least played map so far here at the Six Invitational, gentlemen. And as was pointed out by the desk, this is the first time in the team's history that W7M will go. So it's incumbent upon G2 to play their game because there's not going to be any counter-stratting going on. They're going to bring the shield operator again, but this time it'll be not Uno on him, but Alemau. In terms of bomb sites, we can get into them as they emerge. Right now we are
I said like Benachka po Nighthaven, so it is gonna be fun. So with them, we will as
G2 get the very first pick. It's on the Philippe Hawks. The Mira is typically that first line of defense on that linear take. So losing her early is bad for W7M.
What happens often when W7M lose an early member, they're not going to fall back. Again, it's about staying in it right now, not giving things up. Because if you lose a player, fall back to bomb side, the round surely will be lost for defense. So instead, C4's down below, got those valve cameras, you see the roamers, the silhouettes, they're still sticking around. I thought there for a second that Dork was going to kill the Monty there, thinking he was a defender, but no, they just need to saying, we don't care about the roam, but we'll go downstairs to the side itself and try and simplify this attack.
This is a very default take. They're going down into Exo, they have the main breach open outside. So this is a very, very default take that the G2 are doing right now. They have gotten really deep here, so let's see how this plays out.
Alemau is hugging the bomb chassis at this time, and well, you need that supporting cast like we said. Let's go both ways.
Shiri Fregu. Let's go. 3v3.
As now Benj is in the action, but he turns the wrong way, giving a free pick to W7M. Now it's Alemau with the pistol X, still to do more damage. He's all on his own. Second round in a row that Monty is stranded by G2.
I'm not sure if you agree, Fabian, but I feel like if you're G2 and you stall out, it's only gonna get worse. To get into default spot, it was the Alemau Monty didn't have diffuser, and while they're kind of waiting around, people started falling apart because again, WSM, they closed that net.
Yesterday, when G2 played, my biggest concern for them was that the attacks they were making had only one tempo, and it was high octane speed, like they just went at it. What we're seeing now is a very different G2. This G2 reminds me more of Dark Zero. They played slower than my grandmother. And my grandmother doesn't even play the game. So what we need to see from G2 is maybe go back to the roots, change up the tempo, because yesterday they only played fast, now they're only playing slow, swap that up between rounds, because we need to see something different.
Când o să am bani, o să avem webcam, o să avem chestii. Momentan, nimic.
If he turns any whiter than his already,
momentan, nema.
And this probably takes us back to the map veto, right? Because when you go C2 into Nighthaven Lab, and you don't know how you're going to place it, all your strat work, your counter ability to see, okay, this is a weakness, we can go for this rush, these are the play positions, we don't have this information, you gotta figure it out on the fly. This is the first time G2 will see WSM play this map.
Da.
It makes sense to play the months because they don't know the layout of where they're going to
Ar fi interesant, dar nu.
as you say, Nick, they have to figure everything
Unfortunately,
out.
nu.
Maybe we'll see these first 2-3 rounds be a bit rough for G2.
Și alea DSLR-uri, man.
But we don't know
Gen nu-s kamere normale, ove bus kamere filmat gen.
But there's so much left to play for.
We're 30 seconds into this round. What do you think the first half ought to look like for G2 to have a fighting chance? 4-2,
yeah.
5-1. Where is G2's? How many rounds does G2 need to win?
At least 2.
Yeah.
Because both these teams are so proficient at attacking. And the way I look at W7M and their gameplays, they come up to an obstacle. They look at it, how do we pick this apart? And then they bulldoze it. They don't shy away from taking fights. They don't shy away from breaking strats. They will go for everything.
Now there's some good intel work. As oh my, Doki gets baited in. The Monty of Uno did excellent scouting work there. KZ was picked apart, now finished off by Ali Mao. Virtue's traded off too. W7M, when they are at their best, they are merciless with trading numbers, always having somebody to refrag, and that is what we've seen so far through 2.5 rounds.
Poor Hurts, he's stuck in the room right now, but does he know? Because right now, the Kessel back on the door. There we go, Monty spots it out. Verticality and Philippos down Bears. Impact, throwing up on the ceiling. Nate finding Bente. Again, G2 slightly stalling out, not advancing here.
The important player actually is the dead one in W7M. Casey is giving so much information with these map cameras, and then you have that aim like Hurts to back that up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Să scrie istorie în chat, Liga G26 Tom.
He's got 2 separate players to tussle with, and he gets sat down by his father.
His father put him down in the chair and taught him a lesson, that is for sure. And right now, G2 is being outplayed at every level. The one thing that they mentioned on the desk, Jesse and Jack, was that this is the permaban for W7M. Or at least, that's what we thought. If we look at the map in itself, the way that all Brazilian staff prepares for games is by counter-prepping.
Yeah.
Rambalho is an excellent counter-strat coach for G2. But how do you counter-prep something you don't know?
Exactly.
You have no idea. So that's why Nick said before, they are playing the Monty to figure out how they're
Primul
playing.
timeout, batește de la G2. O să fie fun. S-ar putea să-și ia Tom și după timeout.
They don't know what to do next.
Four kills for G2 in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
4 kills. It might be the lowest kill count we've seen from G2 to start off a map at this entire event.
I also want to point out that we've seen 3 rounds play out. We've only seen the bomb site a single time, and it was G2 dying on it, just entering that door. G2, they're down 0-3. They've actually called their tactical timeout. Likely, Fabian, like you mentioned, for the coach, Malo, to figure out, guys, what's going wrong? Talk about maybe leading into the basics. Going back to G2's previous games at this event, often when they call their tactical timeout, they're going to make a big change of the orbital lineup. On defense, let's say they're playing their default standard. They're running out the map, they're roaming, etc. Call-out gets taken. What happens? They play Tuberao, they play Kaid. They start playing slower operators. On the attack right now, we want to see the opposite. We want to see them go off the Monty into aggression. So like right now, for example, Doki going to Jackal to hunt down the Romos.
Da, doar te aici nu știu, că diferă mult mai mult decât un CS cu baricade.
It definitely is better approach than what we've seen so far. I mean, it couldn't be worse, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty much
Că aici nu ai hipfire, nu ai mecanici de genul.
We've seen one guy being split off, which is far from
Gen,
the split field that have been discussed for so long now. About, you know, you love the
Nu-i nimic ca CS în Siege, aproape nimic.
to the world. Well, that's not the greatest start.
How is the Jackal dying so early?
Yeah.
Spawn peek, Parker.
I feel like you're not engaging with the spirit of my question.
That's a 3-time SI winner, by the way, right there. He analyzes with perfection.
You know, there is this one thing.
Oh.
Don't die. That's one of the important steps of winning a round. When you all die, you lose the round.
I said this once in the green room. I was like, man, how is such and such team winning this? And Nick looked at me and he goes, they get 5 kills every round. Great. Thank you very much for telling me that. I'm unfamiliar with how this game works.
We know maths are hard for you.
I'm Canadian, not American, okay?
It's the same
Point
thing.
those fingers at Stokes and Lynx, all right?
I mean, Siege is a hard game, though. I mean, we got 3 people here to break down 2 teams playing, you know? And right now, another stall out. G2, we said aggression, Jackal, isolation, getting the building faster with more confidence, and you're down to a spawn peak.
Yeah, and the spawn peak kind of sets G2 up to fail, right?
It does.
Mean, sure, it is just a kill. It's you have 2 minutes 45 seconds left and you have 4 guys left. But the thing is, the way that the game wants to be changed now and how G2 wants to play.
No.
Well, that's another freebie. The way that G2 wanted this round to play out is that they wanted to spread out and play that split theory we talked about before. Now they couldn't do that because they were missing one player. That one guy missing in the beginning just makes it impossible.
Uno still searching for his first kill. Benja died before he could get one this round, but it's Ali now to pick up 2 huge kills on top of Blue Stairs and continue onwards over by Fish. He'll reunite with Uno. 2 strong men in this position. But there's a cap kit on the board. We saw 3 of those traps go off and kill Benjamin. Is there a bit of an issue with this operator lineup? Could a potential Twitch, could a potential Brava work wonders here for G2?
I don't think it would change much. I mean, they banned Fender for a reason, right? And that means you don't have to play the Twitch or the Brava.
Yeah.
G2 love to play these, I would call them power operators. They would be Lion, Dokaebi, which sure they banned themselves, but also that in combination with Ying, Grim, they love those operators to mess with the setups.
JV92's on a collision course now with Virtue up on Rafters. Playing safe and playing smart. There goes a flash, and boy, isn't this reminiscent of how you'd hold on Clubhouse. But he gets baited out. And it's the Brazilian on G2 to get the pick, Alimau. So far with every kill for his team through this round. G2 desperately searching to get on the board first, but Nate has been driven down. He gets 2 and Herd seals the deal. 4 rounds in a row to start this series for W7M.
So many people, casters, analysts, fans, they say KC, Hertz, they are phenomenal.
Dacă echipa face 7-0, câștigă harta. Există overtime, care pot să ducă până la 7-7, respectiv 7-8. Pentru că la 7-7 se începe ultima rundă de overtime. Și atunci avem 7-8 în overtime. Sunt 15 runde per match.
I'll say it, they work their asses off.
They do work their asses
off. And they just keep performing.
Echipa care intră la defend joacă 6 runde defend. Gen prima echipă care intră în defend. Are 6 runde, după aceea face switch.
We won SI. But after that, G2 have had quite an invisible year.
Yeah.
Ai switching sides la runda 6.
They have been demolishing, and I mean 4 rounds in a row.
For those that are watching that aren't familiar with the history of W7M, they came out of the scene a couple of years ago, taking everybody by surprise and essentially revolutionizing how teams play defense in this game. We're not that far removed from relatively static and safe ways to defend with minimal roam games. W7M said, what if we play like attackers on defense? And they had some struggles, but they've won every single Rainbow Six Major so far this year. They finished as runners-up at SI in Montreal last year. If they prevail at SI here, they will have won every single event in the calendar year. Now, for this round, G2 draws first blood onto Philippe Hawx. But as you said, there's a lot of fail-safes on W7M. And Ali now falls, and we've got ourselves a 4v4. But now KC almost getting another, but Virtue has been great so far through round 5.
That kill is so important. The last round, I think, sure, it went W7M's way. Had that round gone G2's way, first of all, Carl would have been revived in his brain.
Yeah.
Well, this round is the key round to this game. Obviously, it's 4-0 already. But if G2 can take this one, I see a chance that they can claw back.
I was just about to say, Herds is averaging 2 kills and 0 deaths each round. That is an absurd stat line. They finally found him, and you talked about Nade. He tries his best, but the TCSG gives and the TCSG takes away. G2 gets on the board. They have 1 round so far. You said the win condition was 2. They've got 1 more attack. They must win this if they want to stay in contention.
They are indeed halfway here, and the thing is for G2, you said it, Fabian, important round mentally, fundamentally, and just for the players of G2 to feel like they still have a way in this map. If you're around 0-5, 0-6, you go in the other half, do you really believe you can make it back? Not necessarily. They need this round.
They definitely need this round. I still think that they stand a chance, even if they don't get it. The chance will obviously be smaller.
Yeah.
That's just how maths work, luckily enough. Somehow I know some numbers. However, the entire way that G2 have changed up their playstyle since the timeout has been very important. G2 should have won the fourth round. They should have. Then we see impressive plays by W7M. So I think that we're looking at potentially another G2 round win, but just looking at how they've changed their play, is they've spread out now. Now they're not going one, or like they're not going 4 guys plus 1.
I like the flexibility that we've seen from W7M. Not only do they jostle their players on different operators, but they jostle the operators as well. Nade now bringing a Frost.
This entire setup is very specifically a Brazilian. If you look at the setup with reinforcements on the second floor meeting, you'll see that they have reinforced everything towards the staircase. That is for retake purposes. They want G2 to come above, do all this vertical play. The shield is blocking them from taking the staircase, and then what they want to try to do is retake above. And that's just one way of playing Brazilian style. We don't see much Vamai or much Jaeger these days because of the nade nerf. Now they're doing something specific with it.
They managed to map through and get it down on the KZ, who looks at the point of no return. I don't know if he's crawling to give intel or what. Maybe to the waiting arms of Felipox. You gotta hurry! Felipox managing to get KZ back up.
What is it? Oh, they keep it off the door as well. So again, utility be used here. More defensive side out for them, forcing G2 to problem solve utility-wise for the first time in this series. Because for now, they're not running at their opponents. They're sitting back behind shields in safety.
I think this strat, G2 knows what they're up against. They have seen this before. Just looking at the way that they're approaching it and the way they're picking it apart, they definitely know what they're doing. So this seems to be like G2 is starting to get the understanding of how to play this game against W7M.
G2 have also dropped the Monty and gone with more guns, but KZ's back from the dead. Virtue runs head first into him. KZ has a good idea as to where the Nomad is in, but the swing is ill-advised. Not much of a challenge for Doki on that engagement. We're at the halfway point of this round. And Felipox is the next one there. Keep a barrier, stopping his vision, but impacts will go out. Herd's on the board to take off Benja in this round. There go the Candelas from Una. G2 want to increase the tempo. Still over a minute to go, and they're finding kills. Doki in particular with both for G2. He inches ever closer to this bomb site.
G2 have basically brute forced this top floor take. You see that the Ying is just Uno and Ying throwing Candelas into kitchen and then rotating out. They really want top floor here.
Doki still had some air jabs in back pocket, but he will now engage in that area as explosions go off to take away some of the cover for W7M. Nade, who has been fantastic so far, watches his luck runs out. Doki single-handedly keeping G2 in this round. JB92 trying to tear strips off of the crossbody on Alamau. Now around, but Doki's got all 4. What a way to silence the home crowd and silence the W7M team. Then a steal around with an ace. But there's 2 players in contention from G2 looking for that final kill. Herds, as we've seen, has been phenomenal.
Very low time left. Very low time. They might run out of time here and start making mistakes.
Herds could absolutely pick up both, but he gets thrown out. Doki has intel. Uno walking right in. Herds with 1, they line up. It's a game of keep away for the final 10 seconds. Doki will attempt the plant to bait Herds out of his position. On throne, Herds getting ever closer. Doki up! An ace denied! 5 rounds.
Insane. Mă așteptam să facă Doki, dar aparent nu. Deci W7M o să se distrugă pe de la G2.
G2 gets a quad kill, still do not manage to close out that round. You cannot let quad kills be uncapitalized because you cannot afford to have players' performances shine that much and not get something done with it. You need to trust your team. That was not a team effort, it was a Doki effort.
Yeah, I was gonna say in that final 2 versus 1, if you look at health bars, Doki was very low in health from fighting all those players early on. Uno, I believe, had full health. Yet it's Uno who baits for Doki when it should be the other way around. Sure, Doki got the 4K, but it comes down to the 2v1. Send in the guy with 1 health first. He will die. Give Uno a fair 1 versus 1. Because look at this. Uno goes first. He dies through a headshot. Doki's 1 HP. You don't gotta hit the head. This pre-fire, there's no way you lose
One bullet in the body. That's all he needed. All he needed. And it's not a fair fight. I mean, it's a Sami. So no matter what, it's not a fair fight.
No, it's not. I mean, we spoke earlier about how like G2, they know this setup, they can problem solve it. But the way the round started was still puzzling to me. Virtue sprinting in through a door, it's kind of dying with no backup.
Back to my previous point about looking at the face cams. I think even more now than before, pay attention to them. If Carl looks like a ghost, I think he's already mentally checked out. Because that's the issue I had with him. he could check out. I think Romaglio has a better connection with Carl than I ever did. So I think that Romaglio has an easier way to get him back. And I hope for their sake that they can do that between the maps if this continues going like it is. But I don't know.
One name that has really not been mentioned is Benja. Zero kills.
Yeah.
0 kills. We haven't been saying his name at all. How much of this falls on him? Because you've been thrusting blame onto Alamau, but Alamau's at least been holding his own in these gunfights.
So when you're the Indian leader and you shut down or you stop calling or you turn wide as it goes, that emotion is spread to everybody in your team. Yeah. Everybody will feel the fear. Everybody will feel the negative emotions in the air. You know they're there. They just won't
Doki com o primo fraga a runda aí.
Call him back to this, and sure, Benja's performance is helping Carl getting there. So it's like, well, obviously it's some symbiotic relationship, but everyone is dependent on everyone. So Benny needs to step up his fragging. Most likely Carl has to step up his calling.
Well, he's 0-6 now, Fabian, so that's not happening for this round. Doki, though, fighting very hard in these moments to try and find these opening kills. He got one this time around.
Stupid mistakes. Stupid mistakes like that Nitro Cell missing. And it's freebies for W7M.
Yeah, G2 are overreacting to everything that they're doing and just giving them the freebies. Benny needs to step up. Doki's overreacting, over-aggression. That's his biggest mistakes. Like, he has issues with not having the discipline, and they're just stepping right over.
How do you beat them?
Exactly.
How do you beat W7M at this point? It's all up to the only Brazilian. This is a cakewalk for W7M.
I don't even have words for this. It just looks so one-sided.
Last night, after the game between Sonics and W7M, Grixer did an interview talking about how he felt about the game and why he thought they lost. And he said they couldn't find their balance for Sonics to play passive, play aggressive, because nothing worked against W7M. And you try and find your stride in the server, right? You go in with a game plan. Let's play the Monty. Let's take it nice and slow, isolate members. You play Monty the first round. Uno tries, Element tries, shut down immediately. You call a tactical timeout after losing 0-4. You change things around. You go more on the offense. But now, that offense as well is also getting punished.
I don't know if you saw that first kill that Hertz got. It was a wall bang straight into the head. So when you have that talent in combination with, well, let's put it, pure luck.
Yeah.
You're a very, very hard side to stop. Then again, at this level, you make your own luck. He's shooting back because they're shooting at him.
Yeah.
He's just seeing tracers through the wall. He pops a bullet towards where he should be. And I mean, he wants that.
And again, right, G2, they've played this map before. There's spots on them. You can therefore, with more accurate guess where the players were playing from. If you've seen Benja play, a position many times before, you can go for those pre-fires too.
Yeah, people might see that we're putting down the G2 here and pushing hard on them, but what else is there we can really do? Because they aren't looking good, either on individual basis or on a team basis. Yeah, sure, I think that round 3 or 4, 5, and 6, they look better, but because they lost these rounds that they should have won, I think that's the mental switch that turns off for them.
I just want to say I appreciate having both of you here, because Fabian, if you weren't here, there wouldn't be that much to ultimately play-by-play. My job wouldn't be anywhere near as important because of how one-sided this has been. But at the same time, it cuts both ways. I can only imagine how challenging this is to dissect what is essentially W7M looking unbeatable at this current moment.
You know, Parker, you can always ask that for me to come to NAL. I'll work with you.
I was coming for my job. He's taking coach positions and now casters.
No! Herd swinging onto the opening. Created by W7M. G2 can fight back. They've managed to equalize. Benja's still alive, and Herds dies with 14 kills and 2 deaths.
I think it's a good look, though. This proves that G2, they're not fully out of it. They're still fighting back despite it not working out, not giving W7M all the space that they do want.
Yeah, I mean, what they're doing is they're taking initiative, and that's something that's very important, even when you're losing. Maybe even more important. But is it taking initiative with poor discipline, where they take fights that they shouldn't take? Why would you take a 30-70 fight when you can take a 70-30? Let's watch this execute come down.
After the round on in, there go the smokes, there go the bullets. The plant going down in the hands of Nade as Alan had been picked off. KZ taking damage. G2 trailing in numbers. Nade, he's low, but he's not dead yet. From above, there's Benja to secure his first kill. It might be a little bit too late. W7M right now holding in the post plant, chipping away at Doki's HP. Uno still has some life, but he's dropped. It's all up to the Finn. He's gone.
W7M câștigă prima hardă insane partea. Partea românscă se bate pe G2.
The layers there. JV knows tank goes down, doesn't have south.
W7M, they have hidden this map forever. They pull it out now in what I think is the mental grand final. They couldn't have chosen a better time.
That's what best teams do.
Yeah, and I mean, it's no surprise that the two teams on the stage are two of the best. This was a highly coveted rematch, but honestly, for G2 fans, this almost feels like a bit of a funeral. There's still at least one more map to go. Let's have the desk break down Nighthaven Labs.
We said it was a ballsy move to go to Nighthaven Labs. We said that W7M had never played this map before, and yet it was all just a bit of smoke and mirrors and a lot of trickery on the side of W7M, taking it, I want to say, very handedly away from G2. Fresh, did this align in our heads in any way, shape, or form?
I mean, if a team as good as W7M has saved a map for an entire year since the map has come out for one specific moment, this was the moment to bring it out. They were perfect on that map. The one thing that I love about W7M in particular is how they play no two strats the same. They're always changing 10-20% of what it is, whether that's operator pool. They might play someone on freedom to go and rat. They might try to spawn peek with smoke. They are so unpredictable. G2 had no idea what was coming.
Yeah, and we talked about in the pregame,
Faptul că sunt de unpredictable either W7M dodam bambuzelor G2. Huge bambuzel.
Situation here today against G2. You couldn't have asked for a better start in front of the Brazilian crowd.
Și harta 1, 7-1, insane.
I mean, just a ridiculous score.
Insane.
How could you ever even imagine G2 on the main stage losing 7-1?
I mean, the star player of the last 6 Invitational, the MVP, didn't get a kill until the very last round. Benjamaster, unfortunately, was absent from this, and I think oftentimes it's easy to see a player underperforming in a big match and say, well, the stress maybe got to him. But this is a situation he's been in before, and it's a situation where he has thrived in. I think realistically what happened is G2 came into this, they didn't have a great understanding of how W7 would play, obviously, and they just didn't have the structure set up to make these pushes work. Once they started kind of going through with the attacks and then they weren't finding success, they tried to change things up, but they just never were able to set their players up for success.
Actually, Jack, you've had this experience also in the past as an analyst and coach around multiple teams in the EU. What do you do when you're playing against a team that is good, but you don't really have footage on them at all to research?
You worry about your own game, which is exactly what G2 will have done. They had zero. I confirmed with them they had absolutely zero knowledge. They know the other team. They know the mental game's coming. And they still, I think, took too many risks, too many liberties. I think what they should have done is maybe looked to have played their own game, but played it a little bit more risk-averse, just so they could get a couple of rounds on the board. They took some really strange strategies, and we'll go on to that in a second, but, you know, they kind of beat themselves in their own first half, because there was a few rounds they could have won where they didn't. W7M are just that good at punishing you whenever you make the slightest mistake.
Well, let's talk about those mistakes and plays. Jesse, you got some clips for us.
Yeah, so the first 3 rounds in a row, we saw Monty coming from G2, and it's clear they came in with this game plan, and I kind of get the idea, but the problem is so often a player is dying way before the Monty gets forward. Watch all 3 of these clips. The Monty is well behind the player who is dying. You can see the outlines every single time, and in this final clip where Herds is popping off instead of electrical, he also kills the Monty. Sometimes it was Uno, sometimes it was Alamau coming through, and I think G2, the game plan was, we don't know what to expect. Let's bring in a Monty to safely gather that information, to shut down some of that early aggression that W7M are very, very good at. But because that kind of limited their playstyle, because it limited the directions they could come in from, I think that really didn't play to G2's strength, and it came back to bite them.
So, quick on the reset after this. How do we do it? How does G2 do it?
You just have to forget about it. You seriously just have to forget about it. It's gone. It is what it is. You now just have to win a best of 3 2-0. You've lost your opponent's map pick, you've got your map pick, and then the decider.
Well, Alamau's got to clear his head, and the rest of the team also. Communication needs to be clear. And to highlight more of that sort of clear communication from W7M, who do we have other than Alphama to break it down on Talos Street?
Thank you very much, Miloš. Indeed, we're coming back with the round G2 versus W7M. G2 is on attack, and one thing that Jesse pointed out is how G2 were trying to bring them
tipul ăsta e analist, nu...
because they were struggling to get in the building. And look at this round. They're 5v4.
But I don't see the analyst
They've got all the control they need actually on this side of the map here. That's all they need. And then when they move in, they have left their flank watch here upstairs. Now, let's take a look at downstairs, how they're set up. They've got all the control they need vertically. Now, There you have Alimao here on the bomb site ready to execute, the other one holding storage. Let's take a look at how W7M is aggressing all together at the same time. You've got Hertz here picking a wallbang. At the same time, Nade is picking through the mirror window. The flank watch has to go down. He's getting picked up by aggression as well. And after this, the round is finished. What I mean is, even when G2 was getting on the bomb site, even when they got the opening pick, the aggression wasn't early, fine. The aggression will be late to deny the execute. That's just how good W7M is at playing aggressive. Whatever timing we are in the round, early or late round, they will always manage to find ways to bring back their main advantage. Now, if you want to see more,
adică pierdut singură rundă și e...
is coming after a short break.
E insane faptul că a pierdut singură rundă în condițiile în care G2 a stompat aproape orice echipă până acum. Deci aproape orice echipă o stompat în grupe. G2 a fost 4-0, nu a pierdut un match. Un match nu a pierdut. And now, the defending champions Keta, what you doing, my boy? Welcome in. Welcome in. Vedem SI 2024, avem și dropuri. Ne uităm la Invitationals de la Rainbow Six Siege. Ziua 2 din finale. Ulterior o să avem Year 9 Season 1 Reveal Panel. Și mâine avem finala mare. Dacă mă bag la Siege, stau la Roma. Bă, la amândouă răspunsul ar fi da. The answer for both of those would be yes. Parallel. Bring the RAM, bring the everything. Asta e pauza de cât a fost 6 minute, 8 minute. Minte, auzi mă la el că minte. Uite-l și pe strikerul. N-avem alerte, așa că o să fie doar... Cât un mătic de Nightbot. Nu merită. Strike-uri lurk la mine și când nu-s live. What do you mean nu merită? Dacă fac stream la 3 dimineața, strike-uri lurk la mine și când se trezește dacă-s live. Let me feel special. Don't be... Mă, știu, mă, dar zic așa, că tu ești de obicei larg. Am auzit că cum îi zice, discuți așa pe Twitch, că nu o să mai fi pe Twitch o perioadă sau ceva de genul. Ce pățiși? Dăm DM pe Discord sau pe Insta sau pe, nu știu, zici tu ce și cum. Dacă mai aveți tangențe cu cel puțin la mine de pe server cu I am a designer, să-mi dați DM că îi rezolvăm și pe ăștia repede. Bă, că la mine pe server nu m-a intrat, intră la alții și mă trezesc eu cu mesaje. Pe trebuie să dau eu DM-uri, că bă, vezi că... Dar dacă aveți de la mine de pe Discord animale de-astea, let me know și vine banhammerul pe ei. Abă, strikere, dacă ești bine, nu mai contează altceva. Contează că ți-ai rezolvat problemele. Am înțeles. Bro, mergi de la excepțional în sus. Cel puțin ne dorim să meargă așa. Partener cu Ubisoft de 7 luni? 6 luni? 7 luni? Cam așa, suntem parteneri cu Ubisoft. Bă, could be worst. Ar putea să fie și mai rău. Dar we go forward. Trebuie să mă apuc de licență când începe facultatea, mă rog, să vorbesc cu ăla cu care îmi fac licența ce facem, cum facem. Dar
so far games have been very much 2-0s, 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 and then a very quick 7-1. It's like G2 weren't even on that server. A huge piece, but now we have to refocus.
Beneficii.
That's the same question for G2. Can they do it? Because we're up on Skyscraper.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about Nighthaven being a big surprise. I was hoping before the map veto that we saw Skyscraper pick
pierdut sponsor din tele pentru Eurotrack.
Skyscraper is the map.
That's gonna be bad stuff.
You can see it's so obviously played. We've got the best two teams in the world at Split Fury in this literal competition, in this matchup.
Păi,
I was just hoping we see it because it could be the best Skyscraper.
ne-a plăcut contentul tău. Că tu promovai drinking and driving.
We don't have time.
It's just people attacking from different angles, coordinated at the same time and putting pressure.
Yeah, 5 attackers at once, trying to engulf the defenders. Less than 5 defenders in that engulfment, and therefore you will always get a man advantage.
And I do think, unlike what we just saw from Nighthaven Labs, this should be a very competitive map, because although it's G2's map pick, we expect them to come out with the win just due to that fact. It is a map that W7M are undefeated on throughout this year. They've played it rarely, but they've been good. One win in Copenhagen, one win in Riyadh, and one win here in Sao Paulo against Virtus Pro.
All right, that said, I think we are ready for our game. We're just going to jump right into it. Jesse Fresh, thank you very much. And our casters, we've seen Fabian on there. Whose job is he going to take next, huh? We're going to have to see up there.
See, so here's the strategy for G2 moving forward. Do what we're doing. Be together.
They need to embrace the love that they have for each other. And I have some...
bro, Fabian, Pengu.
I feel very uncomfortable right now.
I had a point, but I've lost it now. Thank you, Fabian.
You're welcome.
Gentlemen, as we now move back to the traditional casting stance, what happens on Skyscraper?
I think that both teams play perfectly
am văzut că tu
We saw Alphama with a great segment yesterday where he showed
tu te joci acum mult Helldivers. Am văzut că tu prins.
In the middle zone, which is basically the shrine window, and on the balcony outside the windows there as well. Just that is the cutoff point and then push from either side.
Well, this could be the end of the road for G2.
Bă, sincer, am vrut să mi le-am vrut să-mi iau și la Stepoc, dar... no dinero. No tengo dinero, my friend. No tengo dinero. Că jumătate din prietenii pe care am... N-am bani, bro. Bă, am vrut să-mi iau Helldivers 2, gen... Nu știu cât era, sau la Stepoc care era 35 de euro și... Stai liniștit că am scos de donații, le-am scos pe toate, sunt disabled.
The desk said Super Benja, Super Doki, they did not really show up despite Doki having a single round. They need to find their footing in the first 2 rounds here for G2.
They definitely do.
Să joacă Cheta, dacă faci stream... Bă, Cheta, fii atent. Dacă faci stream după ora 7, îți dau raid. 7-8, ceva de genul, că o să țin azi să fie stream mai lung.
Always wants to play these power operators. Ying is their primarily one on Skyscraper. So the ban makes so
Andreu, fii atent ce vreau să facem. Fă la mine pe Discord. Deci, fii atent, fă la mine pe Discord în zona de streaming. Unde e pula mea? Deci, am mai ditch delay și now live. Mai fă o categorie și pune din bot să anunțe oamenii care fac stream cu rol de streamer. Fă asta, te rog eu. Te rog eu din suflet, fă chestia asta. Ne fă un canal și să posteze acolo oamenii care fac live pe lângă mine.
And the same is, well, Fenrir is their default band that they always go to almost. It's like a 90% ban. I don't know the exact number.
It's up there.
Yeah, but say it's 9 out of 10 games they will ban Fenrir.
Hey, look, it's all 3 Valley Mouse. Sorry? It was all 3 Valley Mouse fans.
Yeah.
All on camera at the same time.
All 3. Yeah, I mean, that's what he has here in Brazil, at least in this moment. Had it been any other team from another region, I think the fans would have been, well, 3 fans for the other team.
Yeah, I mean, but you're right, Fabian. When you start playing deep into a tournament and you keep doing the same patterns, same operator bends, same maps being shown up, how far can you really get with the same couple of strats and the same couple of executes? Well, getting off the board for WSM, unless G2 have really prepped and expected that, they need to cook something up to replace that operator. And when you see Uno on the 0, I'm not thinking 0 replaces Ying. So I'm not sure what this angle is.
Botul să pună automat cine face stream. Ar fi... Aia vreau să facem. Să-i dăm cod la bot, că tu l-ai făcut la stream codul, dar să-l dea... Da, aia vreau să faci. Eu nu mai știam dacă avem promote yourself sau nu. Ăla îl folosim stratele. Bro, oricum sunt puțini streamer care au rol de streamer la mine pe canal, că la se dă automat și gen dacă nu se activează... Și? 1v3? Insane! Și W7M. Prima rundă luată pe Skyscraper. Bro, energia să fie acolo, efectiv. Vibe-ul, tot.
I don't even have words for that round. Because that round is strategically won as soon as Uno found that gap. And this is the way that both teams want to play. They want to find gaps and abuse those gaps. G2 managed that amazingly through Uno. And then it seems like everything just collapsed around him. And I think the W7M took all the aggressive peaks, regained the manpower advantage. G2 tried to help up and try to refrag their players. but it just wasn't possible.
Yeah, it looks like Uno just went for a play either not communicating it, or maybe he did, but no one followed up because you see three are roam clearing while Uno's hitting the bomb site. So we can say split theory, you have players across the entire map, but if Uno finds that double kill and communicates it, which we know from playing with Uno, he tends to be a very vocal player. There's a misconnect somewhere where people aren't following through from G2's side.
Genuinely, the only thing G2 had to do that round was sit still.
Yeah.
Stop everything you're doing. Yeah. You have 2 kills. Uno's in the middle of the building.
Bro, un pic irelevant, sincer, aia cu 3-4 la polnă, că oricum n-avem nevoie de sloturi nelimitate, că nu promovez atât de mult streameri. Că nu mă uit la atâția. Adică, dacă mă uit la 15 streameri, e mult zis. Am follow la foarte mulți streameri, nu înseamnă că mă uit la ea. Am lurk la Striker, la Fish, la... Spor Cheta. Spor acolo. Mamă, ce enter kill a fost acolo din partea cea de la Double 7M. Da, așa am și eu. Ba, nici maxim 15 am pinned.
Yeah, sure, they want to play the split theory and come everywhere and nowhere, but you need to at least have some support. You cannot allow yourself, when you're in this negative momentum that G2 is in right now, to just walk in and die.
KZ being lit up on this engagement now. No logic bombs remain, so the global operator in Togepi is no more.
Mamă, deci Double 7M o să intre în finală. Mamă, bro, aștept să văd pe ăștia în finală.
Intel from G2 that somebody's in this part of the map, but they cannot find the scoreboard right now. W7M are playing with their food. Herd swinging finally.
Ce swing prost a avut acolo, no way.
Uno to work together to continue to narrow this gap.
It's ridiculous. I've not seen G2 locked out of this from the building, from the bomb site, the roam clear. They don't have any gaps to find. Uno trap a staircase, but again, W7M, they've left the area. They know they got the kills. Now they're gonna play the clock, fall back, set those crossfires and play together and make G2 problem solve every step.
Aba, întrebarea de 20.000 de puncte ți-a rezolvat-o? Problemele la strikere. Dacă mai e totul bine? Aia era curiozitatea mea, dacă e totul bine.
They're just looking for free picks here so they can get some momentum back in the round. W7M is just too experienced, too disciplined to give them that.
I mean, look at this. No intel, and they're going to herald their advance, and W7M is half free. 2 unanswered kills, and W7M starts
Cheta, jocul ăsta necesită foarte multe ore.
Making moves to make moves. There doesn't seem to be a reasoning behind it or intelligent decision.
Are un learning curve
a very emotional response to the first round.
uriaș.
I mean, you can simplify this pretty saying also and say like, okay, so we're in gold ranked, right? Because we're not really seeing what we expect from these players right now, and you're right,
Din păcate. Și din fericire, pentru că dacă ai mecanici simple sau chestii mega simpliste, te mulțumești cu puțin. În momentul în care ai mecanici complexe, necesită foarte mult timp să înțelegi, să dai improve, atunci grindul ăla merită.
And I'll be brutally honest, Ramalho is a better coach than I ever was. The way what he brings to that team fits way better into the group of players that they have. But I don't know if he has what it takes to pull them back from this. Because now it's motivation time. G2 cannot change the way they're playing because they're not playing as a team at all. They just need to, first of all, start playing as a team and then make moves.
I always say that when you're down, motivation has to come from someone else. When we were down, Fabian, in 2018, granted, that was a long time ago, I did not believe that we were going to make a comeback. But backstage, my leader at the time, which was you told me, we're going to go out there, we're going to win. If Ramalho doesn't have that experience, because he wasn't the player himself, he might not see that angle. Guys, come on, we got this. No, we did it last year. Yada, yada, yada.
Bro, wipe-ul ăsta am jucat la început cu Striker, a fost amuzant pe shot-ul ăla de hartă de-o băgat-o. Bro.
But do you remember?
I have no idea.
You don't remember? Do you remember? Say it and say it proud.
All right, Fabian, do you wanna fucking lose? No, I don't. So let's go out there and show them how it's fucking done.
And that's what they need. They need to get this job done. And it's not looking much like they can. Let's see what they have to bring back, because I hope for everybody who is viewing and all the fans in this arena that we get a better game.
A, bă, și pe tine te cheamă Codrin, bă, animalule. Nu numai pe mine, vezi, deci, vezi ce zici. E cu backfire aici. Îți iei backfire. Da, bă, Skylex, că bine că mi-am amintit. Trebuie să-ți trimit ceva.
G2 is not just losing in game, they're also losing that mental game. This round, not a great start. Doki picked off by a Nitro Cell in Geisha.
Things are the same.
I'm not super worried just yet. So we know this map. Okay, I am worried, but not. I don't think that it's gone just yet. So one thing that I want to pay attention to is before the game, when we saw the face cams again, Carl was actually smiling. Alema was smiling. That is
Îți trimit pe WhatsApp.
We know this map is very defender favored.
Yeah.
0-2 down, it's not uncommon on Skyscraper. The way they have played have been poor.
Oh my! Speaking of the way that they've played, Hurd is putting on one of the best matches we've seen from him in a long, long time. What did he finish? 14-2 on the very first map. Only good enough for that kill that we saw early on in this round, but still 6 kills to his name through 3 rounds. He's been averaging 2 kills a round for the entirety of this series.
That was once a duo from Brazil, Paulo and Ness, that we spoke very highly of. We're nearing this era where Hertz and KC, they're that new duo shutting down every single team's entries regardless of how they play the game.
It's just G2 doesn't stand a chance in the gunfights.
No.
And all of this connects.
Super excited să văd cum o să fie meciul ăsta în condițiile în care G2 o dat stomp până acum la tot și acum așa stomp de la o echipă underrated. Pe lângă că o echipă underrated, G2 nu are nimic. E a doua hartă. Pe prima hartă pe tot G2 cu 7-1. Și problema e că aia de la G2 nu au suficientă informație sau, mă rog, nu au footage și research despre W7M pentru că ei nu se așteptau să joace versus ei, fiind în lower bracket. Atât de căpcăuni. The gatekeepers. Și aia de la W7M sunt foarte unpredictable. E foarte greu să ghicești ce o să facă, cine face rom, cum o să stea pe site, ce setup au, dacă fac prep, dacă o să joace full rom, dacă fac spawn pick. W7M a câștigat 3 runde din spawn pick. Pentru că au scos utility, s-a avut impact mult mai mare făcând spawn pick.
This would be the moment that he would be screaming, "Wake up!" And that's what any comeback would happen. And I really do think it plays to what you said. It's not necessarily strategy that's bogging G2.
Ăla e cu Warden cosplay, dude.
Yeah, they have definitely put their heads in. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this. I would say it is one-sided.
Adevărat, Cheta. Adevărat, susțin.
And pretend that this game is close, because it's not. They need to wake up. And I would add the F word in between there somewhere a few times.
There was an F word in the tweet, but we've already used 3 so far.
Zic că nu vrei să plătești pentru Disney Plus, așa-i? Ah, că ai primit reclamă, bro. Ce browser folosești, Cheta?
Barbed wire at the bottom as well, as Lee Fox has his own shotgun to deal with Doki. But he has to govern multiple angles. Doki decides that there's a potential way in for him underneath. There's a hatch that he can slingshot through as well.
In Philippox, this smoke was on back staircase, very difficult. So many micro decisions, when to swing, where to throw out those toxic babes, etc.
Păi aia vreau să te întreb, ce vreau să folosește ca să știu ce să-i dau.
Well, G2 are actually rotating around this tank because they think they can take that area of map.
But this is very good because we're actually seeing a
Bro, don't worry. Tot suportul este percet. You don't need to do sub, you don't need to do anything. Adică sub-ul și așa mai departe sunt foarte appreciated, donațiile tot, dar we're not streaming to get paid. Tăiați, e un add-on se numește Stream Cleaner. Ceva de genul, dacă îl cauți pe lista de add-on să scrii Stream Cleaner add-on, o să-l găsești și cu ăla n-ai reclame pe nicăieri. Dacă vrei să scapi de reclame, use that. Dacă nu, păi da, ai extensii de browser. Păi am și eu. N-am reclame.
Yeah, they're gonna drone out here. They want the intel, so obviously they don't want to mess up. Drone it, figure out the positions, communicate it, and 3, 2, 1, go together. 3v2.
Now this is a karaoke and T defense. JV92 quarterbacking all the way from backstairs. Doki gets the final 2 kills. That one's over in quite a hurry.
Da, Disney a cumpărat acțiuni de 1.5 miliarde de dolari în Epic Games pentru Fortnite.
What do you think is a good scoreline for G2 in this first half?
5. Probably in the same to me.
2 is enough. 2 is more than enough. The map is just so defender favored. G2 loves this map. They get 2, then they probably have a chance. They get 1. I don't think they have it in them.
No, I agree with you. I think 2 is the benchmark there. If you go down near 240 defense, you can make some mistakes.
Aștept să văd miracol. Nu de la Judo, aștept să văd că și-au stomp ăștia.
Has already lost half his HP. You guys aren't seeing it yet because we're watching the replays, but this is such a massive gift to G2 because gifting half of the life, yeah, that's a good start. A few body shots and he's down.
A potential gift to W7M though is that Monte. Ali Mao will go on the shield operator. That, gentlemen, you're the experts. I don't think we have seen much from that operator in terms of success.
No.
And I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's a terrible start from Benja again.
Yeah.
He got no kills in the first half of night.
Cum vă ziceam,
He is about to do the same thing here on
streamul nu e
0 and 4 on entry.
să mă îmbogățesc. Mai știu persoane care au primit 700 de euro donație, etc. Nah, not for that. All the support is really appreciated, but is not needed.
I mean, I was gonna say I like the Monty because you can put 4 guns behind him and just go through the map, but again and again and again, they don't have 4 guns behind the Monty. Either Doki or now.
Bravo lui, man, că a primit 700 de euro donații și codul primit, știu. Bravo lui. Adică, probabil că nu fac content destul de bun ca să am numere și un venit din streaming. It is what it is, you just move forward. Eu sunt fericit că am ajuns aici, sunt fericit că am parteneriat cu Ubisoft, sunt humble și just going my way.
But what do they do to follow up on that spawn pick? What do they do to follow up on that good run they had before? They do exactly
E insane, adică au pierdut G2 din spawn pick-uri fiecare rundă. Deci dacă s-o dat spawn pick și s-a reușit spawn pick-ul, au pierdut.
They could have had drones, they could have seen everything. Alamo doesn't die, and all of a sudden
Îl așteaptă. Mamă, bro, să vezi ce bait o să-i facă.
Let's
go!
something I like. G2 looked like they weren't there at all in map number 1, but they're laughing and smiling. That mental game that we talked about seems to be returning. There is literally color coming into the faces of these players when they looked white as ghosts before.
I fully agree, but I think there are two reasons why that can happen. One is you're in it mentally for the long game to win this series. The other is that you're taking in the moment and
L-a prins pe Monte în offside. Într-un off-angle, bait-ul cu impactul.
They might still be checked out, but embracing the fact that they are here.
Yeah, it's like they have given up.
Yeah,
that's what
I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
But that is what you're trying to point at.
Yeah.
And that's a feeling that
Insane. Băi, deci au ăștia niște cosplay-uri acolo. Caveira, Doc, Zofia, dar era un skin de Zofia. Ăla era un skin separat de Zofia. Sledge.
They've lost the rounds they're allowed to lose on attack.
Băi, insane! Cât de mișto cosplayer băieților ăstora de venit la SI.
When we talk about the great teams throughout the entire story of Siege's lifespan, the great teams can
Fucking insane chat.
they can adapt, they can change around on the fly. We have not seen much great adaptation from G2. In the few rounds where we did see it, it rarely led to a round victory. Of course, attack, that's where you need to problem solve. On defense, you set up a maze of objectives and things that are hard to deal with. But E2, they look so locked out. Now they're getting jammed. There's Bandit available here. Might go for a Triggers KV, but no. The wall will get opened up.
Now this is an interesting one from W7M. They've opted to go to one of the least played bomb sites in the entirety of this esport. That master bedroom bathroom bomb site on the first floor of Skyscraper has only been played 8 times. And it is so decisively defender favored.
Dacă auziți un bâzâit când apar explozii sau gunfight-uri, este de la ei.
Occasions like this one played internationally, it's hard to attack because you lack experience. The defense, you can cook up some crazy strats.
Only one of those rounds hasn't been won by the attack.
Iag PB ăla dă rol automat de streamer. Cred că ăla dă rol automat de streamer.
Because of how they remade the map, which is a long time ago, I think people are sleeping on it. Because it's like old habits die hard here, right?
Oh my. The roam for W7M has looked mighty good on both of these maps. G2 start off with the pick. Ali Mao in particular the one to get it. Still plenty of utility on the side of W7M. Can't say the same for G2. Mostly in the hands of Engine Masters. The last logic bomb will
Poți să modifici ăla, e irelevant. Dacă ceva nu se pupă la bot, poți să le modifici. Ok, 3v5. 2v5. S-ar putea că W7 să mai pierdă încă o rundă. G2 destul de agresiv.
Team Ace will happen if Uno and Dogi can find the final 2 players for W7M. There goes Beck. Nade holding true in this position. A swing. Sally now picks up yet another. And Uno drops. Almost a team ace, but I'm sure G2 doesn't really care.
Păcat.
They win the round that you said they
Păcat.
must win and they get the job.
S-ar putea să avem miracole.
Like a team that round, because they took their time, they didn't make mistakes. I wonder a little bit, maybe the Ash pick from Alemao is something specific for, or it's just one of those, well, shit's hit the fan. We'll try what we can do, and I'll put myself on a fragging role because today I need to step up.
I mean, it's inarguable that he looks better on Ash than he's ever looked on the Monty this series.
Not very hard.
At least you give him the gut.
Yeah, but we add together here as well. Like we said on Nighthaven Lab, I think it was easy that got a wall bang. Now Benny gets a wall bang that's just similar. This is luck, but you make your own luck. And this is what they needed in this round more than any.
Yeah.
What a beautiful sight, by the way, to be back in Brazil and see the stadium almost completely full. There have been a lot of new fans of this esport over the last 5 years, 4.5 if we want to be specific. That was the last time we were in Brazil. Both of you happened to be involved in the finals, Rio, when you beat FaZe Clan. It is still within the realm of possibility that we see a G2 FaZe Clan rematch from Rio. But it relies on G2 pulling off a comeback here against W7M, and then top.
Se încearcă un spawn pick din partea lui Doki.
Both of these teams will potentially have another matchup to play later today.
Yeah, that's the thing. The energy reserves gotta be there, and When you look at Skyscraper on defense, there's really two ways to go about it. Either put a bunch of people on one side of the map and wait for them to come to you, or spread out pretty
S-a
thin
încercat.
and shut down those entries. WSM, they split around. G2 so far, their first opening, they're picking a couple of spots to care about and seeing what the play will be.
Doki, cu primul kill al rundei.
Outside of the building on the rappel, but it takes a little bit of time before Herds wanders into his line of sight. Doki droned out inside of Geisha as he'll scramble over. He's got a kill hole down in the kitchen. Sell him out.
Get this round for G2 and
Bezitul ăla care s-au de la explozii sau la anumite sound cues este un bug pe care îl au de 2 zile cei de la Ubisoft. Mă rog, în casting există un bug în casting.
Recover from them now. Yep. And the defender favored side, or like the map in itself is so defender favored, they kind of can let W7M still be in control of the game.
The setup in Geisha with the kill holes on the floor looking into drum is causing some issues for W7M. Doki has not relinquished control of Geisha, but oh my! All of G2 are now getting out of this portion of the map.
Să fie un match strâns în condiții în care Skyscraper este defender-sided map și, mă rog, toate hărțile acum sunt defender-sided.
You don't need to care about the extension anymore. You got what you wanted. Now you play 5 versus 3 near the bomb side and help each other as a team again.
Yeah, they had triggers for falling back. That's what they had. They had either time kills or drones. That's usually what it used to be. Drones probably have fallen off in favor for time and kills. So they had an idea, they gave it up, and now they set up crossfires here on Dragon. That's going to be very, very hard for W7M to pick apart.
Only 3 drones remaining for W7M. They have a good inclination as to where they are.
O să double pick. Double kill KZ.
G2 knew they wanted 2 players to tackle this fight, and both of them are gone. W7M perfectly punishing that off the backs of KZ's gunplay. And it's gunplay winning it right now for the Brazilian team. But G2's got a couple tricks up their sleeve. Benja will need to clutch out against the final 2 from W7M. Everything looked good for G2. But Benja will have to cover 2 separate areas as he gets walked down by KZ.
Și double să vedem cu încă o rundă. Băi, insane băieții ăștia. Sunt atât de unpredictable și joc atât de bine. Cred că dacă aveam pe W7M în grupe versus G2, holy shit, era altceva. Cumva G2 nu cred că avea șanse versus W7M în grupe.
Then for some reason, Alamau, he also peeks into Dragon.
Yeah.
Let them have it if they get the first 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that, right? There's 3 stages to that round. The first stage that you have on defense, the roam that we saw with the gap to 2 kills.
Great.
They fall back to second stage, Dragon. The third stage is the bomb side. You don't have to die in this position of Dragon. You can play what Benja's playing, for example. But it comes down to a 2v1, we're thinking, oh, let's go for a plan that's safe, guys. He's all the way back behind the desk.
Yep.
No. We're gonna Sophia stun him. We're gonna push for the kill because, again, 2v1.
Yeah, they split up, pushed both, and they got the kill. Had they fallen back another step and used their zombie barriers to set up a new layer of defense even further deep into office, W7M only had 3 players left. They couldn't have come from everywhere.
Yeah, and no drones.
You can calculate with the communication where they will come from. And it just seemed that they set up perfectly, and then the nerves struck.
The Dragon play from G2 is especially egregious. You cannot be a world champion team making that type of
S-a încercat un spawn pick.
G2 made a litany of
În partea
mistakes on route to
Alemão.
the championship last year.
O să fie 7-2, 7-4 pentru W7M. O să-i bată pe ăștia de la G2.
But we are very far from the wintry shores of Montreal.
We are, and
this is home turf for Ducks.
It is.
They've got the crowd behind them. They've got the comforts of home. These Brazilian teams are showing why it matters so much to play with the crowd at your back.
You know, I spoke to JV the first day here in the elevators, and I was like, are you guys gonna win? He's like, no. We're gonna go lower bracket, and then we're gonna make a miracle run all the way back. And then W7M making that miracle run, they face G2. The finals of last time. Only one of these 2 can survive.
Ali now is in that position. Uno and Doki drop. Support players from G2 are showing up in spades. Now it's Benjamin.
2v2.
worst performing player for his team at the moment. Walking into the waiting arms of Herds. He neglects to get the final kill, goes for reload. Now it's Alimau scrambling off of his spot. He knows he needs to take a head-on engagement, but this is for series point. Alimau has the weight of more than a single region on his shoulders, playing around the door frame, and he plays it well. He has no idea the position of KZ, who now encroaches upon
Ooh, let's go! Și match point pentru W7M. Le-au dat stomul aia de la G2 în ultimul hal. Deci nu există... Cei de la G2, cum ziceam, au avut un killing spree uriaș, 4-0 în grupe, nu i-au bătut nimeni, au ajuns într-un lower bracket și au bătaie de la W7M, o echipă chiar nu este atât de populară sau atât de faimoasă. E o echipă underrated.
Penta, EG, Empire, NIP, there's so many teams we can speak of for different reasons. But without a shadow of doubt, W7M are one of the greatest teams in the history books to play this game at this level of play. Yes, they're in the lower bracket, but they went to the last SI final. They won every Tier 1 event this year, back-to-back majors. And with this performance, sure enough, they got what it takes to go to the finals again.
Fabian, that person was wearing your face.
So what you're saying is I'm a horse.
Well,
most people call me the GOAT, but you can call me the horse if you'd like.
Similar enough, Anna. We've used, well, actually we have kind of hesitated to use this word.
Avem un pic interesant din partea lui Filippo pe Blitz.
A dynasty.
Nope.
Is what's at stake for W7M. Every single major and a hammer in 1 year, it is inarguable that the word dynasty would not apply. It absolutely does. But you cannot call yourself a dynasty until you've won the single biggest trophy there is. And it has eluded W7M so far.
They might have won it now. Blitz hour in, match point.
Ooh, 4v3. Pick whiff din partea și de la W7M. Niște whiff-uri, cumva mă așteptam să piardă runda asta. Am zis că un 7-3, 7-4, poate 7, chiar 7-2, trebuia să fie 7-2, dar aparent n-au vrut.
Let's see if Nade and JV can solve something from this round.
Yeah, because I mean, there have been so many rounds where mentally we are prepared to move on with a G2 victory, but W7M have simply outperformed them. It is still very possible that W7M win this round, which is such an absurd thing to say.
I think it's extremely absurd. I'm even going to call you and say that, like, if they do, I'll wear the horse mask for my next segment.
You heard it here first, folks. Fabian will put on a mask of himself.
Ma, în teorie, da. În practică, să sperăm că o să fie ok. Pentru că... Da, G2 câștigă. Ok. Bă, să sperăm. Dacă nu istoresc, că putem unifica setările, știi ce zic, Andrei? N-ar fi o problemă.
W7M are. And even if it doesn't work out, what's the worst that can happen? You're up 6-3. You can throw around, you can take that risk because you've built yourself such a big lead.
So far, W7M have definitely been in the driver's seat.
La toți streamerii verify sau la toți userii verify?
They show that no matter what we do, we are in control, we are the ones deciding how this game will end.
Ok.
G2 will feel like they stand a chance here, and I think that
o să le dau eu.
I mean, I'm not going to count them out until they're out. They're world champions for a reason. The map is so defender favored on every single bomb site. I don't know if they have what it takes, but I really hope that they get it closer than what it is right now.
I have no horse mask in this race, but I would really like at least one of the games at this event to be kind of close. Please, please. I don't care who it is. I would just like an exciting match between these teams. Because while we are excited at the masterclass that W7M is putting on, it's not a fair fight at the moment. Every single match is a part of a story. And the story right now in the lower brackets is how W7M are making significant improvements every single match they play. It feels like that old EG squad where they would have a slow start, but the longer EG played, the better they got at events. Now, they also happen to play a team in the finals that was just simply better most of the time. That was you guys. But W7M are on another level at the moment. They have potentially a date with Destiny, Virtus Pro next, but FaZe off until tomorrow. FaZe have looked magnificent.
Bine o să aibă FaZe finala. Cu cine nu știm, s-ar putea cu Virtus, deși am așa doubts about it și aș vrea să văd W7M în finală, chiar dacă predicturile mele au fost fact.
I think that the key way for G2 to come back here is, number one, Benny needs to step up. Number two, do what you have practiced. Look at what G2 did here.
Bro, take your time, nu trebuie acum.
They peeled that first layer of the onion. That means that they still are in this game mentally. They haven't checked out just yet.
Yeah, the only downside now is because they overrun up from W7M. They got the camera tower, they got the Grim, they want G2 to get as close
Bro,
as possible.
când ai timp, nu trebuie acum.
To then shut down those clear positions. So this might
Listen, take your time, nu trebuie acum neapărat.
Two drones remaining for W7M at this point in the round. That's it. You're going to be fighting blind through most of these engagements, but if a team can excel, it's W7M as they follow up on Benjamaster. How is no call
Insane.
as to Nade's position?
L-au văzut pe scări? Și Benjamaster rămâne solo. W7M merge mai departe versus Virtus în lower bracket finale. Și G2 și-a luat Stomp 7-2 și 7-1. Prima hartă pe la 7-1 și a doua hartă 7-2. Insane. Send them home. Send them home, boys.
For sure. I mean, this is what they want. They want an all-Brazilian final. And I can tell you, next game is going to be just as wild. But the way W7M won this game, I mean, 3 attacks to Skyscraper, dominating G2 on Nighthaven Labs. What can stop them?
That's the question we keep asking, because when you look at this kind of performance that they're playing at, it's hard to know, oh, that's a weakness, that could be abused. It's like almost perfect Siege, and even though it's not perfect, I don't know where they go wrong either.
They're not going wrong, that's the thing. They don't make that many mistakes. And that's kind of the playstyle in the next game we're going to see against Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro don't make mistakes either.
Yeah.
What happens when an immovable object beats an unstoppable force?
And the durability and the stamina, because you just played a series, and for W7, winning 2-0 is a big deal. You can keep some energy, hide your map pool, hide those strats for your next opponent. If that was a 3-map overtime, that's tough.
Professionally, gentlemen, was this series over after Nighthaven Labs?
No, it was not. I don't think so, at least. I hope that it wasn't for G2's sake, just because I think that they're better than that mentally.
I wouldn't say it was over for as a done deal, but I certainly think it played a big factor into Skyscraper.
Huge, like, nu te așteptai.
Let's not keep you from that. W7M down on the stage.
Vedem interviul cu
Brazil is dominant once again. W7M sent home the world champions in G2. And we are now joined on the stage by the one and only Felipox.
E aí, despacharam os atuais campeões do Six Invitational. Parabéns.
Obrigado. Foi, pô, partida insana aí. No primeiro mapa perdido, botou a gente na back.
Da, chat, cine știe portugheză să traducă că nu știu.
Vocês imaginavam que o jogo ia ser fácil como foi?
Não, contra a G2 a gente nunca imagina que vai ser fácil, mas
Bă, eu nu știu portugheză.
E a gente acabou surpreendendo muito bem eles ali e acabou sendo mais fácil do que era pra ser.
Felipox, I don't think any of us expected to be having this interview so soon. You were so incredibly dominant. Let's start with Nighthaven Labs. We haven't seen you play that map all year.
Dar tu știi portugheză, mă, Andrei?
Specifically and why?
We were saving that Nighthaven Labs for the Invitational, but we left to open other games, but they didn't want to play, the other teams. So today was the day, and we picked it, and 7-1.
Incredible. And Skyscraper, we haven't seen you on there much either. Did you expect GU?
Bă, bine că știe engleză să mă bată mămicuța.
We knew they would pick it, like it was very obvious. So we did a little counter there, and it was easy.
We got to address this crowd again.
Bine că știe engleză, Doamne ajută că de vorbeam numai în portugheză era pa.
It's one thing experiencing it as a host and as part of the talent team, but having that noise for you, what is it like?
Like I said yesterday, it's a dream to play here. Inside the game, I try not to hear as much as I could, because I think it can distract me. But in the mid game and now, like, it's just amazing.
Da, bro, e...
Right, not many steps ahead of you before potentially raising it. I want you to have a look at it.
E imensă, e mai mare ca la Valorant. Salut, salut.
Feel free to do it in Portuguese.
Como é que você se sente aí olhando pra Marreta, tá tão perto, tem AVP e depois a FaZe?
N-avem alerte, din păcate. Sau din fericire, ca să nu... Vreau să dau, să zic să dai sol sau să dau eu. Da, Gucci.
Vou te dar espaço pra você mandar recado.
Não entendi.
Sua chance de mandar recado pra essa galera aqui, então. Olhando pra eles, olha, o ginásio é 360.
Pô, obrigado a todo mundo que veio aí, tá apoiando. Eu já estive no lugar de vocês e é simplesmente insano tá aqui agora. Queria agradecer minha família também que tá ali. E obrigado, só isso.
Ca și turcii. Na, jur, nu înțeleg portugheză de nicio culoare. Azi părinții lui Felipox, cred că. Azi părinții lui Felipox. Rudele lui. Bă, Drew e insane. Rainbow are scene și, mă rog, tot făcut wow, spectaculos de la entrance pentru jucători. Comparativ cu Valorant mi se par mult mai nice. Stele de la Valorant sunt foarte kitschy. Kitschy, aș putea să le zic. Chicioase. Astea sunt clean, nu știu. Dar welcome in, Drew. What you doing, my boy?
W7M were the tournament favorites. You better know it now. The way they've been getting better every single game. Yeah, they're in the lower bracket. Sure, they lost their opening match, but they've continued to improve time and time and time again to put down the world champs in as a dominating fashion as that is incredible.
I don't know what the weaknesses are. How do you prepare against a team that's got such a big map pool, that's got such good gunners?
Tanki mere, nu știu ce înseamnă.
They're confident. They'll take on absolutely anybody on any map, anytime, any place, with about 10,000 Brazilians behind them.
It's even like there was that first attacking round from G2 on that second last map, or on the last map, where they got that 2K opening, and G2, okay, they can attack, they got this second half, and then KZ just walks in and fries two guys in Dragon. Like, there isn't an answer. When somebody is that on point, when somebody is frying you that hard, you just have to match it mechanically, and I don't think there's anybody in the world that can, at least consistently.
And this is the whole point of the way that teams look to attack. You talked about that first round, for example. When you're doing that, you're looking for G2 to then surround KZ. Then what does he do? Fights his way out of multiple crossfires. When you've got players that are that good, it's almost impossible to beat them when they're on their day.
Well, the confidence from W7M combined with the support that they feel here in Brazil, that's pushing them deeper and deeper into the bracket. They're still not yet in the grand final. Let's hold it on. They're not where they were last year. FaZe, I guess, is the only great boss, but before you have there, I think no slouches themselves, Virtus Pro, are looking to halt them. Now, we do have quite a bit of time before we move on to our next video.
Avem tranziții, măcar.
Specifically, but does W7M have what it takes to break through another European team? Can this be repeated with the amount of flexibility they have?
I'd actually say this is more of a strategic matchup when we get into it, of how VP play, which is very, very old and default, and how W7M play, which is very, very new and energetic and fast and confident. I think W7M's playstyle suits that fixture more. So yes, I would say right on the balance probabilities now, I think W7M will be in the grand final.
It's just the momentum as well. I mean, W7M are playing so incredibly well. You always talk about maybe the upper bracket team, the team that is the higher seed, being the big obstacle for the team coming through the lower bracket. But it feels like the opposite. I mean, it genuinely seems like W7M are this unstoppable force rolling through the lower bracket. And Virtus Pro, I'd be shaking in my boots if I were them.
Well, one player that is making everybody shake here, be it his opponents or us, to be very honest, is Hertz on that W7M side. This man, like, in EPS...
Stați că voi nu vedeți.
I mean, that's the thing with Hertz and the way W7M play. We referenced it in the pregame where we said that W7M, they will attack or defend in a certain way, and if they meet a problem, they tend to just force their way through the problem and deal with the problem. Now, Hertz does that.
Mi-a schimbat doar alignment-ul la ce văd pe ecrane.
And the most common question I get asked as a professional Rainbow Six analyst is who is the best player in the world? Me. And I want to make it very clear to anybody on social media, to all the people watching the co-streams, to anybody who maybe isn't as familiar with the Rainbow Six competitive scene, the answer is Hertz. We're past the point of debate. After the year we have seen from W7M and Hertz in particular, he is the best player in the game over the course of the last year. And I don't care who's putting up the best numbers in ranked. I don't care who's putting up the best clips on Twitter. I don't care who won the last Jinxie 1v1. The end of the day, Hertz is the best player in the world, and there's no doubt in my mind he's making a run for that hammer.
Yeah, Jinxie mentioned, that's all we need.
And I agree with that exactly, because it's not just the kills that he gets. Yeah, sure, you can make arguments.
Iar vine să fac. Dar, da, Hertz între... cel mai bun jucător în momentul actual pentru cât de mult a muncit în scena de tournaments de la SIU din 2023 până acum și ce impact a avut pentru echipa lui. E un fel de Bulo în Prime. Când Bulo juca încă pentru TSM și a câștigat primul turneu, primul SI contra cei de la TSM.
Yeah, and that was the whole point is G2 in that particular round had got in the middle of the map. If you imagine one from here to here, they got in the middle of the map and got a 2K. They had Hertz surrounded. What does he do? Fight his way out of multiple crossfires, gets himself outside and finishes off the round. Impactful.
So we talked about the spearheads and the people that can really get the kills, talked about KZ and Hertz, but there's a lot that is happening in the background that enables these people to get into those prime positions.
100%, and I think Nade is a great example of a player who does not get talked about enough, because on one hand, he is their hard support. He is the most plants out of any player.
Și o să avem puțin de la Virtus cu W7M în continuare.
Maybe he'll be back on site, maybe he'll be a floor below, but he's still really, really good at coming up.
Mă rog, încă nu și-a luat update site-ul, dar avem puțin de la W7M aici.
But I really do think that Nade is an underrated player. We can talk for ages about Hertz and KZ, but he for me has been the guy that I think has been the quietest but biggest impact for this team.
It's the decision making for me. It's the decision making of for Nade when he gets aggressive or when he doesn't. We see it so many times across different teams where we're looking at support players and they're too aggressive consistently. Lots of names come to mind, won't name drop them. But then there's also
Deci tu luat oricum pentru Wolves MVP în ziua 1 și Mowgli ziua 2. Iar best coach a fost Lilun, ok, nu știu să pronunț numele ăsta francez, o să încercăm. Dar tipa este coach pentru Wolves din 2022 și a rămas pentru Wolves din 2022 și au pornit în CTR în French League pentru Vitality. Din French League e EU League, e acolo să fie zero impact. Și avem pauză de 40 de minute, 47 de minute, mă rog, documentarul lor.
We've got some of the best teams in the world finally here in Atlanta ready to show their stuff, so we are in for an amazing weekend.
I love Siege. My little brother was super hype on it, and then I finally tried it out and was like, yeah, I see what this is about.
Any team that we're going DZ, SSG the whole way, no doubt.
There's money on the line, there's glory on the line, and for teams that came in this event on the bubble, well, we'll wait and see if they're able to punch their ticket to Sao Paulo.
Este tot documentarul behind the scenes, everything. E insane.
プレイヤーネームはキョンでやってます。チームはスカーズに所属します。
ゆっくりこうテンポ変えてこうぜ。
子供の頃からスポーツが全部好きで、小さい頃から野球とサッカーと e スポーツタイトルがオリンピックに採用されるっていうニュースを見てから、自分たち前回ベスト8でコペンハーゲン終わっちゃったので、次はベスト4目指して。
今日の対戦でもこんな感じがいいな。
Shaiko's so good that he's in a class by himself. Bro's dropping 20, 15 consistently. He's making everybody else around him look trash. He's the GOAT. Hands down. The GOAT. Yo, best mechanic.
That the Blue Smurf cat with Shaiko photoshopped onto it.
We love Shaiko.
We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko.
Salut, c'est Shaiko et je suis entrée fragueur pour Team BDS. Ce que j'en pense, c'est que ouais, pour moi, je suis un gars normal qui joue juste aux jeux vidéo, quoi. Mais je le vois aussi quand même qu'il y a pas mal de gens qui me suivent, qui me supportent et tout, et ça fait quand même plaisir. Bah, les objectifs, c'est déjà d'essayer de gagner ce major, actuellement à Atlanta. Et le gagner aussi, ça veut dire qu'on se qualifie au Six, au Brésil. Du coup, ouais, ça serait incroyable. Mais il y a beaucoup de travail derrière.
Dai că Shaiko nu s-a calificat la ăsta. BDS nu s-a calificat. Nici nu cred că au participat în ceva Blast event. În 2023 au pierdut la ultimul event la care au participat și au luat bătaia echipa lui Shaiko. Și n-au mai jucat. Cel puțin așa mă duc aminte că ei ultimul event au pierdut, au ieșit pe locul 8 sau ceva de genul. Locul 8, locul 9. E că nu au avut impact. Sau locul 12, cred că au fost locul 12 actually.
Has a little more space. G2 is already locked and loaded.
It's easy to win one competition, but trying to win more, that's the hard part, you know. I'm Jack Robertson, also known as Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports R6.
A new generation pick up where legends left off.
I want to keep it going and be classed as the most achieved player in the game. I mean, I guess you could say we have a reputation of being seen as like the bad guy.
Try to make one round
Because every time we play, like, we are screaming at the enemy team, just trying to get in their boots.
I smell the fear, says Doki.
Okay, it's game time. Good touch. Yeah, good touch, good touch. Oh, we are the best at psychological warfare. It isn't even a question.
2, 1. You're gonna crumble! G2, are they getting their first dub here in Swiss, or is Scars about to pull off the upset?
Oh, Scars. I'm gonna say good luck again to them.
He's got another! He's absolutely nuclear to their third. Anyone else want to line up?
Yo, Scars, you're terrible!
This one is a foregone conclusion, I imagine. That's going to be G2 onto a 7-1, cruising through their first game here in Swiss.
Like, we won the first round in the game, and we typed in the game, like, GG. It's kind of bad manners, I guess, but that's called mental warfare. That's winning the game before you even play.
Even if you end up losing today, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and the big thing to keep note of is that if you are ever in a best-of-3 situation, that is elimination territory, and you have to win out if you want to qualify for the next phase.
The only difficult game for G2 is W7.
No. But I think the favorite to the major is G2.
Not you?
And me too.
Yeah, of course. Alright, good luck. I'll see you later.
Day 1 of the Swiss stage yesterday, 2 top 10 teams finished dead last in the league, losing huge games.
Hello. Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Herds, sou jogador da W7M, eu sou entry fragger.
Most people universally have put W7M thinking that they will be the first ever back-to-back major champions.
Are you gonna pop off on stage today?
Pop off? Yes.
W7M here in Copenhagen, no one could stop their rampage.
Eu não vejo essa sensação de pesar. Eu já conquistei uma vez, eu já sei o caminho, como eu consigo chegar lá.
Both teams said that they're going to be fixing what they need to be fixed. This is going to be an in-your-face sort of game.
I win, you lose. If you win, you get the chain. No, what's the map? I don't even know.
5 seconds. It's going to be a lot of trash talk. They're down to just one more. It's going to be a 3-3 half, Tim. Really hard to call which way it goes.
A gente é um time que trabalha muito e eu acho que isso é posto em prática nos campeonatos e tem dado resultado.
Hertz gets taken down, but Felipox once again there for the trade, and they are going to find that final kill onto Kitchen, and W7M go on to 1-1 here in the Swiss.
Tô me sentindo muito feliz com essa vitória, acho que o time tava precisando aí pra...
SSG é sempre fácil, né? Sempre acho fácil.
Esperem a gente na final aí, vambora.
Passar vergonha. Passar vergonha na gravação do vídeo. Então vem agora então. Vem aqui agora. Parece uma rama, velho. Mostra a bunda dele.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan, no que eu poderia fazer, então deixou eu mais maduro.
FaZe que vem nessa...
Família feliz.
Nessa segunda temporada pra tentar de novo ser campeão.
Olha lá, vai correr atrás do papai. Oh, que sorriso.
Acho que essa parte foi o que me ajudou bastante a evoluir muito então, dentro do jogo. Ele é um amuleto pra gente, né? Querendo ou não, acho que ele me deixa eu mais com vontade de querer ganhar, olhar pra ele, saber que ele tá ali me assistindo. Acho que instiga mais eu querer tá dando o meu máximo. No Major Suécia eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. E no próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Mas eu espero que se eu ganhar, conseguir levar ele pro palco e ajudar ele a levantar o Hammer junto comigo. E a gente vai trabalhar bastante para isso acontecer ou no Major ou no Six Invitation.
Looks like FaZe are on the way to their second win here. They beat Dark Zero last night, and they've got NIP on the ropes, raining body shots in, and it just needs that one knockout. And FaZe will lock it down, and they go 2-0 here in the Swiss format.
Oricum și FaZe a avut un run foarte bun în SIO ăsta. De-aia au și ajuns în finală. Mă așteptam să fie C2 în finală, dar totodată I wasn't rooting for G2 deathmatch. Și avem pe... Probabil că avem pe W7M în finală.
It's been a year and a half since Dark Zero raised the hammer in Charlotte.
This is a team that has some of NA's smartest and best players. If it clicks, this is a very dangerous team.
I'm from Toronto, Canada, which very high percentage of NHL prospects come from. I grew up playing with and against true stars of the game. I wasn't like a super talented player, but hard work is more important than talent. That was my whole life, till I got a bunch of concussions. I couldn't play anymore. So I guess I kind of just threw myself into competitive gaming. I'm Troy, Canadian in-game. I'm the in-game leader of Dark Zero. I am the best and the most accomplished in-game leader in the history of Rainbow Six Siege.
One of our beloveds, our staples, Dark Zero and M80, one of these teams guaranteed to move down to the O2 best of threes.
I'm Iconic. I'm IGL for M80. My style is just free. I feel like my whole life I've always stood out, so like if I'm comfortable with who I am, no matter where I am, then nothing can stop me.
M80 has been looking very solid up against DZ for quite some time. We'll see if they can go from zeros to heroes here, get their first dub under the board. We'll see.
Okay, Dark Zero bench first.
Being the IGL to add a level of pressure, you know, when no one's really sure what they should do, you have to be the person who trusts in yourself to know what's best in the moment.
Tina's got to take this close quarters engagement. Should be an easy pickup, especially now that Diaz is taken down one. Huge first round for M80.
The matches are just, it's incredibly tight. But you can feel like the chest, like you move a piece, like the instant reactions.
Very likely have won this round as Gomez drops down, takes down Pamazoo with a very, very heavy retake strat.
Force this plant. Play your lives. Switching box.
Growing up and having that discipline definitely gave me an edge.
Rear end from the back end, but it's gonna be Rice that takes down Gomez, and all of a sudden, it's just down to Iconic.
Gonna go cage. Gonna go up yellow. Gonna go up yellow.
Connect the wall. Hearts are pounding. It's a sport, you know?
Rice needs to hit this shot if he wants to end it in regulation. There's no about Iconic. He baits out the engagement, hits the retake.
Și-a făcut tot reportajul ăsta într-o săptămână, că aproape o săptămână a durat să fac o producție de genul. Which is actually cool.
Stand on the brink of elimination. A Southeast Asian and a Middle Eastern team might qualify for the main stage. None of this is how anybody drew it up, and that is the story of Atlanta in a nutshell.
We're in a good spot, I think. We're gonna wait for the bar to open. Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes and the bar opens.
Like the drone already, so the drone's coming and you drop, it's gonna have the intel fast.
No, because then we're gonna trade. We're gonna trade a player, which we don't want to. We wanna have all the 5 up.
No, bro, it's just like to take less time just being a bot below.
Hey, I'll tell you when I'm forester and then you can drop because the forester's gonna take the time to get to him.
I think some teams put way too much pressure on themselves, like scrimming every night or like, you know, trying to do some crazy routine. Like in my head, if a team is at the event and they need to practice to fix something, then they aren't prepared for the event, you know?
Nothing else about Bleed. They're just having a lucky tournament and they have a big fish. What is this fucking play, man?
They see the pick and they go for it. The nade, it does find the kill onto Asfi. Souls has been massive in this round. Brazil have their first team on stage in Atlanta.
Wait, did FaZe win? Yeah, 7 points.
Oh boys, you're gonna win the major. Tell you guys right here. And buy some Bitcoin as well, guys. Be smart.
2 top teams, one of which still with SI qualification on the line.
The fact that we're only 3 months away from the 6 Invitational and BDS, one of the best teams in the EU League, still hasn't qualified for the event is very, very surprising.
Asta e de acum. Asta e reportaj de acum. Mă rog, a fost făcut într-o perioadă mult mai lungă de timp, dar știu, a fost asamblat într-o săptămână. Că a fost pregătit pentru SI 2024.
seizes the opportunity, keeps BDS in control of
Și asta cred că după SI-ul de anul trecut în qualifierul pentru 2024.
Let's not let the old chat dictate the pace of this game, but it will. W7M 7-5. They will send BDS to the elimination series, and what a dire scenario it is for them as they need top 4 to qualify for SI.
Não tava nada nervoso. Só que
Ludați Tom oricum W7M la
Eu acho que a
BDS.
gente vacilou um pouco, porque tipo, as defesas a gente se preocupou em pegar nova, os ataques a gente repetiu os que a gente sempre faz. O Shaiko foi lá que nem um demônio pra cima do Nade, aí tipo, matou ele rápido.
Mano, o Shaiko restou 2 games pra quebrar a reclusão uma vez. Se eu só fico parado no cantola, no off, não mata.
G2 up against GK Esports.
Where do they go against the world champions? The one map that G2 are unbeatable on.
our captain in IGL, Alamo, he is a complete psychopath in every meaning and description of that word.
He's out of my head, guys. No,
He actually shaved his head and dyed it blonde so he looks like Eminem, and it just looks fucking terrible. Pains me to say it. He's one of the best players in the game. I hope he doesn't see this.
Alamo looking to seek an engagement. It's over! G2 make main stage.
What fucking played? That's the difference between an SI champion and a normal major champion, okay?
Yeah, boys. Great map.
Look at that place. That is cool.
The next team, they need to pray.
Thank God you found a good team to follow and not someone like M80. Those guys suck.
Bro, the trash talk.
M80 versus Wolves. Could the M80, a tournament favorite, go out 0-3?
He'll now force some of these defenders out of their position.
Bine, pe spăitul trebuie să echipăm jos aici.
Flashes the plenty to go on in. Gomez following up. Down goes P4. Gomez dies to Mowgli. Sheikah still in the same spot. Mowgli to the rescue. Bibu in on it as well. Time running out. Mowgli with the sidearm. And Spoit dies to Bibu.
Adică tipul care le face coach la Wolves e insanely good.
And as Spoit tries fruitlessly for an opening, nobody on Wolves will give him that. Wolves can easily line him up, and they get him on the cross. P4 with the final kill. Wolves survive a scare, and with a 2-0 victory, Wolves stay alive. M80 goes home.
In the moment, I don't feel too great about it, but you know, it's just life.
M80 as the #1 seed out of North America. Unfortunately, they come to the event and nothing could stick for them.
Welcome back, Striker. Welcome back, Bobo.
You gotta be in love with your fate. You can't choose too much in life what actually happens, but if you work for it, if it happens, then it's amazing.
Yeah, nice little drive back home.
And if it doesn't happen, you know, you just gotta have to, again, live with that and learn from that. We don't have time to be upset over this loss. You might look defeated, but trust me, at the 6th invitation, M80 will be there and we'll be roaring.
Asta sunt footage de la Majorul din Atlanta când au jucat de la Scars. Sau mă rog, au fost qualifierile de la Atlanta.
A really good opening kill.
Nu, asta a fost Majorul din Atlanta din 2023.
Play from Space Station as 2 of them fall. As I say that, a third goes down, and SSG, their chances of locking in this round look very grim. And that will be a nice, quick, and easy lockout for the Japanese.
リラックスに行こう。相手さ、これ予想してるよりめちゃなんて引き気味でいつめっちゃ取れるやん。めっちゃビビってます。最初からアグレッシブくるかもね。いやマジで普通の攻めで今のところいけるから逆に1分ダメだったら変えるでいいと思う。とかあれそこだけ気をつけてほしいな。いいよみんな声出ていいよ。もっと声出していこう。さあここ集中していくぞ。
When you look
look at Japanese Rainbow Six. There's so much potential there. Scars, while they dominate in Japan, they just can't find success on an international level. It's really hard to pin down what issues are befalling that region.
Scars is set up for this attack. They're going to fight for this tooth and nail.
He's pushed in and up through the road stairs, knowing that there's a player up above me. He's going to look for the jump out, but J90 has the read.
Washoy has found his pick.
They're going to drop the hatch now. It's false to make the entry.
Washoy has to have an impact, but he goes down with no resistance. Space Station are looking for liftoff. Scars disastrous. Fire up the engines. Space Station blast through Scars.
Ma Scars nu au impact pe scena internațională și nici în competițiile internaționale pentru că se obișnuit să joace versus stiluri similare. Stilele din Japonia, Coreea, mă rog, în scena lor. În condițiile în care în scena internațională sunt mult mai multe stiluri și mult prea multe stiluri și le greu să se adapteze. I believe.
これからの残りのブラジルまでの期間、次のブラジル APAC が優勝するために自分たちが絶対勝ちます。
Am scos golul de donație, da, l-am scos. Gen, voi nu vedeți ce fac, cum a... Uitam la chestii.
When you're playing and you want to win for the guy next to you, not just for yourself, and you want to win for the team as a whole, you can go a lot further doing that.
It's looking rough for NA. I mean, the one thing about DZ is they have only beaten NA teams so far in playoffs. How can they beat an APEC?
It's the best I've felt going into the event, honestly, ever.
Good luck, guys. Les fiches Joel bought it over in Bass Pro Shops.
Joel! Joel! Nu știu dacă se vede, dar we have Joel. Și dacă nu avem, ar trebui să fie adăugate motul ăla cu Joel.
They're dropping in quick, and they've got the read. It's down to Reeves all by himself. They know exactly where he is.
Ooh, insane.
DZ are making it through to our live finals.
Astea din meciul de la Atalanta când nu era Biolo în DZ.
Gotta say, Chalet and Siege superiority, really. W7M just looking like a different beast today.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Playoffs.
Sometimes being first place isn't all it's cracked up to be. BDS and Sonics were both the #1 seeds coming from their respective regions into Atlanta, but now find themselves in a scenario where only one of them can continue into playoffs.
The main vertical angle to deny this plant. Licky Fack on this lurk has finally found his kill. Just barely survives. Rexon cuts him down, but it's all a distraction. 19 and 9. Him and Citizen both putting up big numbers. Have put it all on Shaiko. And it doesn't matter. Through the ceiling.
Și de la Sonic să-l dea stomp la BDS. Adică Distors le găsi lui Shaiko. Și cumva Shaiko mai poate să câștige cu BDS pentru că nu pare că trage echipă în jos, dar lipsește ceva în BDS. Dar le se bloca stream-ul, băgați.
Shaiko. He is often what can make or break rounds for BDS. Shaiko takes down one, but sees another in small office. These are two 1v1s, and Brixer gives him away. Citizen, you've got to get the kills! But you're just simply not outgunning Shaiko. And Licky Fack is waiting. Licky Fack hits his mark. It's just Geo on the site. You brought us so far, but you've let BDS move into a post plant, move to where they're strongest. He's looking the wrong way. It's Shaiko! He closes it out! SI is still here!
Ouais les gars, enfin, Sonic, en vrai c'était bon mais on a eu chaud quand même.
Ça va, on est bien resté focus quand même.
Top.
Demain, faut gagner.
On prépare le match sérieusement ce soir et ça devrait le faire pour demain. Bien joué les gars.
This is the last day of play-ins. Every single game today is going to be do it or go home.
We'll start off with BDS and Virtus Pro, then move into GK's.
Gotta be joking. Yeah, so basically this is what we use to predict what we're gonna play. And right now, VP or BDS?
It's not gonna happen unless he rounds the corner with the pistol!
Holy shit. It's a dangerous game right there.
There goes the stun and the kill to go through.
We predict that. And then we can see we're gonna play BDS most likely.
Looking for something, anything that could bring this game over the line.
It's gonna be first time we actually play against BDS, which is gonna be cool.
Oh my god. Did you play with this controller? Rematch?
Je me sens bien, c'était une game très dure, mais en global je me sens bien et du coup hâte de jouer les playoffs quoi.
I'd rather VT1, because that means no BDS at SI.
Se a gente quer ganhar, a gente vai pegar o ganhador de Bleed ou o SSG.
Prefere pegar aqui?
Tudo faz, pô. Pra ser campeão tem que ganhar de todo mundo, pô. Não tem essa.
Tá preparado pra qualquer um?
Preparado pra qualquer um.
Porque eles são muito lentos, mano. No final do round a gente vai ganhar.
E não entra ninguém embaixo.
Não entra ninguém embaixo.
Playoffs, come on.
On se voit sur le main stage, donc à bientôt.
You want to go out? But wait. Well, I'm gonna go, I guess. So see you later. Bye bye.
Insane, bro.
Bota na cabeça de vocês, a gente é melhor que eles.
Et oui, on n'est pas des merdes, on va jusqu'au bout les gars. Jusqu'au bout.
We can fucking solve the problems, we don't fucking force anything.
Wake up. Get out your head. Play.
Bro, cât m-aș bucura să meargă Twitch servers bine, m-aș bucura. Guess what? Ain't happening. Dacă tot văd atâtea ads-uri la voi, o măcar să meargă bine, știi? Că gen, mi fac bani. Noi facem în medie în 4 ore de stream din ads la câți viewer avem, că n-ai câteva mii de viewer, faci sub 5 cenți. Bă, Brazilia arată nice, sau cel puțin orașul în care se ține major arată nice. It is actually a good looking city. Ah, bro, cât detest mizeria asta de la Twitch. Că le se blochează serverul. Doar pe România se întâmplă chestia asta. Cause why not? ¿44? Mamă. Sad. Trist. Unfortunately. Adu-mă aminte ce link. Mă duc aminte. Păi, bă, eu am trimis link-ul. Din eu personal am trimis link-ul la niște prieteni care au semnat. Am vreo 5 prieteni care au semnat link-ul ăla. Știu link-ul cu petiția. Da, știu link-ul cu petiția de așa mai departe. Am trimis link-ul mai departe și eu. Păi, știi cum e? La români nu le pasă. Gen, românul bate din gură că, Doamne, condiții, nu știu ce, când vine vorba de, mai ales pe Twitch, când vine vorba de făcut ceva sau actually să facă ceva, bă, aveai șansa să... Păi nu semnez, dar dacă nu se întâmplă, dacă mi-au bani. Păi, fratele meu, tu ai, în momentul ăsta, sunt foarte mulți români, streameri români, care au parteneri pe Twitch. N-au 60 de view-uri. Au 10-15 view-uri. Sub. Ei nu zic nimica, că ei au servere mai bune. Dar și ei sunt afectați. Așa e românul, man. Dacă aș face stream doar în engleză, aș avea mult mai mult impact și mult mai mult succes. Bă, și s-ar putea să facem chestia asta, să ne uităm pe engleză only, să fie only English stream. Ar fi interesant. Și să explorăm și alte platforme. Ar fi interesant. Totodată, liniștit, Andrei. Liniștit, Andreu. Enjoy the cafeluță și New World. Man, lumea nu vrea. Nu poți să obligi pe oameni să semneze o petiție cu forța sau să se implice cu forța în proiecte. Adică ce primează în România foarte mult e just chatting și content aiurea. Faptul că suntem câțiva streameri care încercăm să producem content sau care producem content în limita posibilităților noastre, că nu toți avem bani de GoXLR, webcam, DSLR, morțărniți, nu înseamnă că nu producem content. Noi încercăm să producem content cât de mult putem și cât de bine putem. Faptul că pentru unii streameri apar oportunități, chiar dacă nu facem bani în ele cum e Ubisoft-ul pentru mine, înseamnă că oamenii respectivi au văzut ceva în noi sau că avem potențial. Totodată, raportându-mă când vrei să schimbi ceva, sunt foarte mulți oameni care o să fie împotriva ta. Și gen, nu numai oameni, așa, comunități, că vine X, că vine Y, că-s manipulați de alții, că streamerul respectiv este mult prea family friendly și nu vrea să se implice în nimic. Că, vezi, Doamne, comunitatea lui este o comunitate bazată pe respect, o comunitate în care sunt copii și așa mai departe. Unele lucruri poți să le înțelegi, dar totodată când sunt lucruri care afectează toți streamerii și nu neapărat că ne afectează individual, ne afectează pe toți individual și atunci ne afectează ca și grup, ar trebui să se ia niște inițiative, să fie o inițiativă, să oamenii să își dea interesul. Dar nu o să-și dea interesul, ca și la români. Că românul e prost, se plânge, dacă trebuie să facă ceva, Dar nu numai România, așa e peste tot și alte naționalități fac la fel. Și alte etnii. Numai că la noi, noi vedem ce fac oamenii noștri. Noi îi vedem. Te uiți, noi ne cunoaștem noi pe noi. Chiar dacă suntem diferiți unul față de altul, știm cum gândim, știm cum o să reacționăm. Chiar dacă nu-l cunoști pe un om, o să dai seama după 3-5 minute de conversație cu cineva dacă omul ăla e capabil, dacă omul ăla nu e capabil, cum o să reacționeze într-o anumită situație, pentru că îl vezi, ce gândește, cum gândește, ce scoate pe gură. Tu, sau nu tu în general, tu ca și formă de exprimare. Vrei să schimbi ceva când 80%, nu 80%, 50% îs nepăsător, 30% îs împotrivă și 20% fac. Rămâi cu 20%, aia 50% oricum nu le pasă, aia care sunt împotriva ta o să influențeze pe aia care îs nepăsători. Sau invers. Adică influența bună e foarte greu de implementat. O influență proastă, să-i îndrum pe oameni să facă o prostie? Păi fratele meu, dacă zice un mare influencer să facă, sau nu un mare influencer, un streamer de asta mare român, să faceți X lucruri care sunt nocive pentru voi, pot să se facă. Dar dacă zice un streamer mai mic, hai să semnăm o petiție ca să dăm improve la Twitch, să le dăm la ea un semn de alarmă, să încercăm să avem servere mai bune, coding mai bun, nu, tati, nu se poate. Că vezi, Doamne, tu ești unul singur, tu ai comunitatea ta foarte micuță, dar în comunitatea mea eu am 800 de oameni pe stream. Și mie nu-mi pasă de ce zici tu, că eu sunt partener. Chat, ăsta e Twitch-ul. Ăsta e Twitch România. Și... Bă, și... Eu mă bucur că eu mi-am format comunitatea mea. Bă, cu bune, cu rele. Bă, cât suntem? Că suntem zile în care suntem 2 oameni pe stream. Fac stream 5 ore. Sunt 2 oameni. Bă, eu cu mine, eu cu telefonul meu și mai cineva. E strikerul care face lurk. Bă, suntem 2. Eu cu mine și cu strikerul. 2 oameni. Să mai trece Andreu când mai între taburi. Bă, atâta. Și n-am cerut la nimeni nimic. Nu mai am gol de donație, cred că mi-am și dezactivat PayPal-ul în descriere. N-am cerut subs, n-am nimic. Tot ce am făcut, sau tot ce s-a donat, tot ce s-a dat subs, am dat înapoi la comunitate. Am dat 2 key de Skull and Bones pe stream, mulțumim lor de la Ubisoft, adică Ubisoft pentru mine, pentru comunitatea mea au făcut foarte multe, bro. Oamenii de la Ubisoft și toate programele de partnership pe care le-am avut a fost datorită lor. ESA e 2024, faptul că suntem aici și facem stream, și facem co-stream împreună cu alți streamer care sunt mai mari decât mine sau care sunt mai mici decât mine și avem posibilitatea să facem istorie, bă, pentru că Ubisoft a văzut ceva în noi. Sau ne-a dat o șansă. O șansă pe care mulți poate nu o primesc sau mulți nici nu încearcă să aibă șansa asta. Și nu mă uit la numere.
Nu mă uit la numere și văd câți oameni am pe stream. În fiecare zi văd. Văd ce average view rate am, văd cât sub am, văd câte ore fac stream, văd ce commitment am eu pe stream, cât de mult îmi dau interesul. Dar n-am zis niciodată, bă, eu fac pentru bani, bă, donați, bă, dați subs. Niciodată. Că făceam mișto de Viponțiu când se plângea care reclame, îi ziceam, dă sub, da, că mă cunosc el de ani de zile. Sub-ul meu nu se ia în calcul, cred. Al meu nu cred că se ia în calcul. Am doi subs. Și cumva, bă, nu-i compătimesc pe alții, nu port ranchiună, nu invide că alții fac 30 de subs pe zi, că au hype train după hype train în fiecare zi, că li se donează 10 de euro. Bă, nu. Bă, eu nici n-am gol de donație, chat. Eu nici nu o să mai am gol de donație din simplu respect pentru comunitatea. Băi, eu respect mai mult comunitatea și cumva investesc în mine și prefer să investesc în mine, adică toată lumea are money issues și ar fi frumos să fac cash out în fiecare lună. Who cares? Sunt irelevante chestiile astea dacă lumea acum se raportează la un hobby că, bă, doar să fac bani, guess what? N-ajungi nicăieri. Bă, și am ajuns aici. Suntem 10 oameni pe stream și ne uităm la SI 2024, o să avem reveal panel și o întrebare, de ce fac stream zi de zi cu SI? Bă, pentru că e o oportunitate pe care poate nimeni nu are din România. Poate singurul din România care are dreptul să facă co-stream. Și pentru voi, eu sunt aici. Cu bune, cu rele, cam o zi bună, cam o zi proastă, nu. Încerc să fiu cât de des să poată alături de voi. N-am zis că sunt perfect, n-am zis că dau cel mai bun gameplay din lume. Not me. Dar sunt aici. Că-s 2 ore cu voi, că-s 7 ore cu voi, sunt aici. Uite-l pe King George, legendă.
First of all, let's introduce everybody here and make sure that you know what's going on in the halftime show. With Alpha and George, and we'll also have rotation with Dev Marta and Rolo, Titanium Rolo.
Nu mă apar emoturile alea, Andrei. Cristos. Nu mă apar emoturile. Nu le văd, unfortunately.
All you need on twitch.tv/rainbow6. Make sure you subscribe and then you can ask your question. Our team here at Blastar 6 will be reviewing all of the questions and putting them into a little sheet for me to go through.
Nu mă apar niciun OBS, deși am activat 7TV. Dar e relevant, îmi cam dau seama. Ce sunt? Da, sure, bro. Face să fie bine. Bă, și totul a început spriul ăsta de streaming de la Cupa KGB. Probabil că dacă nu venea cu Lil sau n-avea Lil o idee și să o materializăm, bă, probabil că astăzi noi nu făceam stream la SI. Probabil că nu continuăm spriul ăsta de streamuri lungi și aproape zi de zi. Și nu e neapărat consistența pe care am, da, sunt consistent și chiar am arătat că sunt consistent și it's all about my community. Da, nu e doar despre asta, e pasiunea, pentru că ador jocul ăsta, că am momente în care zic îi dau uninstall, da, că sunt momente de, nu știu, mă enervez în momentul ăla. This is the game that made me feel good. Și am jucat foarte multe jocuri.
I'll see him soon. So they're having their fun in the meantime.
Am jucat Valorant, am jucat CS, am jucat
Question for you. You have been all around the world. What does it feel like to now
mult
be
prea
on
multe.
the telestration on the analyst desk?
You know, it's great. I get to see
Și
and now have
într-o
visibility
zi
on everything. So when I used to be a player, I could not see all of it. So I would just like basically make
Probabil.
mistakes, not knowing what was going on. I feel like right now I watch everything and I'm like, oh, this is how I should play. So I'm just learning from the best.
Alături de oamenii cu care mă joc, o să ajungem pe scena asta. Și dacă ne luăm bătaie și să fim prima echipă eliminată, bă, you're gonna be there. You're gonna prove something. It's either one day or day one.
You have that hammer, you've lifted it, the first one to do it way back in the day in Montreal in 2017, and now the content creator that's constantly popping off. How does that feel? How's that transition?
It's nice, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I still love, in some parts of me, I miss pro play as well too. But I think with like the later transition in life with the wife and kids and everything else, it's nice to be able to make my own schedule. There's less stress involved in content creation, and the biggest thing is I get to just hang out with, you know, everybody in chat and stuff like that, and just have a good time.
Do you have any words for Intero?
The man, the legend himself, King George.
Oh, okay.
Chat, pentru cine nu știe, King George a fost primul om care a câștigat un turneu de Rainbow Six Siege Invitationals. Primul om care a ridicat sledgehammer-ul deasupra capului.
You got to come here and work a big event, SI. What does it feel like
Insane.
to be in Brazil in the middle of it all and just experience it outside of just being a player or on analyst desk?
It's actually one of the only regions where I didn't go, so
true.
It's something I was expecting for a long time. Not really expecting, but like I really wanted to go, just because in general I just love the culture, I love the food. But then you take a look at the stage, you take a look at the stakes that are here, take a look at the players, the storylines. I also just love the people. I just love the people.
And to continue on that, because the question does build on it, do you have any plans to go pro again, or are you open to it?
I would say, I think it's a bit similar to you, that, you know, you always kind of miss that competition. Like when you've tasted, you really want to go back at any time. Thing is, I don't have a wife, I don't have kids, so it's still up in the air. But no, I would not go back to pro play. I think if I wanted to go back to pro, I would probably just be coaching, because I'm just more into strategy, I'm more into team spirit, into bonding and you know, experiencing crazy stuff with teammates. That's really what I'm into, so it would probably just be coaching, I think.
All right. For you, King George, our last question here. How does it feel like to see the hammer again floating there when you were the first to lift it?
It's just kind of surreal. I still remember the moment
sincer,
that we lifted it. It's
ar
something I'll
fi
never forget.
insane să avem sau să am un coach cum e King George sau Enemy One, tipul care e coach la Wolves. Bă, nu că mi-ar prinde bine, don't get me wrong, dar e o altă viziune asupra jocului și ei înțeleg mult mai ușor lucrurile decât un coach normal. Că un coach normal îți spune greșeli mici, nu are o viziune atât de amplă pe cum o au ei. Pentru că un coach normal nu are experiența de Pro League.
Joining us on the main stage here. In Portuguese first, would you like to introduce our amazing guest here, Leo?
Thank you. People know him, Hazza, the machine, the legend, one of the greatest streamers we have in Brazil. Preciso fazer mais algum tipo de introdução? Okay, Kamikaze, you know this guy. He won the Sixth Invitational back in 2021. And he was a vice in 2020, right? You're so close for the hammer, but...
I think you're allowed to touch it. Because you've won it, so you're allowed.
Você pode tocar, né? Você já levantou.
Então, eu sou o único que pode tocar aqui e eu quero ver amanhã quem que vai ser.
Bă, dar vorbește în engleză, mâncați ai sufletul tău când...
Eu acho que vai dar 2 BR, tomara, a W7 me fez, então vou torcer aí.
Did you get it? He wants FaZe and W7M in the final.
You want that too? FaZe W7M?
Sorry, but I think...
Da, lumea vrea FaZe W7M în finală. Asta își doresc oamenii. which is insane, pentru că
Listen, a lot of fans here wish that Team Liquid would have been on the main stage. You're of course a content creator with them. If you would like to give Liquid their moment, certain players, Palu, Nesk, that didn't make the cut, what would you like to say
insane
about your
echipele
amazing
și
team?
cumva W7 merită să fie în finală.
The best team in the world, okay? But Liquid is, for me, is the top one organization in the world, for sure. But not there at that moment, you know what I mean? So it's not a problem, but that's it. I love Liquid. It's my team. No more.
You've got a lot of fans here in the building. In Portuguese, what would you like to say to everybody out here?
Eu queria falar que a galera aqui é foda demais, mano. E é isso aqui, é tudo incrível.
Bă, nu înțeleg portughez, dar probabil că le dă hype. Which is insane.
Com um monte de gente assim, é algo surreal, pô. Eu não tenho nem o que falar, pô. É algo assustador. Tô até meio em choque, falar a verdade, tá? Isso que eu não costumo chocar. Mas agora aqui eu tô meio chocado. Mas acontece, né? A vida é assim, né?
I don't know what can you translate for me?
That she's shocked. He was not expecting to be here with so many people following him. So, yeah. But congratulations, man. You're a big name. You helped to build our community. So thank you, by the way.
Thanks so much. Muito obrigado. Eu que agradeço, né?
É isso, a máquina.
Any last words from Kamikaze?
Yeah, your predicts. O que você acha que vai acontecer nesse Six Invitational?
Mano, falando bem a real mesmo, eu acho que a W7 Team vai amassar agora a VP. É muito difícil ganhar dos caras, eles estão numa crescente muito grande. E eu acho que a W7 Team na final vai vir pra derrubar aí, vai ser o maior time da história do Siege, tá ligado? Tipo, eles são muito bons.
Bă, true. Sunt destul de
O cara é o GOAT e é isso.
de grele limbile din nord și germana, dar portugheza e ok, adică nu înțeleg că nu știu, n-am bazele, n-am auzit-o așa de des. Enjoy, bro.
Thank you very much, Ian, and there it is, Kamikaze and Raza, big names here in Brazil. They join us live from Sao Paulo in Ginásio de Ibirapuera, and we still have our own guests. We've said goodbye to King George and Alfama, not permanently goodbye, by the way, just to make it very clear, but we're back again to talk with two of our own friends again. Mr. James Devmarda and Titanium Rollo, who joins us on the desk all the way from the other side of the planet here, both of you actually, but just on either sides of it. James, first of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I don't know how you can talk on the desk with the crowd this loud. It is insane. I can barely hear myself think.
And you, Rollo, how are you feeling today?
Amazing. This is my first ever LAN and it has been the best experience so far.
It's a hell of a thing for your first LAN to be the biggest event we've ever had, and be it an invitational in Brazil. It gets really loud. Now, for those that don't know, of course,
Mă, insane că invitată pe Titanium la
good friend,
SI.
everything in APAC, right? Host, analyst, caster, you've done it with us here. We've worked for years
Bă,
together.
cam toți sunt content creators pentru Ubisoft și au numere foarte mari.
Actually play some sort of role even in that little Mira piece that we did with Tubarão. So yeah, how are you doing here now? You had some time to go around in Brazil. I know schedules can be kind of packed and tight.
Yes, so I asked my community when I first came here, what do they recommend that I should try? So I've been on the hunt to get some native food to Brazil, and my favorite so far has been coxina.
Yeah.
It's really good.
It is very good. The overall food here in Brazil is on another level. Now, we're coming in with some questions for those out there that haven't subscribed. You've got a couple minutes to get it done and ask questions. Our team is looking forward. We can ask them directly to Devmarda and Ms. Rollo. How's the jet lag?
How's the jet lag? I'm finally getting over it, believe it or not. I did wake up at 5 a.m. though, but that's fine. More time in the day to do fun stuff about SI, and that's really been the story of it here. I'm only here for 5 days. Like, you've been here for a while, right? With playoffs and all that.
Last Saturday.
5 days is not a long time when you spend 24 hours driving, flying each way to get here, and so I'm just looking to make the most of it.
Fair enough. And Rollo, now you've been able to watch some of the games. I know, again, everybody's busy with things, but are you rooting for someone to win now that we know it's VP, W7M, and FaZe?
Absolutely. So I am a big fan of the LATAM region. I have been since 2K19. So FaZe to win for me all the way.
How does it feel like to be the queen of Easter eggs?
a wild experience. I can't believe like a small passion I used to do in my spare time has just exploded on the internet.
Hey, people want what they want and you give it to them, and that's pretty much all that we like to see. So favorite.
Bă, n-aș putea să zic că e The Queen of Easter eggs, dar tipul a găsit cam toate easter egg-urile din Siege care au fost adăugate în ultima perioadă.
Was a little bit like a weird cheese thing on some rice and shredded beef dish, and it was cool. It was interesting. I'm still getting a handle on just touring Brazil and figuring out the food and the timing and the jet lag, but it's been good fun. A lot of meat, a lot of burgers, a lot of rice,
absolutely,
a lot of really heavy food. It's great.
So, do you have a favorite to win this event? I know you're not officially on the desk as an analyst, but you know how it is.
You know what that means? It means I have a license to be as biased as I want.
German is the second most spoken language in Brazil. While Italian comes on the For real? Este vorbesc mai multe german decât italiană. Insane.
Brazil versus not Brazil event, but we might still get that with FaZe.
How have predictions gone so far? Do you make any?
So I did. I initially put SSG to win their group stage, and everybody said that was a bad decision, so I changed it, and I regret changing it.
You should completely lock in what you got. Trust yourself, and there you go. Rollo, thank you very much, and thank you, James, for joining us once more here on the desk. For all of those watching, it's time to commend another member of our community.
Estamos de volta, ginásio do Ibirapuera. Mais uma homenagem. Eu tô sentindo calor subindo aqui, Ian.
This arena never gets old. Welcome back to the 6th Invitational here in 2024. We've got the reveal panel coming up shortly, and of course we've got another best of 3 coming your way. But before we get there, it's time to celebrate another commendee.
E essa é nossa primeira homenagem desse 6th Invitational para brasileiro que fez história, Ian.
Yes. This man.
Bă, portugheză seamănă mult cu italiana, spaniola.
Acho que essa é a história de uma criança. Uma criança que tinha sonho e que fez deste realidade.
Mai mult nu are tangențe cu germana.
Eu espero que ela te inspire. I'm Julio, my nickname is Julio as well. Comecei a jogar videogame, é até difícil falar isso, porque desde muito criança eu joguei videogame. Eu acho que no Brasil, antigamente não tinha um computador tão bom para jogar. Então você ia pra Lan House pra jogar computador. E acabou virando um ponto de encontro, assim, pra quem gostava de jogos. Você ia pra lá jogar um CSGO, você ia lá pra jogar um Ragnarok. Então, se você gostava de jogo, você ia pra lá,
eu não tinha por nós. Não ia...
com eles. E eu acho que é aí que começou minha mentalidade.
E francês, că francezii vorbesc pe nas.
Você não quer perder pra ele, né? Você quer ganhar dele, então não tem como. E acabou que eu fui jogando, fui ficando muito bom no jogo chamado Battlefield. E meio que jogava profissionalmente, só que não era algo tão profissional assim. Jogava campeonatos profissionais que valiam vaga lá pra fora, mas eu ainda trabalhava, estudava, então foi uma transição meio que natural, assim. Eu fui vendo que tinha um mundo. Primeira vez que eu fui viajar pro Mundial de Battlefield foi na Alemanha. E a gente, caramba, a gente tá aqui na Alemanha jogando Mundial, o jogo que a gente gosta, sendo pago pra isso, com nossos amigos. Então, assim, eu vi que era uma coisa que eu gostava muito e eu queria, pelo menos, tentar. E aí, nesse tempo, o pessoal da Ubisoft no Brasil chegou falando, ó, tem esse jogo, Rainbow Six Siege. E aí a gente, vamos ver como é esse jogo. Para ser sincero, a primeira vez assim foi bem difícil a transição.
E e insane faptul că...
gostar muito de Rainbow Six foi essa parte tática.
Fugi, Andrei. Enjoy.
Tô de coach, eu adoro essa parte tática. Eu ainda mais do que essa
Mi se pare insane faptul că
eu ainda consigo aproveitar o máximo do Rainbow Six, que é a parte tática.
au invitat atâția content creators și au luat interviuri la atâția oameni care au impact în scena de Siege.
Eu cheguei no jogo com uma line
Că jucători că sunt coach pentru diferite echipe sau doar content creator pentru organizații.
Pra gente se provar e para as outras regiões verem o nosso potencial. E acabou crescendo de uma maneira que eu não esperava. A partir daí,
we're witnessing history, we're making history at the same time.
O primeiro resultado específico que nós tivemos foi
suntem parte din istoria Siege, toți. Faptul că vă uitați la mine, faptul că stați larg,
acabou superando um pouco
sunteți
as regiões.
parte din istoria Siege.
Muito, e chegou no Invitational de 2020, chegando nos playoffs pela Loser Bracket. E aí a gente conseguiu ganhar e chegamos na final. Acabamos perdendo para Space Station.
Fiecare din voi.
Assim, dentro e fora do jogo, a gente aprendeu
Part
a jogar
of the
uma final,
history.
a gente aprendeu como se portar durante o campeonato. E a gente acabou
Pendejos.
trazendo essa experiência, treinando com times BRs, os times BRs acabaram pegando isso. Então em 2021 a gente acabou jogando contra a Liquid na final, ganhamos. O Brasil é o país do Rainbow Six, porque tem outras regiões, mas nenhuma é tão apaixonada quanto a gente pelo jogo, com certeza. Depois de todos esses anos, eu ainda sou apaixonado pelo jogo. Eu acho que eu estou no momento ideal agora para ser um coach, pela minha experiência. E eu quero continuar trabalhando como coach, principalmente com jovens talentos. Para mim é como se fosse o começo da minha carreira como coach, entendeu? Eu tenho muito ainda a me provar. Já me provei muito como jogador, mas como coach, eu acho que eu ainda tenho muito a provar e a ensinar as pessoas. Então eu tô mais motivado que nunca. Eu consigo fazer muito fora do jogo. E é bem diferente, mas é bem legal, assim, tô curtindo bastante. Cara, eu acho que a família é tudo pra mim. Cara, eu acho que a comunidade do Rainbow Six é sim uma segunda família pra mim, porque eu tô desde 2015, então tem pessoas que estão há 8 anos na minha vida, tenho grandes amigos, grandes pessoas que passaram pela minha trajetória, e isso fez minha carreira ser muito mais leve, assim. Eu acho que isso ajudou bastante pra eu estar aqui até hoje e estar curtindo igual fosse no primeiro dia.
Cara, o Júlio, acho que desde o começo ele é uma lenda no jogo.
Ele foi um dos melhores que a gente teve e um dos que mais agregou ao cenário com isso. Não tem quem não gosta dele, é impossível não gostar do Júlio.
Cara, acho que se retornasse para onde eu comecei na minha carreira, eu acho que eu não faria nada de diferente, porque mesmo as derrotas que eu tive na vida e dentro do jogo foram que me ensinaram a ser o que eu sou hoje, entendeu? Me doei ao máximo ao Cid tudo que eu tinha e o Cid me trouxe de volta.
Cred că acum să primească award. Știu că în promptul inițial erau content creator și streamer care primesc award, nu doar jucătorii și coach-ul pentru MVP. So, dacă nu e de award, e doar invitat. Știu că trebuie să aibă invitați speciali, content creator sau așa mai departe, care sunt content creator, coach sau streamer care sunt invitați, award-uri, mai era încă ceva, if I remember correctly.
Cara, é uma loucura ver, tá desde o começo do jogo e ver isso aqui, essa festa no Brasil é incrível, é incrível.
Remember.
Você imaginou quando começou a jogar e as pessoas diziam que era um joguinho, que se ia chegar e ter todo esse reconhecimento e mais do que isso, ser vencedor, levantar essa marreta. Tantos e tantos tentaram e tentam e não é pra qualquer um.
Cara, eu nunca imaginaria, comecei por diversão e acabou se tornando isso. Quando o Rainbow Six chegou no Brasil, o Brasil não era nenhuma região, então não tinha nem campeonato aqui. E agora ver esse ING, essa festa, torcida do Brasil é o melhor do mundo e é isso, vambora.
Julio, for our English fans watching at home, there's a lot of English fans who support you as well. What would you say has been the biggest achievement ever in your career?
I think my biggest achievement is like being a good person, always like have good relationships with everything I work with,
Like now I have a family, I have a wife and kid, and like it's been awesome, you know, like transition to coach, and yeah, just thanks to all the fans and everyone who supported me always.
Julie, I can vouch for that. Out of everyone I've ever met in esports, you're one of the nicest men and most humble men that I've met, of course. World champion, you've got so much silverware in your cabinet. But now we're looking ahead. Your career as a coach is only just beginning. How long and how much more do you want to achieve in this game?
I don't know, maybe 50 years old dad. I don't know, old man, just playing, coaching. I love to work with, like I said, young talents, and it's a pleasure. And yeah, let's go, let's keep up the good work.
Make some noise, Sao Paulo, for Julio!
Vamos aplaudir, tá aí, ó.
Îl dă award. Știam că mai trebuie să dea niște award-uri.
Em 2021 a lenda também participou desse Six Invitation como coach da Bleach.
What a man. I think he's just coming to have a little kiss of the trophy there.
You're allowed.
He's allowed. We're not allowed.
No.
All right, we are going to go to a break, but when we come back, it's all about the panel. It's the reveal panel is coming up. I know you're here for it, and you do not want to miss this one.
O să avem reveal panel-ul după pauza asta scurtă. Nu știu cât o să fie. 5 minute, cred. Nu, 7 minute, că la 7 fix începe reveal panel-ul. O să fie reveal panel-ul... Cred că o să aibă 30 de minute, reveal panel-ul. Și după se continuă cu Virtus Pro versus W7M.
Qual que é a programação de vocês aqui?
Eu dei 2 às 2h45, depois a gente vai fazer uns bagulho de drone lá, depois vai treinar. Vai ser de manhã, tá? Tipo, nós vamos ter que acordar às 11h30 da manhã.
11h30?
Então eu vou ter que acordar 8 horas, 8h30 por aí, pra tirar uma neca, hein?
C'est quoi tes jeux en ce moment là? Moi j'ai aucun jeu moi. J'ai tout. Niveau combien on t'a de là? Je viens de passer à HDB 11. Quoi? Mais t'es un geek.
At the Gas South Arena, about to do rehearsals for walkouts and such. Our first look at the arena. Seems pretty dope. It's also a hockey arena, so advantage me.
It is gonna be awesome. Și reveal panel-ul și tot.
Look my trophy! Look my trophy! Hey! Look my trophy. It's mine.
Hello guys, can you all hear me?
I don't know why.
Okay, nice to see you guys again. 18 left.
He's like,
I mean, if we qualify, then we also have at least if we lose, then we're not going to Six Invitational, which is the World Championship. And if we win, then there's a good chance that we go to the World Championship either by making it to the semi-finals or by loss one losing their match. Like the stakes are as high as they can be, because otherwise it's 3 months of off-season and no World Championship, which would be the first time we're losing out on it. And of course we don't want that.
Let's say hello to Dark Zero!
Ăștia le dau taunting. E insane.
Oh, thank you.
That's a lot too. Something I was thinking about though, like, we have to stand so no team has been like through the ringer, kind of like how we have, with how close our fucking matches have been. I mean, like, we literally could have been sent fucking packing.
To the job not being done.
Water.
To the job not being
Can I
done.
touch you with my water? Here, let me touch you with my water.
Yes, sir.
Rob can't reach. Give me the water, Gabby. Christian. Okay.
De că pe timpul competițiilor toți pro player evită să consume alcool. Pentru că îți dă bambuzul. Numai Doc era era cu let's drink.
It's GG.
Dude, it's insane the fact that we are so many people on stream now. I'm seeing every one of you, every single one of you here. I'm grateful for everything that you're doing
Don't play Monty again, man. Okay?
for me.
Never ever again. I have a lot of respect for BDS and like their players on the team. I think they're all really good, especially Shaiko. Like I've always looked up to him. BDS need to come semi-finals this major to make Invitational, which is a tall order.
La chose que j'aime le plus faire au monde, c'est jouer. Vu que on a gagné un major, on a gagné des Gamers 8 aussi. Et c'est ce qui nous reste un peu à accomplir, quoi, de gagner un six et de soulever le marteau. Il faut absolument gagner. De perdre, c'est pas possible.
Carl, take the hat off and do the fucking devil horns. Walking up the stairs like that, that's gonna be cold as fuck. Go boys. Okay, guys. Have some fun, no pressure. SI's are in the corner. Just fucking do it. 3, 2, 1.
Doki finds him, a trade comes through for BDS.
Guys, you chill and go on side now, okay guys? Let's see how can we execute, okay?
Now the man who talks must act. 5 seconds remaining. 1v2 for Alamau, but he is cut down. The French find their first.
Et oui, on n'est pas des merdes, on va jusqu'au bout les gars. Jusqu'au bout.
Everyone says I copy Shaiko. And maybe I do, but in my head he is the best player.
Coming upstairs.
Yeah. Virtue holds the perfect angle to take down Red Shiro.
Let's go, Bruno.
Up 3-1 on G2.
Oh, Jake, you got Shaiko, didn't you? Yeah. Like, that's something we never do in scrims. Like, that's a game play, baby.
Not a single mistake can be afforded. Doki finds a triple kill, looking for the killing blow. Is this the G2 dominance of all?
Fucking go, baby. Bro, you grimmed him. Literally 30 bullet pre-fire, got him in the last bullet as he peeked me. Like, these guys have all against the wall now. Like, they need to win this map or they don't go to SI.
On joue ensemble, on se bat ensemble, les gars, vraiment. Là, on a dit qu'on devait rentrer sur toute la map, on l'a fait combien de fois, ça?
They will play the same way they play in the past. They're gonna spread the map. We're gonna kill them.
A big pick for G2. Lems looking to hunt down Alamau, who's already stolen his teammate. Finds the kill.
On est 5v5, ils sont comme nous. On est obligé de gagner, quoi. Il faut gagner et on va gagner.
Shaiko finds his kill on the Benja, but goes down for his trouble. He gets for the self-revive, but he will be punished. Doki on the bomb site. 13 kills for Doki so far, looking for a 14th, he finds it! Brede up against the worlds. Could this be it for BDS? 13 map win straight! G2 take no prisoners!
Commiserations to the French, they waved the white flag today. Yeah, they're going to have to sit and wait and see what DZ do later, because, you know...
Ne apropiem încet de reveal panel chat. Veți primi un charm dacă vă uitați la stream. Cred că doar la streamul lor veți primi charm. De fapt nu, și pe meu. Și pe meu o să aveți charm. You're gonna get a charm if you're watching the stream when the reveal panel is gonna start. So make sure you stick around to get one more pack for SA 2024 and reveal panel Year 9 Season 1 reveal panel charm.
Have the reset for everything. SSG will start out on the defense, and oh, so successful they have been.
Oh, Cyber's read though perfectly. King's gone down. There's no fucking way Space Station have gone to overtime.
Joga uma coisa PZD, consegue?
Cyber, they're coming for you. 3 more you'll need.
So you're gonna get everything from my stream drops. And after the SI we're gonna switch to Skull and Bones. We're gonna play some Skull and Bones tomorrow, Monday. I think Monday we're gonna play some Skull and Bones to give you some drops for the game.
Tenho um filho de 2 anos, acho que me deixou mais pensativo nas coisas. Acho que ele deixa eu mais com vontade de querer ganhar, olhar pra ele e saber que ele tá ali me assistindo. Acho que instiga mais eu querer tá dando o meu máximo.
He's forced back and he's feeling the pressure as 2 players shut him down. And EMP goes out, but Cyber's found his. Devastation for SSG quietens the crowd as FaZe have a 2-player advantage. Oh, Faults, don't do me like this. Don't make me a promise that you can't keep. Jane, I know. This crossfire may well be too much to overcome. The first 2 kills. NA, bow before your new king. FaZe have a date with the semi-finals.
Dark Zero, probably one of the smartest teams in the world, but they are still trying to play a very slow, late-round execute-based style of Rainbow Six that you can't get by with anymore.
I mean, faptul că Dark Zero încă joacă slow a avut un impact destul de mare pentru că a dus până aici, dar slow execute, sau mă rog, slow execute nu tot timpul e bun. Oricum, am mai respect pentru Canadian și echipa lui. Avea și pentru cei din G2, Doki și restul.
I felt like we were putting in the effort, you know, doing what needs to be done to be able to show up and win.
We fucking gave up. Yeah. Fucking gave up. Fuck, bro. Congrats. GG. Congrats, man. GG. Congrats, bro. Thank you.
I think you just kind of get better at dealing with it. I think we kind of have to sit down and have a whole talk as a team. But honestly, just to say to the guys, like, it's not the end of the world. We still have SI. There's still parts to be proud of here. And just remembering that.
Nobody wants him more than Troy. He is the most impactful player in the entire game. The amount of work he does, for all of us to succeed, is just...
Thank you, buddy. Give me
Ah.
I mean, Canadian merita să câștige.
Eu sou cara que, tipo, gosta de se arrumar bem, pá.
Dar, it is what it is, I mean,
Bastante, tipo, de manter
he's such a good player.
Então, eu gosto, sim, de sair, comprar roupa, tênis, essas coisas. Um cara que gosta de essas coisas é algo que me deixa bem. Se eu acreditar que eu não tô bonito, quem vai acreditar?
It's semi-finals Saturday with a Brazilian-dominated bracket and a certain EU team looking to crash the party.
I think G2 wins. G2 for sure.
I'd say 2-0 G2 and 2-1 FaZe.
W7M are like, you know, they're the reigning major champions. They're crazy good. Herds, because we have like a good rivalry, I'm always watching how he plays. Bom, essa rivalidade com a G2 eu acho que sinceramente ela não existe.
That rematch of the Six Invitational Grand Final.
This feels like a grand finals in the semi.
You know, bro, you have already made your first mistake. You know, which is attack. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you think attack is sided? Yeah. No, man.
Or don't you?
Are you nervous? Hertz. Hey. He's just fucking ignoring me. Hello. Are you nervous? No. I'm nervous. You're nervous? Yeah, I'm always nervous.
But the nervous is psychological.
Não estamos treinando, né? No, it's a good thing. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, the guy comes up to me as well saying Console's attacker sided. He's shitting himself. He knows he's about to get like 6-0.
Bro. Today, I kill G2.
You know what, Tim? I think this round is probably going to be
Confidența, the confidence chat.
I'm passing it to keep an eye on Dorky and see what he does on the Jaeger. Obviously, that's being brought along to try and keep hold of elbow. One hell of a shot and gets his kill. Virtue gets a couple back on the other side. Doki, he does strike up. Doki's moving in here. Nice! Let's go!
Ainda tem Jaeger, mano. Caralho, achei que tinha deitado o Jaeger, cara.
Matei, în ce limbă vorbești? What's that language?
Headsets coming on down. I see the microphones by the side of their face. It means that we are stepping into a tack timeout. Unsurprisingly, W7M pulled
Da, bro, da.
Don't be fucking scared of 4v1.
Acum.
So bad.
To start things out, they want to establish map control.
Mă așteptam să fie graphic designer, știi?
Herds is going to take down Benjas. G2 under a little bit of pressure now. And they're starting. Herd flicks onto Virtue. It's Alamau left against two here. Shotgun in hand. The knife comes out.
I'll set up there.
Right now, Tim, they don't really look like equals. Herds is in his head.
To Benja and Uno. Benja on the ward and he's seeing through the smoke. He's just checking the bottom laundry. He knows that there's somebody around there. The timing isn't with him. It's all up to Uno. He finds one. He can't find it.
I love ban, bro. All good.
Get round 5 and bring it back to 2-3.
A nossa derrota no Major, claro que teve muito mérito deles,
Mas tu tá se fez designer, știi?
Tava realmente bem abaixo. Eu acredito que se tivesse outra oportunidade, com certeza a gente
L-am scăpat de nou.
E eu acho que vai ser assim daqui pra frente.
G2 certainly finding their feet on Oregon better than they did on console.
And it wouldn't also surprise me if W7M claw it back.
Herds may have just deleted this attack already for G2. Herds is unstoppable right now. W7M on their feet and starting to feel confident.
Guys, we find that he's not playing Kate. Jake plays Twitch for the Phantom Trap.
Wake up. Get out your head. Play.
The last round of this first semi-final, W7M with a chance to secure that spot.
See Benjamin being nervous that they might again get flanked out here. Alamau is ready to go here. The utility starts to rain in and the drop will begin. But it's full epochs. He finds the first, KZ the second. They started at a steady pace here in Atlanta, but it has only picked up as they have gone and lined the balls that is their mascot. W7M have charged their way into the grand final.
I'm not gonna sit there and be sad of something that I can't change anymore, you know?
I mean,
like everybody loses, man. Like you lose more than you win.
Comunitatea asta trebuie să rămână clean.
When I lose, first thing I want to do is play, but this time no, like I actually want to break.
Pentru binele meu, pentru binele vostru.
Like he just destroyed us.
Trebuie să rămână clean.
We have let you down, guys. We heard the support on when we were playing so loud, the crowd like was so good, so I want to say thank you. Like individually, he just
indiferent de
marathon around us. Like sometimes one individual player.
What's gonna be next? Indiferent de ce o să fie mâine, ce o să fie săptămâna viitoare, într-o lună, într-un an.
Props to him, you know, like fucking sucks, but
comunitatea trebuie să rămână unită, clean.
We now need to become the better team again, and we're gonna
Pentru
have to
că
do that invitational.
am ajuns departe, foarte departe.
And they're gonna be on home ground, so they're gonna have a buff. We are G2.
Și nu e vorba de numere, de whatever.
We're coming for you. Again.
It's all about it's all about you people. Sunteți aici cu mine. Fiecare zi, de fiecare dată.
KDS spots his doom staring him in the face. Handing gone. It's all on KDS.
ontem a partida terminou, eu fiquei bem triste. Eu acho que triste pelos meninos, porque quero que eles ganhem também um título internacional. Quero ajudar eles nisso e eu acho que fiquei mais triste por eles, assim, que eles estão tentando bastante, do que por mim mesmo.
So many emotions here. FaZe leaving absolutely everything in the server.
Range, falei pra ele ficar calmo, que tem os seus momentos e cada um tem a sua hora.
Obrigado aí pra todo mundo que torceu aí pra FaZe aí. Infelizmente não deu certo, mas no Six Invitational...
Ja mislim grka malo su. Da, idem grkat. Sad idem s tim u chat.
Nunca imaginei isso na minha vida, ser reconhecido mundialmente. Eu falei muitas vezes pra mim mesmo que eu ia conseguir chegar onde eu tô hoje em dia e acredito que eu consigo me manter por muito tempo ainda aqui.
Como você acha que isso pode influenciar o Bernardo?
Acredito que quando ele vê isso, eu acho que ele vai ver que, independente de qualquer coisa, se tá dando errado, se tá dando certo, eu acho que você tem que sempre agradecer por ter vivido esse momento. Então acho que você prezar mais pelo coletivo, assim, e prezar pela vivência que esteja boa, né?
Bă, stare că eu te-am păstim pe tine. Întrebarea de 20.000 de puncte. Întărit aveam.
Welcome to the grand finals of the Rainbow Six Atlanta Major. Now is the time.
Da, te-am păstim.
Considering the word dynasty again.
It's an all-Brazilian battle between two teams with such different stories as well. W7M, the greatest Brazilian team to ever play this game, hunting for their back-to-back major titles.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Parquezão.
Again.
How you doing? I'm fine. That's what's up. Today I go win one more major.
W7M making history just last night to become the first team to ever qualify for the grand final of every single big event in a Siege calendar.
Mais um aí. Acho preparado, né?
No team has ever won two majors throughout the history of Rainbow Six, so W7M have the opportunity to do that today.
Pra mim, tira a Twitch que eles vão ter que, tipo, gastar recurso e tal, então não tem porque a gente, eu acho, não banir isso.
Mano, bizarro.
Los, to run through it so far, they've yet to drop a map here through playoffs, through Swiss. They were extremely strong as well. I believe it's 7 maps in a row from Los that they have won.
Não, ataque. Vocês esperavam, né?
Now is the time to see if the unstoppable force claims another victim.
Caralho, vocês
Ba, nu trebuie bani Monty.
We're going to consulate. Who takes map 1, guys?
W7M are the better team on this map. I'm gonna go with them.
Bă, da, probabil că trebuia banat Monty pentru faza de ieri. Dar...
Não preciso de energia.
Los are gonna win map 1, Jacob, yes.
Eu poderia descer agora e já pegar meu troféu.
Au, Matei, cum de nu joci rank cu băieții?
In Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose!
Já tem 2 anos que a gente tá aí como favoritos em todos os campeonatos que a gente joga. Essa expectativa alta é algo que eu aprendi a lidar. Se você quer chegar, você tem que passar por todo mundo.
Mano.
It's W7M! In Atlanta, there's no doubt where the crowd's favor lies.
No, GG, nu știu dacă mi-am luat puncte înapoi.
fica tranquilo.
Ar fi frumos să da.
Tudo que a gente vai dar pra eles hoje é o nosso melhor e com isso a gente vai sair com a...
Guys, o nível de comunicação hoje tem que ser muito bom. Concentração, beleza? Vambora.
Mi-am luat 41 de puncte înapoi.
Hoje a gente ia ganhar e não ia ter nada que
Let's go.
acontecesse que ia parar isso, porque a gente tava confiante.
41 de puncte am luat înapoi. Nice. Easy. Easy. Easy money.
Cada é o melhor na sua função.
Now we're talking. 41 de puncte. Legit. E plana.
Canos. Comigo aqui, cara.
He could flank on over, nade, taken out by more than one player. Cameraman to save this.
Până după SI nu... Gen, pe stream nu mă mai joc până după SI Siege. Mâine e ultima zi din SI.
They spot him, super shorty in hand, Hurts 3 kills in a row. It's just so easy. And this has got to be one of the most one-sided grand finals we have seen in a long time. 30 seconds off the clock and Los are just getting...
Nu știu. Skylex e probabil că este ocupat. Viponțu ieșise în oraș.
That's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. W7M 7-2 to go up 2-0. And Herds is having one of the best tournaments we have ever seen from the man.
Yeah, he's hungry for that back-to-back major trophy, baby, making history for his team, and they are only one map away from that now.
Ô, e a bala que eu dei no clutch?
Tu viu?
Dá chocolatinho
Tu não viu que eu mandei...
Vou pegar lá mais. Só uma pra tu.
Come na hora que eu quero. A gente começa atacando.
Então fica atento no início, fica paradinho de boa, tá ligado? Não fica querendo peitar os caras.
Da,
Tu,
în
principalmente.
weekend.
Tu sempre é o leãozinho no treino, quero ver aqui.
Não treino. Hoje eu fiquei paradinho, cara, com
Nu știu, să dau mesaj la Skylex probabil.
Você joga muito bem, sabe?
Dar momentan focusul este... Sau în următoarea oră focusul nostru este Reveal Panel, SI 2024 și vedem what's gonna be next. Ulterior o să fie gaming, dar nu pe stream, unfortunately.
Are Los in trouble on this one? They lose their own map pick, they lose W7M's pick. What does Los have to do to stop this onslaught?
The first thing that Los have to do is get Hertz off the board. He's having a life game today. It is his time to shine. This is a 50-50 map. Neither side has an inherent advantage. And if you can't win 3 rounds on a 50-50 map that you chose, there's going to be some troubling signs. So they do get the first pick onto KZ. That's huge. Maya sustaining some damage. Hertz in a tough spot. The best start to a round so far from Los, and it continues to improve. There's a nade tossed out. It works. They triple up on it. JV92, though, still very much alive. Another player from Los, laying in wait, not too far off from Tellers. Los is still very much in this game. Hertz, the star fragger for W7M with the diffuser available. But here comes cameraman. Pacing is essential here. Has he got the time? Oh, not enough. Los must now retake as Hertz has the chance to lock in the round, but not if cameraman has anything to say about it. Hertz looking far more mortal in this map. It could not get more even here on map number 3. Information now as to the next position as the yellow ping will guide him forward. Los takes the lead!
Guys, nós perdemos esse round de falta de comunicação de decidir o que quer fazer, tá ligado?
W7M are showing an eagerness to tie it up. Cameraman be the hero now. Holding that TCSG. Oh, slaughtering JV92.
Passar pelo corredor tem calça direito. Vamos ver.
There's smoke, depriving him of the line of sight.
Comeu.
Cameraman looking with that experience. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1 to push them to map point. Cameraman.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Adică sunt lucruri mult mai grele sau nu, lucruri mult mai importante în Siege decât leak-urile. De-aia cumva am evitat să dăm leak-uri pe stream despre tot. Le-am văzut, știm lucruri, dar încercăm să evităm leak-urile din respect pentru Ubi.
Eu vim vendo nossos ataques, nós lento pra caralho, demorando pra fazer tudo, mano. Perdendo no tempo os bagulhos, perdendo no eco.
Porque a gente tava só jogando, tá ligado? Sem fazer o que a gente faz, tipo, jogar em sincronia, indo, tipo, todo mundo junto, tá ligado? Parece que a gente só tava indo, tomando kill.
Cara, só que, tipo, foi desatenção. Mano,
é, tipo, é isso que eu tô puto, tipo, uma falta de atenção mínima, tá ligado?
É só isso, mano. Fora isso, mano, reseta essa porra aqui, é mais um mapa, igual eu falei pra vocês, tem que colocar um pouquinho na cabeça, tipo, de novo, foi a mesma parada da GK, tá ligado? Acha que o bagulho tá ganho, só tá ganho se a gente faz nosso trabalho bem feito no server e a gente não fez, mano. Pronto.
A gente faz. Sabe o que eles pecam muito? Pique. Isso eu não sei se vai rolar por causa do jogo de ontem, mas pique eles pecam muito.
Janela, esses steps finais rolam umas paletadas ali.
A nossa cabeça, como que a gente
Bă, da.
Ninguém é perfeito,
Da,
tá ligado?
G2 a fost eliminată. W7M a bătut 7-1, respectiv 7-2.
Também, que tipo, porra, tava um oba-oba, um bagulho muito fácil. Então, mano, a gente quer ser campeão do mundo, a gente vai ter que
G2 și-a luat Storm. Nu e home advantage doar.
Yesterday, Los took down FaZe on Cafe 7-2. If that doesn't give you hope for Los, I have no idea what will.
Birds didn't have a great game in the previous map. You have to wonder if that's part of the
G2 nu pot să facă predict pentru că nu aveau research, n-aveau poze, n-aveau nimic despre W7M. W7M este una din cele mai unpredictable echipe din SI. A făcut greșeli, și-a luat fight-urile prost. W7M făcea constant spawn pick-uri, prindea în angle-uri, aveau mult mai multă coordonare.
Chega pra cada jogo com um mindset atualizado.
Te-ai întors acasă, Viponțule? Probabil că după reveal panel o să închidem stream-ul. Deci o să jucăm ceva.
Meu time é o melhor time do mundo e a gente faz o que...
Vezi că am primit 4, eu am primit cel puțin, Matei a primit 40, am primit 41 de puncte înapoi din meciuri cu cheateri.
E tipo, uma sensação única. É uma sensação que não tem preço.
Salut sau salut. În Siege ne-am primit punctele înapoi.
Hoje a gente ia ganhar e não ia ter nada que acontecesse que ia parar isso. E foi o que foi. Foi
We got our points back.
A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen.
Da, punctele din rang.
Made in Atlanta.
Eu acho que essa dinastia ela já existe, a gente tá muito bem aí há muito tempo e eu acho que esses dois títulos aí são pra coroar.
I am world champion, two vezes, bro.
Mas a gente quer a marreta, a gente quer mais. Eu não vou aceitar ver outro time levantando a marreta lá no meu país. Pode ter certeza que a gente vai trabalhar o dobro para erguer essa marreta no Brasil.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me.
Chat, welcome la reveal panelul pentru Year 9 Season 1 și probabil că și roadmap-ul pentru Year 9.
What an incredible sixth invitation we've had here. Brazil, the heart.
Într-o trebuie să înceapă reveal panelul. Din ce informații am primit eu în cască.
There's more to come, of course, always in the future, and that's what we all look forward to at every single event. But SI is different than all of them.
Da, mâine este mare finală.
Yes, we're a massive community. We're all around the world. Our events travel to show that, to show it in the players, in the talent.
În teorie trebuie să înceapă reveal panelul. Cel puțin asta mi s-a spus în căscuță.
I know you're looking forward to the next big thing, the next step. The big changes that are coming to the game, of course the esport, all the upgrades, more for tomorrow. But for the reveal of our latest operation, you really need to savor in what makes SI so special. It started all the way back in 2017 in Montreal in a tiny little studio, but the idea, the flicker was there. It was all about three things, three pillars: the community, the esport, and of course the future game updates. Of course, the community is you, those that are here around us, here in Sao Paulo, you watching at home, and our commandees, of course. The esport, well, we had 20 teams, we're down to 6, and now to 3 to make it to that grand final. And they've made it all so worth it and beautiful to see. And as for that very next step, it's time to uncover who lies behind the shadows. And be careful, he's quick on the draw. It's time for Operation Deadly Omen. Enjoy.
Chat, un pic de hype că este operațiunea Deadly Omen. Să-mi ziceți dacă vă mai apare încă un drop în lista de dropuri pentru Charm, by the way. Dacă nu să dăm repede mesajele. Ok. Păi când începe trebuie să vă apară.
And welcome to Operation Deadly Omen. I'm Camille Salazar-Hadaway, here to give you all the details on the first season of Year 9 of Rainbow Six Siege. We've got some big updates to shake up the meta, a sinister new operator, and maybe even a special guest at the end? Let's not jinx it. To get us started, please welcome Creative Director Alexander.
Exact, astea.
Year
Year 9 Season 1 starts with a bang, and it's all about Operation Deadly Omen. You'll see huge meta shifts this season, where we're bringing the new shield rework, changes to the attachment system, and much more. The locker system is being introduced, a new way to manage your inventory. The next operator joining our ranks is Deimos. Now that he's captured by Team Ra-
Stați o secundă, dăm un refresh la pagină și noi.
but he will be playable. We can't wait for you to see more about him. On top of all of this, we're adding something special to the ranked rewards this season. A super rare headgear for those of you who can climb the ladder and show it off.
Our next topic is a big one. After proving its mettle on the test
Ah,
server,
mie nu mă apar
the
momentan.
revamped
Gen,
shield
nu
mechanic
pot să le
is
văd.
ready for prime time. Game director Joshua Mills is here to present this huge change and talk about the new tactical possibilities
Nu fi
of
punțule,
Siege.
zi.
So right off the bat, I'd love to take the opportunity to again thank our community for checking out our lab test server. So why are we changing the shields? The current state of the shields has something that I saw a comment for this and I thought it was perfect. It was headshot lottery. That's kind of what the hipfire sequence is, where it's just a random headshot can catch you and does not feel good regardless of what side of the shield you're on. With this package, one of the big things was to make sure that every
Da,
action
gold
shield
headgear
operator can
va fi dat doar când
follows
ajungi gold.
a very simple principle. Be defensive. Be defensive 90% of the time. If you want to be offensive, then you got to give something for that. This is the idea that reloading behind the shield is now safe. But if you want to go for the kill and you want to use your weapon, you have to open yourself up. You have to become vulnerable. Obviously, it's reinforcing the fantasy of being the tank of your team. We want you to be able to be in that front line. We want you to be able to carve away the territory. And ultimately, we want you to feel powerful. Right now, we're focusing on the ballistic shields. So this is Fuse, Blitz, Montagne when the shield is not extended. There's a bunch of new things that you can do. One, you can break through full health barricades. You have a melee pushback, and it does damage. You can reload behind your shield. Additionally, you can activate triggerable gadgets from behind the shield, as well as deploy your throwables. You will actually move the shield just a little bit to make sure that arm gets out there. Now that said, your head will always be protected. The free look. This is actually what's replacing the hipfire. This means that, as Monty, for example, you can approach a doorway and you can look to the left, look to the right, check if there's traps. But more importantly, if you're working as a team, you can hold your position while you feed that intel to them. As we can see, attackers and ballistic shields are getting a lot of functionality. They're able to sprint, better rotations throughout the map, but that said, a defender can light up that shield. This will actually stop a shield operator from sprinting. This is one of the key things you can do to start coordinating with your team or setting up for the flanks. With the new addition of the defensive melee, this allows our shield operators to get up close and personal. Something, generally speaking, you don't want to happen. But if it does, you're not out of options. It's important to recognize that whenever you do get hit by a knockback, you have a window of opportunity in which you can light up that shield user. Maybe shoot them in the legs, do something in that reaction, but again, not a position you want to find yourself in. So it's best to use the suppressive fire to keep them at a distance and work with your team. So this is the foundation of our shields going forward. It sets us up for the opportunity to revisit different parts of our shields, including our extended shields. We'll have a little bit more to talk about later this year.
While the Siege team continuously works to improve player protection, the launch of a new season is a great time to introduce impactful new measures. Updates targeting ranked mode and anti-cheat are on the way.
O să
And
mă
here
joc
to
doar
tell you
capcan
more
pentru
are
tine.
associate producer Killian Callow and player protection and game
De
security
fapt nu, o să mă joc
director
fenerire și o
Daniel
să-ți
Marie.
dau bully.
With Deadly Omen, we're introducing new restrictions to play Rank. Rank is our most competitive playlist, the place where you compete against other players based on your performance and skill level. The restrictions target two different groups, returning and new players. Siege is a constantly evolving game. The meta changes, there's new operators, new maps, balancing updates, or even gameplay addition. We know it's not a good experience to be with someone in a team who is not aware of the latest game updates. From now on, we will consider a player as inactive when that player hasn't played any regular PvP match for an entire season. When coming back, the inactive player will need to rediscover the game by winning 5 quick match or standard matches to unlock access to Ranked. The other restriction is regarding new players. A new player is any player who hasn't played Ranked before the release of Deadly Omen. From now on, besides the clearance level 50 requirement to play ranked, the new players will need to have in their collection at least 10 attacking and 10 defending operators. The focus of the new restrictions is to preserve the competitive integrity of ranked while enhancing the experience for all players.
Ban on data is an amazing system. The goal of it is to better detect and act on cheaters that are ruining the game experience of everybody. Right now, we're moving from an old model to a new model that will be based on machine learning. This is a key update for our anti-cheat strategy. We will have conservative threshold to make sure that we're not impacting fair and regular players. We only want to catch cheaters and the people that are ruining your game experience. We want to clean matches in a proactive way. Our long-term strategy toward cheating and ban on data will be exposed on the year 9 overview.
Bem, încă nu intră în funcțiune, sau?
Toward anti-cheat or player behavior are top priority for the project.
Ia, sorry, chat, vorbeam cu Kudos.
In addition to accumulating razor sharp skills and
Eram pe telefon. Sorry.
Siege players have a tendency to collect stylish looks. So we've got a new inventory system to help you make the most of your cosmetic collection. UX designer Nicholas Joshua Klein is here from Ubisoft Berlin to introduce the Locker.
We're excited to announce a new addition coming to Rainbow Six Siege, the Locker.
Bro, nu am voie să spun absolut nimic despre orice altceva. We just enjoy everything. We're gonna enjoy it together.
All items of that type for all operators and can be sorted by different criteria such as operator, name, or rarity. Players will also be able to manage their items in more in-depth ways, such as browsing the latest item category, as well as marking items as favorites. Once an item is marked as a favorite, you'll be able to find it in the Locker's own favorites category.
Bro, nu știu nimic.
As well as on top of your item lists when customizing your operators over in the operators
Ne bucurăm împreună de tot.
The latest item category lets you find any item you may have received recently, no matter where it came from. Shop, pack, battle pass, it's all in there. Players will also be able to access the pack manager from the Locker, right as the first option on the screen. In the following seasons, players can expect more updates coming to the Locker. As always, we will continue to listen to your feedback.
In Operation Deadly Omen, you'll want to take a fresh look at your loadouts as big changes are coming to attachments, including the return of a fan-favorite combo. Which combo, you ask? To tell you about that, we'll need game designer Matthew Lacombe.
Dar we are grateful.
Deadly Omen, we're going to upgrade the ADS and the attachment system. We're going to bring this awesome gunplay and gun feel that we had in Siege, and we're going to make it even better. So for the ADS, we're slowing down the time it takes for you to come from the IP to the fully ADS state. This means that if you have a plan, you're in control of an angle, you're going to get rewarded here. These changes also allow us to have more creativity and more control on what kind of bonus we can give to our attachments. Currently in the game, we have the Universal 1X, the 1.5, the 2.0, 2.5, and 3.0. In Deadly Omen, we're reshuffling them into 4 categories. We're going to have the Iron Sights, the Universal 1X, the Magnified Scope, and the Telescopic Scope. These 4 new categories allows us to give them different bonuses. Iron Sights will have 10% ADSP, Universal 1X will have 5% ADSP. Magnified Scope will have no bonus on the ADSP.
No, doar partener Ubisoft.
2.5 zoom level. Telescopic Scope
Am și în titlu Ubisoft partner.
Also no bonus on the ADSP, but it will have a 3.5 zoom level. We are removing the 1.5. We're going to keep the casing, the object, and we're going to put it in the Magnified Scope section. As we're changing the optic section, we have to redistribute them. This means that our defenders will have limited access to the magnified scope, no telescopic scope there, but on the attacker side,
nu pot să răspund la întrebarea asta.
Magnified and telescopic scope
Sau
mostly all of our operators. So that means Ash, that means the R4C, so if you were there back then.
Gen, nu pot să răspund la întrebare absolut deloc. Gen, la întrebarea nu pot să te răspund. La ce pot să te răspund este că fac parte din divizia de content creators pentru Rainbow Six Siege. Și divizia de parteneri.
What we're going to bring in Deadly Omen is a 20% reload speed bonus. So if you've been keeping up with Siege, well, last year we changed the reload. This is such an important new change for you now. If you thought that reload speed was very spicy for attachment, well, we have the horizontal grip, a new attachment that will be available for our primary weapons. This one will provide movement
I
speed
believe
bonus. So
I
if you
deserve
want to zoom around,
to be here.
The vertical grip will remain the one attachment that you want if you want to manage vertical recoil, but we're making it 15% instead of 20% bonus. As you can see in Deadly Omen, there's tons of changes to the attachment system. I suggest that you go in the shooting range, you try all of those new options around, because you have to try them out.
We're just a few updates away from the full reveal of the new operator, Deimos. But first, here's creative director Alexander Karpazes with more on what's coming this season.
Deimos e altceva, e something else, chat. Deimos is really something else.
Feature for player comfort that's coming this season is pre-visualization of projectiles. These are all the gadgets that are throwable. When you're quickly aiming, you'll have a pre-vis trail, and when you stop and pause for a bit, you'll have a completed arc. For experienced players, this is not about lowering the skill ceiling. Instead, this is giving you the confidence to set up sights quickly and not to have that moment that we've all had, where you throw a C4, it gets caught on a window ledge, and now you hate yourself. We have a lot of gadgets that are throwable, each with its own unique way of being thrown, and this gives a lot more confidence and a lot more power to the player to do the strategy that they want to do. And for those of you who don't want the system turned on, there is always an option to toggle it off as well.
Da, mă, sau, dar asta e pentru beginners players, ca să înțeleagă anumite lucruri.
We want to improve it and make sure that it's a lot more responsive, especially when it comes to approaching rappel and exiting rappel. Making sure it's a lot snappier, that it's more intuitive, and gives you the power to actually play on a wall and take an objective. And we've done some work on the mocap side as well, making sure that it feels right and also it looks right.
Last season in Operation Deep Freeze, we introduced Versus AI and the training playlist. This season, we're expanding these modes significantly, with improved AI behaviors, additional operators, and more maps. The dev with those details is technical architect Alex Busby.
Year 9 Season 1 is a big season for the Versus AI playlist. We're adding 5 new maps to the playlist, meaning players can play against the AI in Chalet, Cafe, Bank, Consulate, and Oregon. The Versus AI playlist was introduced last season with 1 map and 5 operators for the defenders to players. This season, we're adding 5 new maps, and the AI will be able to play as 2 new operators, Melusi and Alibi.
Bă, probabil, Ponțiu, eu nu pot să spun absolut nimic. Și dacă aș vrea să spun ceva, nu pot să spun. Pentru că nu sunt în cunoștință de cauză.
And more importantly, they will be less
Nu sunt în cunoștință de cauză.
We've analyzed how they play against players and improved our models and our behaviors, so hopefully they will provide more of a challenge to our more experienced players. The Versus AI playlist is not the only feature that is getting a big content drop this season. The training playlist was introduced last season as Map Run. This season, we're introducing 4 new maps to this playlist: Skyscraper, Coastline, Border, and Nighthaven. We have big ambitions for both the Versus AI and the training playlist. Each season we'll see more content, better behaviors, more player-like AI, and hopefully positive feedback from the community.
This season's operator balancing target is a zombie, and we're also making some tweaks to LMGs, which game designer David Perpignan will tell you all about.
Adică Aimlabs. N-am folosit Aimlabs din 2021.
Has changed how defense is played in Siege. She's brought new gameplay and new strategies, and that's always great. But she's bringing some frustrating
Training
situations
ground-ul, mă
for
rog,
our
unde
attackers.
poți să faci
The first
aim
one
cursor
is that
ăla
Kiva
există în
barriers can
continuare,
be
nu o să
deployed
fie
from afar,
removed.
and this is causing attackers to have issues destroying them. And the second one is that explosives are the main way to deal with them, and this is causing a lot of stress on attackers operators lineup and also on the explosives economy. From now on, Kiva barriers will be vulnerable to bullets. For example, the 5.56 from Thermite will require 36 bullets to destroy a Kiva barrier. The 417 DMR will require 11 bullets, and the Supernova shotgun will require only 3 shells. As always, in balancing, we will keep an eye on these changes and iterate in the future if it's required.
E francez, Matei. Normal că zice bullets.
After the weapon recoil overhaul that we did on year 7, LMGs have become less and less used by the players. We want to deploy a set of changes that are based on the main attributes of LMGs. LMGs are heavy weapons capable of offering great support fire. We choose 2 main changes for this patch. The first one is that we will review every recoil on LMGs and make them easier to control. You should expect a recoil in between what we had in year 7 and what we have right now. The second change is that LMGs will make operators move 10% slower. Remember that we release a new attachment, the horizontal grip, that will help you to increase your speed by a 5%. So this can help you to counter this change. These changes should incline players to play LMGs more like a support weapon rather than an entry kill weapon.
Now it's time to meet the operator who gives Operation Deadly Omen its ominous name. Deimos joins the attacking team armed with his vendetta and a gadget to help him track and hunt down his foes. Creative director Alexander Karpazis is here to share the insights on this operator's design. Then we'll go to director of gameplay design Jeremy Carvin and game designer Justin Laranger Aluwalia for details on Deimos' threatening gadget.
Deimos is not a new character to the world of Siege. This is somebody that we've been working on for over a year. And we wanted to make sure that this character had teeth, that he still remained a villain even when he was captured. We wanted to give him that half cape. We wanted him to mask his identity. He's inspired by Bass Reeves, a historical character who could be a sheriff or an outlaw himself. The character went through a lot of iterations when it came to the mask. We wanted something that kept
Masca cu Golden Joe mi s-a părut, sau mi se pare cea mai bună, sincer. Sau asta.
That fit the profile of somebody who is always thinking, who is very strategic, and who is going to challenge Rainbow.
This device idea comes from the US military, which has developed a type of nano flying drone that we always wanted to introduce into Siege. These are flying machines shaped as small helicopters, and they are very fast, hard to see, and they can scan and spy quickly what's going on around and detect.
Nu cu pe Modern Warfare.
We wanted a device that could create a
Nu, Golden Ghost are Golden Mask.
Technology was the perfect element. And
Are helmet complet de aur.
Because when you see this flyer, this is just a matter of time before Deimos shows up.
One by one, every operator dies. That's the promise Deimos made when he made his devastating first appearance last year, and it's a promise he intends to keep. Deimos specializes in hunting down his targets with ruthless efficiency. To that end, he's bringing a collection of small probes called Deathmark trackers.
Să mai zic ceva de pistol?
Seek out their target no matter where they are on the map.
Ha? Să mai zic ceva de Zero Recoil?
Only to Deimos for a period of time. Of course, it can't be said that Deimos isn't the sporting sort. While Deimos' Deathmark tracker is active, he'll reveal his own position to his prey, albeit with slightly less information. He'll also restrict himself to his custom revolver for the duration of the hunt, though as his victims soon find out, that's hardly a disadvantage. To use a Deathmark, Deimos first needs to identify a target. He can do this by having him or his allies scan enemies or their gadgets during the prep phase or action phase. This will add them to Deimos' target list. Deimos can cycle through targets using the alternate ability mode input. Once Deimos has his target, he can use the ability button to toss up one of his death marks and start the hunt. Deimos will start the round with 0 death marks and then over the course of the round, he will accumulate more until he reaches his maximum of 3. The tracker will take a few seconds to find its target, during which everyone on both teams will be alerted, giving them a chance to prepare for the situation to come. Once the tracker has found its target, the hunt begins, and will continue until either the timer runs out, or Deimos or the target is dead. That said, if Deimos doesn't like the matchup, he can cancel the ability at any time using the gadget button. To help him on his hunt, Deimos has 2 primary options. The first option is the AK-74M. This is a decent assault rifle with a large magazine, for when all you need is to just rain down bullets on the enemy. Alternatively, he can bring the M590A1. This is the SAS shotgun of choice, and a personal favorite of mine. This gun is great for making rotates, or for a quick corner peek. The real prize, though, is the big iron on Deimos' hip, the 44 Vendetta. This brand new revolver is Deimos' signature weapon, and it's easy to see why. In the veteran's hands, it's a fast, accurate, and deadly machine of death. 2 shots from this gun is more than enough to kill anything that moves. And with its clean sights, high destruction, and high mobility, it'll make sure to take down anything in Deimos' path. Deimos comes equipped with either frag grenades or hard breach charges. Frags synergize great with his death marks, allowing him to
Da,
flush
este
out
2
enemies
speed,
in
Matei.
entrenched positions. On the other hand, hard breach charges allow Deimos to bear down on a site once he's secured an area. Either way, Deimos will make sure that no one can hide from him. Deimos is a 2 health, 2 speed operator. His balanced approach is made so that he can push aggressively on
Bă,
the
Țao,
enemy
trebuie să
without
faci
having to worry
practice,
about
nu,
taking a
gen,
stray bullet
nu,
or
nu
two.
lua așa
Deimos'
negativ,
ability
că ai
can take
potențial.
one piece of the defender equation off the board, but he can also weaponize the intel that he provides. A coordinated team can use Deimos' exposed position either as bait or as a misdirect. New players will find that Deimos' kit is quite powerful and very effective at hunting down single targets and taking them out. This can be a bit risky in solo play, but if you coordinate with your team and share that intel, you can get a lot of benefit out of it. We can think of operators like Ashe, Zofia, Blitz, or Ying. They would all be perfect for that job. Deimos might be able to hunt down operators, but smart defenders will also protect themselves with traps and flanks. Operators who can anticipate or disable traps, like IQ or Thatcher, and flank watch operators, like Nomad and Gridlock, are great additions to make sure that Deimos doesn't have to worry about additional variables on his hunt. Death marks are small and fast, making it nearly impossible to avoid once they've found you. However, with the right tech, it is possible to hide from them or avoid them entirely. Gadgets that disable electronics, such as mutes jammers, two-brow Zoto canisters, can help mask an operator's presence, hiding them from a death mark tracker before they find them.
Pe ne joci solo Cuman.
Already getting tracked, these devices can still help you, though they'll only last for the duration of the disabling effect. If the disabling ends before the death mark does, then it'll pick up right where it left off. Vigil is uniquely suited to dealing with Deimos. His ability to deny intel also applies to death mark trackers. Deimos is a terrifying operator. His ability to control the flow of battle means that nobody is safe. When Deimos is on the board, he's a problem, and he needs to be dealt with.
Now that you've gotten all the details from the devs, let's get some impressions from a special guest. Someone in the community who's played a lot of Siege, and recently played an early hands-on session with Operation Deadly Omen. Please welcome Jinxie.
Let's do it. This is a sick-ass gun. When he's in the right hands, he could be a 10 out of 10 operator because it's going to have that double ping effect, right? The other attackers don't have that ping. So if your communication stays good and Deimos can actually call out where the roamers are, you can destroy roamers. And I can say his secondary was one of the most fun guns ever. Like, I could make so many line of sights through like 3-4 walls, like long range. It was sick. Ace, baby, ace! Oh yeah, this op's insane. This op's insane. Key to Deimos and what he promotes more than anything is communication and call-outs. It's gonna teach players to actually roam with discipline, because like recently the ranked meta, not Pro League, but the ranked meta is just everyone running around. So that operator would actually shift the meta. When I found out Ashe R4C ACOG was coming back, I almost shit my pants. And then like they even brought back Buck ACOG and all the other iconic ACOGs. Castle has an ACOG. So I think next is Jaeger. Demos is so good. I'm out.
You can play the season test server for Operation Deadly Omen starting next week. Take the new shields for a spin, experiment with new attachment upgrades, and see how devious Deimos really is. Remember, whether you're in the test server or just playing as usual, please report issues you encounter to R6Fix for a chance to earn some rewards. We're also hyped for the live reveal of Year 9 of Rainbow Six Siege tomorrow at the finals.
Pentru că Jinx este cel mai mare content creator pentru Siege.
Until then, here's one more thing to celebrate.
Pentru că omul are 80.000 de oameni pe stream. Și asta este ENG Elite set-ul. Mă, constant are 80.000. Bătăi. Două Elite skin-uri noi. O să avem. Unul este pe ENG, cum ați văzut și voi. Restul e doar istorie. Să va deveni istorie.
Operation Deadly Omen coming very, very soon. And you know what? Next week, you can start trying the game all on the test server. So I'm very excited to see it. We're going to debrief it real quick because there's so much to talk about. We would be sitting here all day speculating on what things actually look like when you get to play them. Hi, I'm Elish. With me are Fresh and Fabian. No more 1.5s. Our sights are finally clear. We get ACOG back also in its own way. I think that alone is worth a celebration.
You know, Ash ACOG, that's where I built my career. I'm so happy it's back.
Fabian's wanting to make a return into pro player.
Yeah, this is my moment.
What about Deimos, by the way?
Absolutely.
Wow. What a fun operator it looks to play in terms of being able to just scout out somebody. Imagine you're against somebody on the enemy team that you know is like really,
Nu știu, mă,
really
cu ce începem.
You're like, scan them, and we're going to go and hunt them.
You can bait them in too.
You can do whatever you want with that operator. He seems to be so much fun.
That pistol.
Oh, can't wait.
Hell of a revolver. Of course, there's a lot of quality of life changes, something that we really like with every update. There's a lot that has to do with accessories also, but shields, they've been a big staple.
Shields are going to be... it's hard to explain how it will play out because I actually don't know how it will look like. I do think, however, that it's an upgrade to them in specific situations, especially being able to look around without having to turn your character.
The big thing for me as well, Azami nerf.
Wow.
I think, you know, there's a clear commitment to recognize the power operators on defense. Azami's the first one that's being nerfed. Obviously, he's still going to take a lot of attack utility, 30, I can't remember how many bullets.
Vreau să verifice careva dintre voi dacă ați primit charmul de la Reveal Event. Puteți face un check, vă rog?
If we go into the final, it will be third attempt for our team to
în joc, mă. Gravipon se scapare.
Faster right now because I'm thinking about it and I hope it's going to happen this year. The weakness of the W7M, I think it's their map pool. We played them one time and it was so hard matchup, but we see that they are playing like aggressive on almost on every map, and I think you can counter it if you will be ready.
We are the team with the most maps played in the tournament right now. We showed a lot of things we do, so I think right now we just have to play our game. Virtus Pro is a very good team, but they play very slow-paced Siege. AVP, last time we played, you got the best of us, but I think this time we know how to play against you. We are getting the win.
We are friends with W7M, so have a good fun and good luck.
I don't remember us.
Here it is. We are in for our playstyle differences and our two teams Virtus.pro and W7M go up against one another for a spot in the grand final against FaZe Clan. Both of these squads have been in the final in the past, and today we'll get to see if we'll get to repeat that or not. At least it will swing one way or the other. Hello, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Elosh, with me are Fresh and Fabian. Fabian, welcome back from the capture
Deci,
desk.
avem o confirmare despre drop, dacă ați primit charmul cu Year 9 Season 1 Reveal Panel, ca să știu, adică oricum am postat related
actually go through. It's a lot, and you know what? Who's going through a lot? Both of our teams here in the grand final. W7M have, of course, warmed
un
up.
issue sau un posibil issue.
Making chunk out of them, of course.
Dar aș vrea o confirmare.
But what is the big difference between these two and the play style especially, Fresh?
Yeah, I think this match is a really, really intriguing one because of just how different these two teams play out. We saw it in the pre-match video just then about Joystick saying they're very fast, we're very slow, and I think that is basically the crux of the matter, is that W7M are playing very, very new style Siege, and Virtus.pro play very, very old style Siege, but they're trying to implement little flavors of new style wherever they can.
They're trying to, but how successful they've been with it, I don't actually know, because it feels like when they go off it, they get punished quite often on just that specific point. I think they need to play to their strengths and just go as a group, follow the plan that they set out, and just keep rolling.
And if anything, Virtus.pro have been this team that over many years, of course with Pasha added, we'll talk about that in a second, but this team has looked unshakable. Yeah. Every time they have a strategy, they execute it to perfection.
Well, almost every time, because there are some rounds that they do lose.
Exactly.
And that's mostly because of what their opponent does. Because the practice that Virtus.pro put in, they just keep going, and they keep going no matter what. No matter what comes up against them, they will just push. They never go off the plan.
And the thing is, they generally do that together as well. It's very scripted, you know it's coming, but in a world where we're in Rainbow Six, in a world where people want to play individualistic Siege, and they want to try and take 1v1s to try and win them, it's very, very hard to do that with Virtus.pro because they move more or less as a 5-person unit. Occasionally, Pasha will get a little bit of free reign, and we'll come on to that. But when they move as a 5-person unit, it's so hard because they punish you for everything.
One thing I want to point out before we move on is once you go into a manpower disadvantage against Virtus.pro, it is so hard to win the round because the drone usage that they have and just the overall communication and the basics are so good. They don't let you claw back. That is one of their absolute biggest strengths. They don't allow you to come back.
They really keep their eyes on you the entire time.
Yeah.
We've both mentioned Pasha. I think it's time to shed a light on the young gunner. And I say young gunner, Pasha has been playing for quite a while. This entire crew has been. But this is the merger of the best players to come out of the region to play in one team. And Pasha is this perfect addition. What has he had as an influence on the team?
I mean, you say it. He's been around actually for a very long time. We call him a young gunner. I remember I played him back in like 2019. He's been around for a long time. But what he brings into the core of Virtus.pro is this little bit of unpredictability that he can sneak around the map like none of the other players can.
No l-am primit.
Set in their old school way of playing, in a pattern that they don't really have that in their head, like, okay, I need to find a gap and find it on chance or on feeling. They don't know those things. They only know how to follow the paper.
This team obviously has a lot of rigidity, as you say, but Pasha is the one element of this team where he can go and be pretty much as creative as he wants to be. Go and sneak off, go and find a gap, go off script, and it does do Virtus.pro wonders, but sometimes they're not, you know, akin to working in the 4. They're used to having the 5 coming from one direction.
And Virtus.pro sometimes need to warm up, but on the other side, W7M have gone through the lower bracket. They've had a game. They defeated G2. They made it look like chump change. And Fabian, you have gone through this road in the lower bracket. How do you feel that momentum is going to go for W7M?
So when you head into a game and you beat a world champion like G2, a good team like G2, and honestly, they stomped them. Like, there is nothing more to it. When you stomp them like that, just momentum will be so strong.
So, our key players for this team, W7M, what do they have in order? We've talked about them so much, but I cannot stop repeating it. These are some of the best players in the world, if not the best.
Yeah, so this is their results that they've already had today. Look at their numbers coming in strong. You've got Herds, KZ, and Nade. Now, Herds and KZ we spoke about in great detail in the previous game and across most of this tournament. They are the 2 kill leaders for this tournament. W7M loves to play off gun skill. However, Nade as well, I think, is one of the most solid backline players that makes all of the correct decision-making possibly that you could imagine for a support player. Knows when to get aggressive, knows when to step back and let the team play around him, and that's what makes him so good.
Am postat related pe whatever, nu, relevant unde am postat, de că mi-am anunțat oficialii cu privire la această problemă, la acest issue, că charmul nu a fost dropat și că există issues cu privire la drop.
You just need to be in the right spot to really show up, but all of this team is showing up. KZ specifically has been really putting up numbers for this team.
I mean, yeah, he broke the kill record. Like, we've seen so much from them. And if we look at the playstyle in combination with all this we spoke about, it's basically...
If you look at how KZ plays here, it's the fact that they're walking into a crossfire with his armies, and he's got so much capability to just frag his way through the actual setup that they play into. And that's the one thing about W7M is their win
I mean, at the same time, the fact that we didn't got the charm, it doesn't bother me because Blast and Ubisoft is gonna solve the problem. But the whole idea was I'm amazed what it's coming. Like the next season, the first season of year 9 is insane, bro. It's like huge. Huge. And it's gonna be huge.
And then they go with it, and they always hit that with this gun skill that they have in combination with great minds.
That is brute force that sometimes works, and you know, it's the hammer and the scalpel. Both sides we talked about that over the past few years, but the big win condition here for W7M, because they're looking to repeat that in the grand final. They got close last year, but they want it. They want this hammer so much fresh.
Yeah, I think there's
Mă gândesc că o să mutăm pe engleză. Sau English only.
Some of the best gunners in the world where they can just fight into anything and they can be great. And then they've added Philippox and Nade as well, who brought a lot of finesse to this roster, a lot of good, very smart players and intelligent players.
I think we're gonna switch to English only in the
when it's needed, and they rein them back in when it's needed.
Yeah, and somehow during this playoffs and now up to main stage, they have brought
in the near future for some
reasons. I mean, they even lost to Virtus Pro back then. So
maybe it's a good choice. Maybe it's a bad choice.
But they need to show it now because, well,
but long live Ubisoft.
We have a banger in the making.
We are here.
About the G2 W7M game, but look what we got. Another European team standing tall. Maybe they can take down W7M.
You never know. Exactly. You never know till you're gonna do it.
Siege here in competitive Siege. We're playing with a 9-map pool. This is still a best-of-3 series. We start off with our first four bands. Labs, Oregon, Consulate, and Bang taken away. Clubhouse is our first pick that goes to a historically strong map for the squad. Looking back many years in the past, Chalet is going for W7M with Virtus Pro on the defense. Our last two bands go to Skyscraper.
News. Charmul o să fie dat ca și drop în următoarele 6 minute, când va începe meciul, pentru că a fost pus într-o zi greșită. A fost pus mâine, dar reveal panel-ul s-a mutat pe azi. Bă, știi, e bine că întrebi. E bine că întrebi, e bine că vorbești cu oamenii.
VP is such a different team to play against than anything else that they go up against. Virtus Pro plays like nobody else at this entire event. I think DC could be considered close, but they are not Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro is something different.
All right, so what can we expect from Clubhouse itself? Because you said, you know, at W7M, incredible on this map, best one on it. Virtus Pro have the pedigree of also having been the best team for quite a while on Clubhouse.
We talk about how Clubhouse isn't a map that you can really change too much on. However, W7M have just such a depth of strategy in their strategy that they in terms of whether that's a turtle, a roam, an extension. There are so many that you never see the same round twice from them, and I think that's a key strength. They're going to keep Virtus Pro guessing, whereas Virtus Pro's approach to Clubhouse is going to be that what we've always done, and let's execute it better than they can.
So the question is then, will W7M be able to stand up against these well-practiced, repeated over and over in practice? Will they be able to stand up against those attacks and defenses? Or will W7M's fight, like, they have so much trade, you say, Jack? Will Virtus Pro be able to stop all those different changes and read into what W7M do?
It's that adaptability that we fear Virtus.pro might not have, but you're always open to surprises.
Yeah, that's the problem. If it starts going wrong, where's that substance? Because W7M, they can look in the playbook and they can keep ripping out pages and pages and pages. Virtus.pro, if it starts going wrong for them and their team plays off, that's where it's a struggle.
All right, how are we seeing map 1 going?
It's hard to call, but with the momentum W7M have, I think they'll take it.
Yeah, that momentum word is key. They didn't even have a hard game earlier against G2. It was just so short, so easy for them. I see them taking this one.
It was a warm-up.
Yeah, it was a warm-up. Fresh Fabian, thank you very much, and shout out to all you at Montreal watching the show. Ubisoft.
Oi galera, meu nome é Daiane, eu sou a gerente de produto do time de marketing de Rainbow Six Siege. Infelizmente, nem todo mundo pode estar aí no Brasil, mas estamos aqui acompanhando com vocês. Vai Brasil!
Totul pentru voi, bă. Everything for my community. Everything for my beautiful community. Ești hype pentru nou sezon sau ești hype în general? Pam, pam, pam. Pam, pam.
Welcome back to the Six Invitational 2024 live in Sao Paulo, Brazil. How we doing? Good?
E aí, rapaziada, como é que vocês estão? Vamos aquecer isso aqui que eu tô achando meio quieto o ginásio do Ibirapuera. A gente vai pro próximo jogo pra ter uma final brasileira. Vocês querem
2 minute, 3 minute trebuie să înceapă dropurile pentru Charm.
And they said, if I say a certain thing, everybody will go crazy.
Really?
Can I try? This could be a disaster.
No, go ahead, try. Let's see if people understand.
Haza Kaleka.
Haza careca?
Haza careca?
I don't speak Portuguese, dar...
What's it mean?
Haza, we just had him here with no hair, bald.
Oh yes!
Yeah.
Haza careca!
It's just crazy.
Thank you for following.
We are now bringing out our next commandee. This is huge.
We don't have alerts due to ESA 2024, so we don't want to interrupt anything that can be shown, that is going to be shown on the screen. So there are no alerts, no sound effects, nothing.
I used to read books constantly, and I've always loved escaping
Welcome
with a
in.
good story.
Dacă e bot, îi dați bani, vă rog.
When you have a book in your hand, it's an easy doorway into a different universe. And now I'm actually able to do that with my 3D printer. I'm able to bring things from imagination into reality.
My name's Andrew Campbell, also known as Andarn, and we are in the lovely Highlands of Scotland right now. For the past 5 years, I've been bringing Rainbow Six Siege to life through the wonder of 3D printing. I use a 3D printer to replicate the gadgets and costume pieces of the operators, and I greatly help out all the cosplayers in this amazing community.
I was first introduced to Siege back in 2018 with Operation Parabellum, and I realised it was fun, it was tactical, and I started making new friends through it and just enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would.
I think Ubisoft have done a really good job when they're working on the backstory of the characters. There's just so much to do with the operators. Their designs are amazing and it gives plenty of ground for cosplayers to build off of.
The operator that I picked the most, to nobody's surprise, is of course Sledge. He's my main attacker. One of the best feelings playing sledge is having your whole team behind you as you're about to break through a wall, and just knowing that they're going to go through there, they're going to take out anyone who's standing in your way. Yeah, it's not about getting the most kills, it's about being a great team player. I've been doing 3D printing since 2016. My best friend Cam Camzoro was planning a Finka cosplay, but she couldn't find a mask for Finka. It's one of those custom things that doesn't exist anywhere. So I offered to make the mask for her, and she loved it. She went to SI, and then people just started messaging me saying, can you make this? Can you make that? Can you make this operator gadget? And it sparked something completely new in me. And I wanted to do better. I wanted to make bigger things, more accurate things, and from 2016 onwards, I've been printing things from everywhere. When I'm working on a new gadget, the first thing I do is go straight into the game, get as many reference shots as I can of it in motion, it functioning if there's any movement, and then I'll import those images into a 3D modeling software. And I'll spend many, many hours getting the scale, getting the function right, making it look just like it does in game. And then it's a case of exporting those 3D models to the printer. And then many, many hours later...
Insane. Tipul ăsta are un talent, sau mă rog, o dedicare pentru ceea ce face Skyrocket.
Fine-tuning and just making sure that it is what people see on the screen. The first time that I saw a cosplayer wearing one of my props was at SI20. That was my first gaming event, my first Rainbow event, and I just remember somebody walked down the corridor of Place Belle and go, Darnie, Darnie, look! And they held up the prop that I made for them. And the feeling there was just, I can't describe it. Knowing that I made a little something that then they've chosen to make part of their amazing costume, it's just the best feeling in the world.
The Six Invitational represents community for me, really. I get to see my friends, I get to see players from online that I've watched on Twitch. I get to cosplay and just be a character for a couple of days, and it's just fantastic. I think the cosplay community really bring the game alive for other people. I've seen people who've wandered around the Invitational or Majors and gone, that's my character that I play, and it's suddenly standing there in front of them. And I think that makes the game better for them. They enjoy it better because they're actually seeing part of it in front of them.
Behind all of the outfits, like, it's what makes these majors tick. As soon as you see cosplay, it's like, okay, it's showtime.
And so it's just a great way to connect with people.
And it brings people of different interests and backgrounds together.
The embodiment of loving a game as much as you do with Siege.
The fact that you can make anything with 3D printing means that I could go and do anything from any game, but the combined lore of Rainbow and the fantastic community behind it, I don't want to move on from that. I just love doing it for Rainbow and for this community and building this game into the real world.
So, charmul este ca drop pe main channel momentan. Ați dăm un refresh la pagina chat și o să vă zic dacă avem charm sau nu. Momentan avem nimic. Gen pe main page nu este nimic, nu apare nimic. Gonna keep you updated.
Vamos aplaudir aí, assim como vocês, parte da comunidade.
And on your trophy. This must feel crazy because your first ever event in person, when you came as a fan to Siege, was SI 2020. Fast forward 4 years later, you're here in Sao Paulo, center stage. This has got to be surreal.
It feels like a dream, really. I never thought one day I'd be here on the stage in front of this amazing crowd, accepting an award for the work I've done. It is, I said it in there, it's the best feeling in the world, but this truly is, it really is.
Well, you deserve it, that is for sure.
Ele nunca imaginou que A primeira vez que ele viu um show de Rainbow Six foi 4 anos atrás e agora está aqui na frente dessa galera maravilhosa. Ele não imaginava que isso fosse possível. É um sonho.
I see you at all the events now and you've put together some amazing items over time. What would you say
Poate să
is your
confirme cineva din chat
creation? I'm putting you on the spot.
dacă vedeți pe main page sau pe channelul meu Charmul.
Vocês gostam do martelo? É uma das criações mais legais dele. Martelo incrível. É bonito ou não é?
Not many people get to raise the hammer on the main stage, and Dan, you join an elite list here. Cosplay community is so special in Siege particularly. Why do you love it so much?
It's really just the epitome of loving a game so much, being able to bring it to life, to share it with everyone who's attending these events and just make it real for them. You know, we get people from all over the world who just want to make something. They realize their creative potential, and then you see them walking around as their favorite character. You know, I have to give the biggest shout out to the Roundtable of Operators, which is the largest cosplay community in the world for Siege. Anyone here who's watching at the stadium or at home, if you want to cosplay, please check them out. You all have that creative potential within you. Seriously, it is the best hobby ever.
Tá dizendo que é incrível, é um hobby muito legal poder fazer os cosplays, especialmente do Rainbow Six Siege. Vocês têm esse poder criativo de poder se vestir, assim como esses maravilhosos que a gente já viu hoje no ginásio do Ibirapuera.
All right. Is there anybody else you want to thank before we let you go here, Andan?
Absolutely. I mean, the biggest thanks has to go to my best friend Cam Zoro, who's up there cosplaying Sophia right now. Cam, you got me into Siege in the first place. You started my journey. This award is as much yours as it is mine. Thank you. To all of my friends.
Ok, la campaign apare pentru data de 25, de-aia zic că...
Jess, Fluke, everyone, you guys are the best friends. You're the best support ever. And, you know, I have to give Livia, Alina, there's so many people. I have to give a huge thanks to Ubisoft as well for trusting me with Rainbow, to Vincent, to Carolina, Liam, Ash, and of course Sunstark and Laura, who have moved on. But without your support, not just for me, but for the creative community around Siege, Rainbow would be a much different place. So thank you guys for everything you've done for us, and to everyone who loves my stuff, loves my cosplay, loves my props. Thank you. Your support is the best.
You know what? I've got one more thanks for you, and Dan, yourself, because you have become a staple of the Siege community. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for Andan!
Uma salva de palmas!
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He can go sit and watch an epic best of 3 that is coming up shortly, right?
Exactly. It's our final, upper final. W7 and Virtus Pro. I'm excited.
Me too. It's kicking off after the break.
Oh, thank you for the following. Don't worry about the thingy. Oh, thank you. Royalty. Chat is gonna be insane. I'm piele de găină, efectiv. Relevant charmul. The kingdom comes.
Mark, I guess I achieved. We just trained you for this. Andy, you are no longer on our team, bro.
No, este work in progress sau mă rog solve in progress problema cu charmul. Nicky este un streamer de Siege din comunitate care este din comunitatea de content creators. Din păcate nu poate să facă stream pentru că sunt niște regulations sau whatever. Este un pic mai complicat acolo. Țara lui este banată din a face streaming pe Twitch, din câte am înțeles. Nu este bot. I had to check it out actually. I had to check
Psych.
Cine mă dă follow, mă, animalule? Stai că fac 15.000 de chestii, eu fac multitasking în...
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous souteniez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนยังไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومع أن نشكل عائلة رينبو 6 سيج متناغمة لتصبح
Ah, nu, nu mai pe stream. We're not switching to English yet. Wow, că streamul următor o să fie doar în engleză. Mi-a cerut un VPN doar. Și dau VPN ca să pot să facă stream.
Rainbow Six Siege를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다. Juntos somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Spasiba, tovarăș. Haide! We're still having drop issues, chat. Asta ar fi important totuși, dar... Important e că am ajuns aici, la 5 ore de streaming alături de voi. Was a good day. I mean, nu e vina Ubisoft aici, este vina Twitch pentru că au avut probleme cu drop-ul de la bun început. It is the Twitch issue, unfortunately, to all my friends in chat.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege Invitational 2024 from the beautiful city of Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name's Ian Chambers and this is our Brazilian stage host, Leo.
Sup? E aí, ginásio do Ibirapuera, tá chegando a hora! W7M Virtus Pro na sequência.
Only one best of three separates us from finding out who will join FaZe Clan in our grand final tomorrow to fight for this hammer. But before we get there are many moments in Siege history that live forever. And we have an opportunity to create our own right now.
Exatamente, a gente tem a possibilidade aqui hoje, rapaziada, de criar um momento histórico no Rainbow Six Siege. Ian Chambers, help me with this. What
We could bring the lights down in the arena. And I want all of our fans to light it up for us.
Isso, vamos acender as luzes dos seus telefones e vamos iluminar o ginásio do Ibirapuera. Vamos todos juntos. Tá bonito. Beautiful. Whoa!
We've waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. And every single one of you came out. You didn't just come out to participate. You were loud. You were proud. You were, let's be honest, Brazilian.
É isso. 5 anos depois, voltamos ao Brasil para fazer essa festa maravilhosa que vai ficar para a história. Essa imagem ela vai ser repetida muitas e muitas vezes a cada evento, porque nós somos diferentes. Nós somos brasileiros.
All right. You can rest your arms now. We can bring the lights back.
Such goosebumps, man. I have no words.
This Brazilian crowd is unforgettable. But this next series could be just as unforgettable. Will EU crash this Brazilian potential grand final? It's Virtus Pro versus W7M!
Koje, eu am piele de găină, eu am goosebumps. I'm the one with goosebumps. And I'm watching. Eu mai verific telefonul chat pentru că mai avem discuții Siege related.
W7M 2-1 in the groups. It's a bit of a different scenario though, isn't it?
Of course it's different because there's like a lot of people cheering for W7M and for Brazilian teams. It helps them a lot, but we hope that we can do like our best game, our best shape, our best performance, and that's it. We make it once, maybe we can do it second time.
Bom, vocês jogaram contra eles na fase de grupos e eles venceram. E ele disse que agora é um pouco diferente, porque de fato vocês têm o apoio da torcida, mas se eles fizeram uma vez, eles acreditam que hoje podem ter a melhor performance e vencer. Você acha que eles conseguem repetir o que fizeram na fase de grupos?
Acho que não, aqui stage é outra coisa, né? Fase de grupo é muito fácil.
Nu știu ce zice, că gen e portugheză, da.
Vamos botar ele no bolso.
I just say stage group, playoffs, different now. They're gonna be in my pocket.
Joystick, let's not forget here, yes, there's a lot of Brazilian fans, but at home watching, there's a lot of supporters for you and your team. What would you like to say to them?
Of course, thank you all guys for the support. Thank you everyone. Thank you for cheering our team. We all love you.
Virtus.
Feito de mãos, esportividade, é isso.
Go and take your positions ahead of this one. Man, do you know what?
Doamne, bro, publicul e insane.
Let's ask them, can you do louder than this?
Let's try your part Portuguese once again.
Oh yeah? On the count of 3?
Okay. For the grand final, upper final between Virtus Pro and W7M in 3, 2, 1.
Vamos fazer barulho!
Much better now.
I'm still not sold. I'm still not convinced.
Okay.
One more time. One more time.
Vamos lá então, família.
I want our players, I want everyone backstage, I want everyone in the arena and area to feel the ground shake for this one.
Oh, vamos fazer tremer isso aqui. Vamos balançar o ginásio do Ibirapuera como nunca foi feito antes. Em 3, 2, 1, enche o pulmão e vamos fazer barulho!
Vai, Brasil! Vamos!
Can you feel it?
I can. Should we test one more time who this arena? We've got some time, right?
Oh,
Should we find out?
Can I try something?
Do your thing, brother.
Hey, it's very popular on soccer matches when Brazil plays.
Yes.
Hey, let's do it this. Okay. It's a soccer stadium atmosphere now. I can feel it.
Da, vreme doar de echipe să mereu.
Start a wave that goes around the arena. Watching at home?
Da, top 20.
They're chanting like 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, there was 7 M. It's like, damn. 6. Yeah.
Nu e imposibil.
Crazy.
E greu, dar nu este imposibil.
Every event I have ever been to, this is the craziest, most beautiful crowd I have ever seen. And you've got to think, this will have an impact here. VP, do not get it twisted. They did not come here to get beaten in Sao Paulo. But this crowd supporting W7M in their last dance to achieve something that is completely unthinkable.
Nu știu vipunțul.
Previously in Siege, Major,
Nu știu nume de echipă. Am putea bet Dax. Could be a good pick.
Será que vai acontecer hoje? 2 Majors em sequência e depois 6 Invitational. É com vocês, rapaziada. Vamos empurrar, vamos fazer barulho, vamos fazer uma festa que nunca foi vista antes. Vamos lá, ginásio do Ibirapuera. Eu sou brasileiro, com muito orgulho, com muito amor.
Ăsta e unul Braziliei, cred.
This is sick.
All right, so you're good looking, you're built like a monster.
Appreciate that.
And you can sing. I don't want to work with you again, Leo, all right? I'm kidding. I'm having the time of my life here in Sao Paulo with these amazing fans, but it is time to get down to business. Will VP or W7M make it to the grand final? It's over to my 2 favorite casters in the bloody world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ian.
Dez și Ace.
This is Tim. Tim, EU's last hope, arguably any non-Brazilian fan's last hope. Stand here before this wall of noise, this wall of magic is the only way I can describe it, and it feels like there is a monumental task for them to overcome.
There really is. Just, you know, we've talked about that crowd, both. Just the noise coming out of this place. It's difficult to hear each other, stood next to each other. It is absolutely phenomenal. What an atmosphere. And we've seen the Brazilian teams really thrive with it. The cheers, every single kill. It's just unbelievable.
I tell you what, we love
and we get to see Rodalia and Melly on the screen behind us.
Gorgeous, look at that, look at him. I tell you what though, we're massive football fans. We love a live crowd. Genuinely, this has been something absolutely spectacular to behold, but there is a massive game coming up, of course. It's mad in the stadium, I'm sure it's mad in the chat. Jinxie, I hope you're having a good co-stream and your chat are enjoying this as much as we are. Still plenty more to come, as said. If we look back at that game yesterday though, I'm looking at this for W7M. They have got that magic spark going on. You heard them on the stage a moment ago. Groups are groups, playoffs are playoffs. It is different this time around. And honestly, after yesterday, I'm nervous for Virtus Pro. They did not look like the team that dominated the group stage.
I've said it so many times, Des, and I think it's prudent to say it again. Form is so important at a tournament and hitting it at the right time, and that's exactly what W7M have done. Finished second in the group, lost to Virtus Pro, a couple of results that you looked at them and thought, this W7M team isn't necessarily as strong as we expected, but as the tournament has gone on, they have got better and better and better, as G2 found out earlier today. It was something else seeing W7M. They were absolutely phenomenal. The question is, can they do it twice in a row on the same day?
Can you do it on a sunny day in Sao Paulo, Tim? Forget about a rainy Wednesday night in Stoke. This is what it all comes down to. We know that Clubhouse is going to be our first map. Let's spin this bad boy up and get into this series. Jesus Christ. I've never had an experience like this in my life.
I'm sweating up here,
it's absolutely balmy. I love it. Right, bans. We could talk about these though, Tim. A big staple for Virtus Pro throughout this competition has been a Ying ban and an Azami ban at every possible opportunity. The only time that hasn't happened is when another team has banned one of those two operators. If that changes here, it signals big intent on their side, but the Ying is going to stick, and I fully expect we'll see the Azami stay, given on the side of W7M, two of their players have Azami as their most played operators so far.
Yeah, you just get into that question though, don't you? How much of an opportunity is this given W7M to prepare for exactly this? It's no surprise whatsoever to see those bans coming in, so you better believe that W7M have got a strat in place. Tubarao and Nirvana.
We do have some drop issues. Mi s-a comunicat chat că este din partea celor de la Twitch. There is a Twitch issue cu privire la dropuri.
They are 4 players from that roster. Everyone always said you don't take Team Empire to Clubhouse, and it still is going to be the same story for Virtus Pro. But as you say, for W7M, the battle is they play every single map, Tim. Until earlier on today, the only map they didn't play was Nighthaven Labs. And then what do? They bring it out after not playing it for the entirety of 2023 and slap G2 around the face with it and utterly destroy them on that map. So at this point, I think it's really hard to say, well, what map do you take W7M to when they're so bloody good at the game right now? Into round 1, though, straight down into the basement, which means you're probably going to see Virtus Pro having to work their way across the entirety of the top floor, the ground floor, and then into the basement.
And this is one of the reasons that I enjoy watching W7M so much. As you say, it's difficult to find a weakness in maps for them, so teams kind of just have to play their best map rather than trying to find W7M's weak one. And so we usually get some absolute bangers, and we are really hoping for this one to deliver the goods here in Sao Paulo at 6 Invitational 2024.
Un angle destul de interesant acolo.
Between Virtus Pro and W7M.
As said, you're going to see some roaming out of the top floor to begin with W7M. They'll be keeping Virtus Pro busy. FaZe really abused Virtus Pro yesterday because they know that VP are a slow team.
Chat, cu cine țineți? Virtus, FaZe, W7M. Cine ați vrea să fie în finală cu FaZe?
already have gone through 4 drones. They have not yet fully abandoned the top floor. They've still got 2 players up there and 2 players on the ground floor already putting to work that same strat that helped FaZe beat Virtus Pro yesterday.
That's it, just leaning into that time wasting. You know, let's give Virtus Pro enough problems to solve around the map, and that will burn the seconds. That will force them into those last-ditch attempts onto site. Virtus Pro, that's something they're definitely going to have to deal with today. As it stands, we're a minute 10 into the round. Virtus Pro still not inside of the map yet, Des.
This normally is where you would see teams throughout this competition. I think about G2, DZ, Wolves, even other teams like that as well. They would just go and rush and smash their way into the site itself. Forget about the Rovers. There's 3 or 4 players not on site, but Virtus Pro have started out strong. 2 early kills, have got 2 players on the top floor. Couldn't catch them out towards the east, but have sprung a trap in towards Bedroom and Gym.
This is great from Virtus Pro, managing to get themselves 3 on the top floor, 1 minute 20 left on the clock. It's pretty much easy for them now to wrap up the rest of the round as JV92 gets spotted on the flank as well. Virtus Pro have got this entire map locked down, and they're looking to start things out with a flawless round. It's all up to Philippox to stop them on the castle, but it's not going to be an easy one for him as he tries to peek around. Virtus Pro have taken their eye off the ball a little bit, and they let him pick up joystick, but now Philippox drops back to site, and there's 55 seconds for him to hold on.
A bit of a consolation kill more than anything else. Tim, it's worth noting not a single gunfight has taken place in the basement or around
W7M un pic on the edge aici și Virtus prima rundă din harta 1, împotriva celor de la W7M în prima finală.
Towards Gym and Bedroom, and then I've had a player waiting on Logi Hatch and 1 playing on the south balcony, and they've just pincered onto the retreating players, found 3 kills, and really blew that map wide open. So in a way, actually punished W7M, I think, for trying to take too much control of the map.
And I think as well, you know, we know that there's going to be a big battle over those gunfights today. Do W7M lean into that with confidence and think, we know we can beat these guys for mechanical skill, or will Virtus Pro have that ability to close them down? And in round 1, they've just shown exactly that. W7M have tried to take the fight to Virtus Pro. Not something
Nu
really
e
that
pașul
FaZe
ăla,
did. FaZe were happy to play behind those sort of time-wasting barriers, the Legions, the Frosts, everything else. W7M get out into the map and say, you know what, we're bringing the fight to you. And they've just found out why that's a dangerous thing to do against Virtus Pro, because mechanically, boy, can they do a job.
Totally. I mean, you speak about a really good point there, Tim, as well. Looking back at Cafe and Consulate yesterday, the Virtus Pro, their attack lent very heavily into playing behind flashbangs. Obviously, with the Yingband away, you don't have that in the back pocket. So pretty much every round, you are guaranteed to see them bring between 6 and 9 flashes. So not between, it's 6 or 9. You can't have 7 or 8, obviously. But in that spot, what they're doing is looking to get used to drones first and move to the map with droning, then make use of the flashes late in the round to get control of areas of the map. What FaZe did really well was either swing when the flashbangs were being pulled, or they waited for the flashbang to go off in the room in front of them and then swung from a doorway while they weren't full white screened to take the 1v1 gunfight, while also playing behind things like smoke, behind Goyo, to really slow Virtus Pro down and to not enable too many 2 or 3v1s. It was an excellent counter, and although you seen W7M go very aggressive in the first round, this one...
Da, major drop issues, dragi prieteni și urmăritori în această zi.
It's going to be up to Nade and JV92 to try and hold on to Cash and Red Stairs for as long as possible. For the time being, Virtus Pro, they're ticking the boxes. They're doing the things they need to do. Opening construction wall, opening CCTV wall. Pasha's moving in through garage now. Just trying to make it as difficult as possible for W7M to feel confident and comfortable. But JV92 and Nade, they will not be moved right now. They're going absolutely nowhere.
They should be flashing out Nade here, really, then trying to push their way through, and I imagine we'll see that play come out here. First flashbang coming in behind. Nade full white screen. He's got Grim on him. No idea where he's being pressured from. He's just trying to get himself out of dodge here, but no! The crossfire from inside a catwalk.
Joy cu primul kill al rundei.
You'll be asking questions here, Tim, if that clash could have lived a bit longer and played around the mirror, around the Fenrir, would this round potentially play out much differently to how I expected it?
We get a beautiful view of how the attack is shaping up there. There's all that movement across from Cash, trying to get control of construction now. KZ's kind of battling around the doorway near bomb chassis, just trying to prevent it. But now that Virtus.pro are in control of CCTV, they can start using these windows. They can start softening up sides and making it even trickier for W7M to remain in their positions. 4 versus 4 at the minute. This is possible though for W7 to hold on comfortably.
It should be in this fight, yeah. I think they've managed to get the one back. It's massive for them whilst burning for another 60 seconds on the clock. So Virtus.pro are going to start feeling the pressure a little bit. They're all trying to flood in from the east side of the map. Really what you want here, I'd imagine, is someone's coming through Logi. Give yourself a second angle. They've got the south balcony after getting the east side controlled too. So right now, it's a 2-point push. But I think they need one more to really make this attack work, Tim.
Yeah, I think they're going to find themselves pushing into the lines of sight that W7M are holding. And here comes that rotation into logistics. Joystick needs to get some work done against Felipox. This gunfight could really determine the
Și îl prinde pe Felipox, insane. 3v3, 3v2. Hertz cu unghiul. Ce cocky angle. Și egalează W7M.
Unsurprisingly, every kill they net, every round they find, every plant they get down, Tim, it's going to feel like they've just won the World Cup at a football game. I guarantee you of that. I did think in that round it was interesting. We didn't see Virtus.pro flex across to bring along the Ash, and we've seen Dan play that throughout the competition. And the go-to counter at the minute against Mira is the Ash. Because for those who don't know, now her and Carly both have the ability to shatter Mira windows at range. Really, really powerful tool. It's the main use case we've had in this tournament, but it has been ignored. And now looking actually as we're going into round 3, we're seeing just that. Dan is across onto the Ash to come up against JB92's Mira down in the basement.
That's it, and you know, making sure they've got that utility that they need to deal with these situations is going to be important for Virtus.pro. We spoke about it before. We saw a round yesterday where they had 15 breaching charges on side, and you know, it didn't look like it was really the setup they were looking for. That, you know, they've grabbed the operators, they've got 15 breaching charges, but so making sure they've got that utility that they need to deal with these problems, but deal with them quickly is going to be a big key.
I think a big one, as I mentioned, was that slow pace as well.
Yeah.
Really drag things down to a halt, right?
Adică mă te merge și o pauză la Siege.
Maybe wasn't as clean as W7M were looking for. There's some great fights being run around main stairs, but historically, there again, we saw FaZe really put.
Who said something about the break, my boy?
That's why they often found themselves falling a little bit short. You even saw the friendly flashbang onto Joystick, which is a bit of a moment of miscommunication. Really could have cost them in that push through Logi. Obviously, ultimately it did, but it's one of those moments I'll look back on and just think that's where we've got to tighten things up.
The night is long, my friend.
One thing we all laughed at Virtus.pro a bit for yesterday, Tim, was 15 breaching charges on round 2 of Cafe. Here it's 9, it's not quite the full 15. Herd started things out inside of Garage, finding himself 1. And that Ash that I mentioned, the counter towards the mirror, is off the boards.
Could be dangerous for Virtus.pro if players like Herd starts finding his feet, feeling himself in this game. I said that there could be this battle over gun skill, over gun fights. W7M want to play that fast, aggressive style. Virtus.pro, they can take those fights and they can win them, but if they don't hold on to them, W7M, they are going to start to run away with this. But at 1-1, it's been even split so far. Joystick shut down, and Herd, as I said, starting to find his feet here on Clubhouse could be a
Bă, Matei, se termină meciul celor de la W7M cu Virtus și o să jucăm Siege.
Absolutely huge. Shepard at least shutting down the rampage of Herds. Cutting through 3 players of Virtus.pro. Casey finds another. And this round, very different to how round 1 played out. So they played out on their own, they played aggressively still. And this time round they have absolutely deleted Virtus.pro.
What do you mean nu se joace la forțele maxime? What do you mean?
Outside of that, I think he's gone about neutral when it comes around to his KD, but has been quiet in a lot of these big games for them, except for that map one yesterday. And the team, no doubt, are looking at him for a big performance today.
Absolutely, 1 versus 3
E
now, Shepard.
sâmbătă, mâine e duminică. Viponțu nu face nimic mâine, nici eu. Luni mă duc la facultate de la 2. Easy.
From W7M, but it doesn't look like they are going anywhere. They know they've got their positions, they know they've got their angles, and they can hold on. And this just goes to highlight a point that I made to you before the cast. Guman will pick up.
Și Guman kill. Mamă, bro. The humiliation, the disrespect.
That the back line for Virtus.pro today are going to have a really good day, because W7M are going to play aggressive. They are going to find those entry kills. There's no way around it. So Dan, Joystick, players like that getting into those openers, finding those kills is not going to be a guarantee for them. So Virtus.pro, they need Shepard. They need Always stepping up and having a really good game because they are going to find themselves quite frequently, I would expect, in maybe
Matei, nu bătrânești. N-ai un program normal de somn, n-ai o tonă de lucruri care îți dau ție downside la tot, la skill, la tot.
We've seen the same site twice, won by either team. Big differences there in terms of how rounds have played out. In that second round, we touched on the clear that came in. Of course, it was the gym and bedroom site, but the clear that came in on the east side, punishing Nade. Virtus.pro getting into good crossfire angles very quickly to punish that clash before they could get back into construction. So overall, strengths on both sides. Feeling a little bit like optimistic about Virtus.pro.
Ce problemă avem? Ce s-a mai întâmplat? E întrebarea aia foarte bună. Că dacă zic că we have a problem, înseamnă că ceva s-a întâmplat.
As long as Virtus.pro can keep themselves active, particularly in the beginning of the rounds, that's the real area to
Zici tu că ar fi questionable pentru
Virtus.pro finding entry kills. Are Virtus.pro able to take map control during that
cheating,
time? And are Virtus.pro able to leave themselves with enough time to get themselves into position and create a solid execute onto site? If they can continue doing those things, they will stretch W7M. The players have absolutely got the ability to do that.
I'll tell you what, players are used to sitting in silence during tech pauses, but I don't think the crowd got the memo.
No.
The drums still going, they're still cheering everything like... Again, nothing's actually happening in the game, but they're still losing their marbles.
Since the second the game got passed over to us, this crowd has just been at absolute full volume the entire time. It hasn't stopped, there's been no relaxing, it has been absolutely constant.
And I'm sure it is not going to stop.
Bro, cine mi-a răspuns pe Discord?
You know, inside a siege, this sort of noise, this sort of excitement and passion it's just wonderful to see.
Here we go, the game is getting back underway, so it should be good to get things back up on your screen. Here we go, Cash CC defense coming out in round 4. First time we'll have seen this site on this map, but let's give the option to go a little bit more direct to site sim. Unlike gym and bedroom, where you normally have to start clearing out on the east side of the map, here the main battleground tends to be inside the garage itself. However, without the Azami on side, it becomes a little bit harder to defend. You still look at things like the Wamai that are very, very effective at countering things like Capital that often get brought along to push you towards that side of the map. But as it started out here, very little presence being shown by W7M inside the catwalk itself. Casey's now starting to get himself set up, but no reinforcements, for example. Only one player looking to hold it down. This could get a little bit spicy, and I imagine this is W7M reading into Virtus.pro's game plan on this map and expecting them to come from master side.
Shepard just going to be rotating over to that CCTV wall. Needs to be careful, of course, because the bandit of Herds is playing in behind there. He's going to hear that the battery goes down, and off goes the exothermic.
Și bandit trick insane. Ce cu Scalex? Scalex era aici, era larg.
To deal with that bandit, they've done nothing to make his life difficult. Nobody's gone in underneath to try and prevent him doing that. No use of any EMP gadgets, they don't have any on side. No nades going in from CCTV window, for example. Nothing done to try and shift him. They've basically just gifted them an exothermic.
I mean, their read is absolutely...
nu, Matei, nu Scalex. Viponțu cred că știe, sau s-o prins la ce mă refer.
Bandit batteries down onto the construction wall to keep things locked up nice and tight. And I'm with you, like I really thought things like a Zofia.
Că el a văzut ceva. Azi a văzut ceva, era nu a fost pe a fost pe stream, dar nu a fost showed pe stream, nu a fost nimic leaked pe stream. Viponțu cred că s-a prins la ce mă refer. Oricum, pentru că există drop issues, se va vorbi cu Twitch-ul, se vorbește cu Twitch-ul. Și tu ești pe altă planetă.
It's an absolutely beautiful shot onto Always there. He's looking for the angle just through that small hole in the steel, and he does not find it as Joystick manages to come in and get one. Virtus Pro, though, as you say, stuck to this push through this single doorway. It is not going to be an easy one for them. W7M, it's allowed them to just sit on site now. They're just holding angles and they're just waiting for the push.
Două campanii au fost scoase, headgear-ul pe Frost și charm-ul verde nu poți să le decât de pe main channel. Dar nu poți să le deloc pentru că nu merg drop-urile.
Casey just holding that angle, and it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. We're going to find ourselves now 3v2 as Pasha does manage to brute force one on his way in. Shepard's going to rotate and join him, and you've got to wonder why, Des, this wall wasn't opened up 20, 30 seconds ago.
He was electrified earlier in the round, finally got sorted out once Hertz went down, but Shepard is in for one. Is he good for two more? Huge in clutch situations, but W7M are just a little bit too good for that, Tim. They fall 3-1 to the Brazilian side, and if you didn't know it, the crowd has certainly let you know.
Let's go, Virtus! Haide!
With W7M just finding a little bit of breathing space between them and Virtus Pro now. They just look electric, Des. It comes into every situation, and I'm looking, sort of expecting W7M to walk away with the kill because they're just hitting every shot. Herds at the minute, absolutely flying. 6 and 3, KZ 5 and 4 as well. 11 between those two inside of
Intră că la casă pentru că ăștia-s pro player, Matei. They just go in, îi se duc.
That was a filthy shot from KZ to start things off as well. Admittedly, I think Virtus Pro didn't do terribly there. I think given what they had, which was a single direction to push in after fluffing up, opening up the main breach, they didn't play terribly, but W7M played it better. As said, they knew they had the numbers advantage. They always played out for trades. Just everything was done by the books. Now, to inside 5 rounds, we are going to see all 4 sites on this map. Bar and Stage coming out in round 5.
Attackers are heading out to defuse
the bomb. As I say, from the last one, I think really Shepard get that wall open a bit sooner and just put W7M under pressure, because when they can sit like they did, that is when they're going to thrive. So as you say, we go now into round 5, and W7M, they're just really trying to turn up the heat in the kitchen at the minute and make it as uncomfortable as possible for Virtus Pro.
They've got so much to play behind.
Adev, mereu se dublează.
Guys from the Echo are just like a staple on this site. It feels like a competitive lane. C4s, I'll give you the same. 2 of those in back pocket. Keep an eye out when they get deployed throughout this round. You also
Ei nu fac baituri, se dublează.
That information game for Virtus Pro. I mentioned the flashes earlier on. Still 6 on side. But my worry here is that a lot of the tools that they've got on side aren't really built for the execute. They're built to actually get you to the site itself, and I just feel that all the tools they're coming up against on the other side, sure, Virtus Pro might start well in the round, but if they don't go into the execute with a massive man advantage, they are going to...
Oh!
Well, he's making a fold like a deck chair, Tim. Far too easy to keep on getting these entries time and time again. It's often been Dan falling down early on, but this time it's Pasha.
Just a beautiful shot again. Just you see him using that ability, that knowledge to just know where they're going to be, that prediction, and hitting them with the beautiful free fire. So going to have the claymores out on the outside windows, just preventing that potential jump out from coming out. But I don't think that's really where the danger is going to be for Virtus Pro.
The danger, honestly, Tim, is inside.
Da, bă, Matei, dar dacă tu încerci să faci chestia asta sau să ții cum țin ăștia, nu o să-ți iasă.
It looks like they're defending Jim and Bedring, given how many players they've got stacked up here, 4 of them in total. You got Joystick trying to work his way inside around Kitchen as well, but for now, W7M don't look too pressured actually upstairs. On the site itself may prove to be a different story. That's a really big kill to get. The Yokai is now offline, a second, and Dan's getting deja vu him. He got a 2K here back in the early rounds in this exact position. But 1 by 1, W7M are falling. Now they'll have to step away and turn more towards the C4 in the back pocket of hers to do some damage.
Another good top floor clearance from Virtus Pro. It looked a little bit shaky to start with, but they played in behind that utility, particularly using the bees of Grim, just to give them the space.
Oh, ce angle! Frumos! Portal always.
And as I said, Virtus Pro, they're going to need everybody stepping up and going big. Hertz, he's just going to tank.
Păi nu este diferență, Matei. Faptul că joci pentru rank sau că joci pentru bani nu face nicio diferență. Poate te interesează să câștigi. Deci, trebuie să folosești tot ce ai mai bun și să faci cele mai bune play-uri.
Virtus Pro inside 20 seconds, expose all three players to 1 versus 1s, lose them, and see it crumble from there. They've also got the Vertical on the upstairs. They're ready and waiting by the looks of it for the castle barricade to come down. Herd's all too aware, but look, it's the discipline being shown, exposing nothing to the other side.
Și Joy mai găsește un kill.
Will find their second attacking round, and Tim, that's the key thing to highlight. They are on the attack to start. Being at 2 and 3 right now, not a bad situation to be in.
Not at all. If they could nick away a third round here, I'm sure that they'll have some confidence going onto the defence and playing in their own setups. But yeah, I think a good attack there from Virtus Pro. It looked a little bit difficult after Herd's got that opener. That's the third round in a row that Herd's has been able to pick up the entry, or W7M rather. Herd's has got 2, KZ1, and again it put Virtus Pro on the back foot, but as I said, they need that back line to step up. If Dan can't get it done on the entry, they need somebody else, and that somebody else this time was Always. He got himself a triple, and it opened the round up. It gave them the top floor control, and it also meant they could go down, they could take over site, they could get the diffuser down. It left W7M with very, very few options. So well played from Virtus Pro. They're going to be looking for more of the same in round 6.
Tell you what, Tim, you best get this kind of passion in Manchester.
The thing, the bar's been set, hasn't it?
Hasn't it just? How do you follow up
The bar has been set now.
Bless him, Tom Sherlock's got his work cut out for him.
If I can hear myself thinking, or I can hear Des in my ears, then I'm sorry, but you've fallen below Brazil.
It is, yeah, a challenge at this point, should we say, Tim? Here we go. Last attacking round coming out then for Virtus Pro. W7M looking to get this one in the bag, maintain.
Bă, nu m-a stricat. Eu mi-am revenit cât de cât.
Especially for a team that wants to make a strong statement on this map. Yes, it's Virtus Pro's map pit, but as you said, Tim, in the pre-game, what are you doing taking them onto this map? Because W7M have been known for the longest time to be a sublime clubhouse team. So far looking so good, but not quite out of the woods yet.
No, not at all. I mean, I do wonder about that second half and just exactly how it's going to look when W7M can kind of dictate the pace. They can go in there, they can be aggressive.
Adică mi-a stricat KD-ul. Da. It is what it is.
For the attackers to present themselves to you. And Pasha is going to present himself wrapped up with a bow on to KZ as he finds it.
Oh!
It's just, it's horrible, Des, it's horrible.
It happens to you in ranked and you rage, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's just not fair. The same. It's horrible. I mean, literally, again, we're seeing a big heavy round coming out across the top floor from a W7M. But the one thing I've clocked here, Tim, on the screens being seen in front of us, is that actually the castle, JB92 is the one playing inside of dirt and saying, no, you can't rush him. I'll give my team more than enough time if that's the play that you go for. Half the rounds gone by.
Când ți-am zis, Vipunțele, joacă-te Fenrir, apucă-te de Fenrir, tu nimic. Vezi ce broken e Fenrir. Is something else. Yeah. Huge. Nu știu ce mă joc. Tot Enter trebuie să mă joc eu. E ok.
But Virtus Pro dig their heels in and say, absolutely not. We're going to get a couple of kills. We're going to start swinging this one. They've got the mid-floor control now. They can start on the hatches. Des, they've got plenty of time. JV92 and Nade have been forced back into side. Virtus Pro need to just take a breath here. Or they just need to shoot them through the floor.
Oh, that works too, I suppose. Yeah, that's also we'll take that. A 1-for-1 in the round on a spray through some soft surfacing. Score us down to a 3 versus 1. VP got 40 seconds to play. But Tim, I'd count any W7M player in a 1vx and you'd still give them odds of walking away the winner.
You really would. You know that they've got it in the locker.
Păi nu poți.
He sees one, but he can't find his shot. He goes for the one, and just before the flash, he manages to hit the head of Dan. He's fighting with blue, and that's where both of the attackers are. Shepard, he locks it out, and that's going to be a 3-3 half for Virtus Pro. And Des, it's official. We've got a game on our hands.
It took us to the halfway mark to sit at 3-3. Admittedly, we've had quite the speed run so far of these live finals. Across yesterday, even the series earlier on today, G2 collapsing before what has now become arguably one of the strongest rivalries in Rainbow Six esports. But at 3-3, you get the feeling that we're in for something real special.
It's going to be interesting to see as well. W7M have so far kind of had it all their way. You know, they've had some games where they've just run away with it. The crowd is on their side. All this noise being made. They haven't yet been challenged in front of this noise, realistically. And if Virtus Pro can push them to the edge, can push them to that point, maybe a little bit.
Moram jucat așa de mult sezonul ăsta eu. Aveam
plays on their minds a little bit. Everybody's here for us. Are we going to get it done? It's easy for those sort of thoughts to creep in.
sezoane cu 700 de meciuri. Un sezon cu 780 de meciuri. Sezonul cu Flores am avut 780 de meciuri.
And that's where they found those two mid-round kills. So just a small comment there again around Virtus Pro's adaptability in rounds where it's maybe been lacking at previous points. They came out very, very strong in that round. But as said, the sides have now switched, and it's W7M's turn to show what they've been cooking for the attack of Clubhouse.
Yeah, 30 seconds into the round, you can see W7M already getting themselves established into the map. I suggested this would be the case when they got onto the attack. We'd see them trying to dictate the pace, go in there, take ground, and just remove these Virtus Pro players as they go. But Virtus Pro are giving nothing up easily. Always gets spotted out, but still finds his man, picking up a big opener onto Hertz with the headshot. Casey does manage to get Pasha, and now the pressure is mounting for Always. Cut down and dealt with, and this is the sort of pace and pressure from W7M that's going to petrify Virtus Pro.
Really good stuff coming out from Filippo, just playing it by the book. How many times have you seen a player getting absolutely torched by Capital firebolts on catwalk and being forced into a very, very unfavourable position? It's exactly what comes out towards Always. 3 players left on side here. Joysticks on the Solus is worth noting. Can do quite a lot of damage, at least to take away from the info game of W7M. Well, halfway into the round, 6 drones have fell so far, but enough are alive to give W7M the knowledge that they can start looking for this basement execute.
Yep, KZ is going to be just clear-mooring off there, and I like this from W7M, and it's a key component of their game, really. They're not getting carried away. Yes, they will move quickly. Yes, they will move with aggression, but they also know the fundamentals that need to be done. They're not going to get hit on the flank. They've got all the utility out to try and avoid that happening. They know they've got time on the clock. There's a minute 10 left to go. They are just positioning here. They're posturing. They're getting themselves ready. This is phase 2 of the round. This is softening up sight, getting yourself ready for that final execute.
You got Filippo looking at blue hatch, Case looking in towards blue stairs. A couple of players around Kitchen. Got to be so mindful of that C4 if Kitchen's where they want to go. Stepping in. Got the right sort of idea. I think JV's very, very conscious of it. Looking towards where the EMPs left, and he's got all of them on sides. They could have disabled it out and made a much safer push through. For now, though, they really want this Kitchen wall.
Meanwhile, Casey is making a push down blue stairs, and that's great from W7M. Open up those angles, turn Virtus Pro on their heels, make them look multiple ways. But with 30 seconds left to go, Virtus Pro are holding this down pretty well. Joystick's got the lock on Casey in blue. Dan, he's holding down main stairs. He's watching for the drop, but the push comes in from Moto. Nade manages to get himself into sight. Casey with a pick, Shepard with one in return on the trade, but the diffuser is going to start going down. Dan's got to do something. He can do nothing. JV92 finds one. It's all alone.
Am văzut. Da, Shroud e bun la orice shooter. Man, Shroud e bun la orice shooter.
You're not against any old team here. You are against arguably the best team in the world. That will be proven tomorrow if they make it through this game. One hanging inside of Moto, one more sat actually in Moto itself. Comfortable closeout in their first attacking round for W7.
Ma, Shroud nu e în prime. Shroud are stăpânește mecanic orice joc. Iubita lui Shroud scapă cum se pronunță Bnas sau whatever, cum mamă, ce-mi scapă cum o cheamă pe gagică sa.
Because straight away it removes Joystick from the fight. He has to watch blue. So now they've got a 3-on-2 to get that diffuser down, and they use the space well.
Hana, cheamă Hana. Iubita lui Shroud, Hana, este fost pro player de Rainbow Six Siege.
sat bottom main stairs. His job is to protect that main hallway. But the problem was, Joystick, who you rightly touched on, was the one looking
Fost
to test him
content
from
creator,
inside of
pro player
Armory.
din
And rather than JB saying, well, I know Dan's going to run, I'll take my chances here and go for the gunfight and maybe get traded, he waited for the whole team to say, I'm ready. We're pushing Moto, we're pushing Blue, we're challenging Joystick. That now frees you up to start your march forward. And I think so many teams make that critical error of getting just a little bit trigger happy, of wanting to take these gunfights and say, oh, an opportunity has arisen, only to then get punished for it. And that composure, that discipline, is what is not only making the difference here today, but for me is what will make the difference going into tomorrow if they win this series.
Yeah, very possibly. It's just, like you say, such a big factor of W7M's play. Here we go again then, round 8, it's going to be down into the basement. Virtus Pro being stubborn, wanting to stick with this. They obviously feel that they can get it done. Maybe they feel it was a little bit closer than it looked last time around, but it's going to be down there we go, and we'll see whether they can hold on. A little bit less commitment this time from Virtus Pro to the rest of the map. We saw last time, always, Pasha, they were out there, they were roaming, they were trying to find out those opening picks. It didn't quite go to plan for them. They got one, but no more. So this time, Virtus Pro played much more of a turtle defense.
I think we've seen that from both teams, right? The variation between extending out aggressively into the map and then in the next round, turtling things back down, trying to get the feel for each other and how these halves play out, because I guarantee it's very unlikely these teams have had much chance to scrum against each other. Coming from the same group, knowing they're both in playoffs, they're both going to the live stage, zero chance there is any intel really available. It would have been the kind of thing where you scrim teams from other groups on the assumption that you wouldn't then play against them later in the tournament. This has been a pretty quick round, mind you. I think very quickly W7M realised that actually, yes, Virtus Pro had it up on site, and you can start getting yourself set up once again for a pretty timely execute.
Yeah, it's just efficient use of the drones. They've got 5 left on the board still. They're all out there and active, and W7M just playing in behind that information. 30 seconds, we're confident it's clear. Bang, right we go. We've taken top floor, we've taken mid floor, we're opening hatches. Virtus Pro, they've still got 5 on the board, but they've got a lot of time to survive here. Shepard is playing in and around Dirt Tunnel. There's not looking like there's going to be too much of a push in that direction from W7M so far, but otherwise, everybody from Virtus Pro is there, locked and loaded inside of Church and Arsenal.
This down to positions once again. You've got JB this time looking towards Hatch, Felipox on main stairs, KZ coming towards Blue. They're getting that surround set up once again. This really will test Virtus Pro's mettle here. In a straight up 5 versus 5 on site itself, how do you fare? So far a 1-1 between the two.
Here we go then, this is what it's going to come down to. 40 seconds left, the push comes in, Pasha finds Nade, JB92 onto Joystick. This kill's going in every direction here then.
3v2, Pasha, double kill. Îl știe pe JV, sper în convins că știe pe JV și o să facă Pasha pick.
And Shepard with a beautifully thrown smoke canister there, and what a view we had of it. JB92's POV as it just sailed into his feet, got the job done. Virtus Pro, they were confident in their Church and Arsenal, and they got it done at the second time of asking.
So much pinned on down there as well, just playing inside of Arsenal on the Warden. Was in a brilliant position to cover not only down the main corridor, which helps protect Pasha inside of Church, but also applies pressure in towards Blue. And he plants his feet, he gets a couple of kills, he denies so many other threats, so Pasha can just sit down there on bomb chassis, pick up a couple of kills inside of Arsenal, inside of Church, sorry, and that is the round pretty much done and dusted. A really solid defense, and Virtus Pro saying, hey, we can play a 5v5 hold completely fine. If we sit, we play defensive, things will go our way. However, that may vary going on to different sites, Tim. Now we go towards Cash and CC. I mentioned before, it's one of those more exposed to the element sites. You could get stung here by, well, the beast that you see on your screen right now.
This is it. I think with Virtus Pro now having to push out into the map, they've had the Church and Arsenal, they've got it done. We are on a 2-round rotation, so of course once you win a site, you got to play 2 others before you're allowed to go back there. So now Virtus Pro don't have a choice. It's going to be up to the top floor. CCTV and Cash likely followed by Jim and Ben.
I love the visible disappointment. It's like they've lost everything on the fans' face every time W7M drop a round or a kill.
Honestly, the investment.
Bă, nu mă deranjează drop issues pe care le-am avut, sunt irelevante chat. Those doesn't even matter anymore.
I really love what we're seeing coming out of the other side of W7M. The Monty being brought along in this round, We've seen Monty used to various degrees of effect throughout the competition, I think we can say, Tim. Some teams, no success with it. Other teams, great success. Where I think it really comes in handy is when a team isn't going absolutely nuts on a really wide roam across the entire map. And knowing here that we're seeing a little bit out towards your inventory, but mainly around the site itself, I think matching slow with slow is a great idea.
It's not the point of the mirror window, but I think we've just seen a new record for the least time survived by a mirror window. As soon as it was deployed there, they were already in possession. W7M got it hit, got it taken out. So we haven't seen a successful breach yet. Philippox did remove the exothermic, so it hasn't been lost. There are still 2 in pocket, but W7M not dealing with this main breach fully quickly.
I mean, to be fair, Virtus Pro didn't deal with it at all, Tim. So I think even
Mira window ăla e coin flip așa un pic. Pic așa coin flip.
Not quite seeing the lofty highs that we saw in the first quarter of this game. Nade's got himself moving up. Problem is, Tim, he is going to be pushed back at every angle. A great C4 and a follow-up shot coming on through will put the Monty on sub 50 HP. About 40 at this point. Another C4. A few bullets will be enough to see him dispatched.
Just lost 2 impact nades though that really could have helped to deal with that shield. Joystick dies with them in pocket and
L-a pierdut pe joystick. E cam greu aici. Că l-a pierdut pe joystick. Dar încă l-au pupat așa.
JB92 there could have been a really big pickup for them. 4 versus 4, 58 seconds left, and W7M uncharacteristically just feeling like they're stalling out a little bit.
Well, the hack coming in onto hack from the DKB is actually really handy here as well, because no doubt those evil eyes, you can see one up there in a pretty good spot as well. Everything to really be shown and revealed here, so Shepard's got to be so careful about the pressure that will now start coming on through. Not too much utility left outside of flashes and smokes to play behind for W7M, but it could be enough. These 2 Titans are going 1 for 1, time and time again.
Always does an amazing job to get 1 kill and slow down the push, but W7M continue the brute force. JV, low health, Philippox, low health, even lower as more damage is done, leaving us 2 versus 3. Dan and Pasha trying their best to hold on here, but the pressure keeps mounting as W7 get in, they get it down, but there goes another. Pasha, 1v3 to a 1v2. Can he close this out? Philippox is down, the push is going to come. The shot just not find it. JV2 picks up the kill, and that is an unbelievable finish from W7M JV92.
What the bloody Nora just happened? You're pushing into a shotgun at super close range with no idea where he is. And the smoker's going to see you first. He sees the barrel, he sees the leg, he sees everything. No ping, no nothing. No peeker's advantage here, Tim. And JV deletes him. What a clutch coming out. Was almost back on the side of Pasha. I was ready to sing his praises. We've seen him get so invested, so emotional for a team that's normally quite stoic. But that is sure as hell to shut him up. You are far away from home. This is Brazil. I absolutely love that, because all tournament long, that means it in my head. Come to Brazil or Brazil will come to you. Well, we've come there, Tim, and they're still coming to us.
They just don't stop. JB92 with a great finish there. Such low health and getting the job done. Pasha was as well, to be fair. It was whoever landed that first bullet. JB92 with a brilliant pre-fire. Just a little bit of intel, a little bit of intuition maybe, telling him where Pasha would be located. So we have got an unreal matchup in front of us here. It's Clubhouse, it's W7M5, it's Virtus Pro 4 on the scoreboard, but neither team is ready to back down.
Woo! I'll tell you what, Tim, it's already hot in the venue, but I'm
getting pretty warm up here, it's fair to say.
I mean, when you've got like 9,000 people going absolutely bananas at everything that happens in the game, it's no surprise at all. It's going to keep on coming down to that. Now, the Warden. We spoke about this so many times throughout this tournament, Tim, especially on this map. In a spot where he's dug in on red, sat behind a shield. It isn't a bedroom site. Look at what's on the other side. W7M have got the Thatcher on side. You time this well. A couple of teams have done it extremely well at this competition. You get the EMP on top of the Warden, disable the gadget, flashes follow through, he is dead. However, there can always be other things to cause a distraction. There can be the rest of the team ready to soak up any attention that Warden's pulling, capitalise on the back of it, net themselves a couple of kills, and things can fall apart very quickly. However, not too many players of Virtus Pro on that side of the map. It is only always in joystick.
Yeah, you see the problem with opening the thermite breach.
Bă, mir că nu banat ăștia Mira, dar totodată Mira poate să readucă și avantaje-dezavantaje.
W7M might have something to just try and work around later in the round if they decide to work on Jacuzzi. But for the time being, the majority is looking towards logistics, cash, CCTV, and those windows.
It's a bit tough because we want to go fast here with things like the Blitz on side, but a very slow comp coming out of Virtus Pro. The Goyo on side, the C4s, the mute slow down information. The Warden to try and negate any cheese plays, but it can still happen. Here we go, here comes the juke train. Leap boxes straight in, finds one for himself, won't be able to do that for very long. Makes it a 2. Could have found himself a third there, almost. I think had a spot to catch out the player that was dropping down a gadget, but a 4v3, W7M in control. Shepard Bulls as well, and the W7M Bulls, they do not stop charging.
The momentum is terrifying right now as they just head on into sight and they rip it apart, piece by piece by piece. KZ with a double at the end to close it out, and W7M, they move on to match point.
I was nervous for W7M. I thought Virtus Pro's setup was very dug in. I mentioned about the Goyo canisters, the mute jammers, the C4s, everything to keep W7M at bay, but they still find a way. Tack timeout coming in for Virtus Pro. They're down 6-4. 2 rounds in a row. They need to win on the defense to send us through to overtime and ensure W7M don't take their map pick.
Yeah, I don't know whether this tack timeout may be just a little bit late in the day. You know, you've got that opportunity now. It's very difficult to time these, I think, when you've got such a close game. Because don't forget, you take a tack timeout and speak to your team, but the other team's coach gets to have that same input as well. So at 4-4, 5-4, you don't really want to give them that opportunity. So
Hello, Mihai. Welcome in.
What could potentially be very last opportunity. 6-4 W7M, they just need one more round. Virtus Pro starting to struggle, it feels a little bit, with the pace of W7M, particularly that last round. W7M getting in behind for Leapox. We see the replays here, manages to get a double. Left on low health, but it doesn't matter, the damage is done. And W7M, as you can see then, they smell the blood in the water, they know that it's there for the taking, and they just go in and rip them to shreds.
Delete them, the only way of thinking about it, Tim. And for those curious, by the way, whenever we get to map point,
pauză de masă după 6 ore de stream, aproape 6 ore, 5 ore 45. Ne uităm în continuare la SI, așteptăm să mi se confirme din stafful de la Ubisoft și Blast care este problema cu unele dropuri, pentru că unii viewer nu au primit toate dropurile. În rest, bine, tu? Mulțumim!
I expect though W7M will be able to adapt to this. I was speaking to, I want to say it was Fresh a bit earlier on, it may have been someone else, but essentially saying it doesn't matter what you prep against W7M, every single round, every single map they play, even if it's the same map, there's always something new being brought along, so it's so hard to adapt.
I think every team in the world right now knows when you sit down in those 5 seats opposite W7M, you have to bring 100%. Nothing less will do against this Brazilian team right now. We've seen it throughout the year, and they just continue doing it. They continue delivering. Herds, he's going to get himself aggressively into the map there, onto Church and Arsenal once again. We saw them take ground. I've mentioned already, they don't get carried away. They still cover the flanks. They still put the claymores down. They still do the fundamentals. And you see it from Herds again. Then he gets in, and he's up on a counter in kitchen. He's not going to leave himself, open to that easy nitro.
Why would you? I mentioned about JV's patience, it just always comes down to that again. They're just cautious, but you wouldn't guess it with how sometimes it feels like you've got 10 players coming at you out of every single wall inside the map.
Blăniță. Cât ți-o să montezi sistemul ăla? Mă zic că vreo 2-3 ore.
Got themselves control that is needed. A couple of hatches opened up, still kitchen closed up for now, but truthfully, Tim, a lot of the action has not revolved around kitchen at all. It's mainly been around that church triple wall, it's been around Moto, it's been around Blue. Bottom main also having an impact as well, no doubt, but things might be changing here.
Hertz is going to be pushing through now into Moto, just seeing if he could catch somebody out. I think it's not going to be the teeth of the push. He was just hoping for to start things off. Leapok's going to be holding that bottom of main position.
Așa am plinat și de mâncat. We're back cu energie, am băut și un monster. L-am îngurgitat. n-a avut parte de nimic, a fost ca apa, știi, de groapă. Din nou, W7M are un potențial atât de mare să joace, joacă Homeland, sunt Homeland și... Nice, mișto. Au suportul teritoriului de acasă. 1v3, Virtus ar putea să piardă și... W7M câștigă prima hartă împotriva celor de Virtus Pro. Să vedem un 2-0 sau să vedem un comeback din partea celor de la Virtus Pro? Stați aici, numai aici, pentru cel mai bun content. Se vede că dacă joci acasă, mă rog, acasă, you get the idea, în hometown sau în homeland, teritorii, ai mult mai mult hype, te concentrezi mult mai mult și faci tot mai puține greșeli.
W7M against Virtus Pro. It got close, genuinely every single round, one after the other, and then W7M ran away with that one attacking round on cash and server. It's beautiful to witness. We'll break it all down here on the analyst desk. I'm your host. With me are Fresh and Fabian. Fabian, please walk me through it because this was an intense first map.
So it's glaring differences between the playstyle, right? Virtus Pro, they never allowed W7M to take control really in their defenses because W7M, they tried to contest and then tried to waste time. Those were the two key things that W7M tried to do. Early contesting, falling back, waste time, have layer after layer, the basement around there peeking outside, they have mirror windows on site, everything is just there to waste Virtus Pro's time. So it's just such big difference between these two teams and how they want to play it. While Virtus Pro is more laid back, sit back and relax.
Yeah, and I think the big difference between these two teams was the attacks ultimately. Yeah. Obviously, Virtus Pro achieved 3 attacks, which I thought they punished the W7M mistakes really well, punished some of the aggressions and almost lazy flanks that was coming out from W7M when W7M were defending. But as soon as W7M got on their attacks, the big thing for me was their pacing. The fact that they could start out fast, achieve a couple of kills, completely slow it back down, regroup, and then go again. Set up their execute with that man advantage and their decision making. So for an example, when they were attacking that CCTV round, as you mentioned, it did come down to a clutch. But right at the very start of that, Milosh, there was a kill down in the basement. It was Hertz that died. 3 W7M members within 20 seconds were in the basement hunting this guy. And the big bonus of that, they had the Dokkaebi. They took the call, they took the information, and they got the Maestro cams onto site, which ultimately helped them facilitate that round win.
It's just so enjoyable to watch what W7M play just because of how intelligent they are. As you said there, they're just changing their plan on the go. If we look at Virtus Pro, they follow the checklist. Step 1, step 2, step 3, and there's no tempo change, no change of the list to begin with. Even when they go into manpower disadvantage, they just keep pushing the same thing. Keep going as a group, try to pick W7M apart. It didn't work out. It ultimately came down to just not being able to pick W7M apart.
It's tough when you're facing off against a team that is literally built out of reactive armor. All of it. That is all of W7M. Every time you try to chuck something at them, they are ready and they bounce it right back at you. And that is what we expect out of W7M. That style that you mentioned, Fresh, that like start, stop, start. Yeah. That reminds me of FaZe Clan in 2018 that made them so powerful. If I were to be an old man for a moment, that's what I remember. And that was so oppressive in the day. And now W7M take it to another level. Perfection at every stage.
Yeah, but it's small things as well. Look at the attacks in W7M. We saw one round where they're clearing for the basement, and we see the Capitao using his fire arrows within the first minute to kill a guy off rafters. Yeah. Those things are so important because, yeah, you have a plan with those Capitao balls. You want them for something, for the execute. 100% guarantee that. But they're not afraid of using their utility when they deem it necessary. That checklist that Virtus Pro follows, W7M, they will just, let's add a new box to that checklist, follow that through.
And that's because they understand that ultimately Siege as an FPS is a numbers game. That example you talked about got W7M to a 4v3, and then they can play out from that, and that's their key win condition.
Somehow, it turns out that this W7M squad has mirrored G2 in many ways and
Nu neapărat win condition pe care au reușit să-l găsească cei de W7M, este experiența pe care au și faptul că reușesc să găsească un weak link în defensiva sau ofensiva adversarilor săi. Faptul că sunt unpredictable și mereu folosesc altă strategie în atac sau defense, e un bonus, e un plus pentru
construction and cash. Now,
pentru
how do
ei.
you roam clear that as an attacker? You need two entries, the first one on the windows pressuring gym and bedroom, second one on office hatch ready to drop. Then you need two cutoffs, one from outside on main stairs window is gonna punish anyone running down the main stairs, and this is key. The fourth player through server wall is gonna pressure cash, punish red stairs rotate, punish garage rotate. Now let's take a look at the round, how it plays out. Gym windows, Pasha rotating main stairs window, joystick on server wall. Now, we take a look at Dan, first kill onto the bedroom player. This is key because it enables always to flash and drops office at the same time, punishing the office player. Now you need to remove the third defender, is getting jackal track, and take a look at this amazing pinch from Dan here, from gym window and always bedroom. That's a 2v1 and they get a pick. And now this is key, joystick, I told you he's watching for garage retake, but he's also watching for red stairs retake. And this is where he gets the fourth pick. Now, it's 1 minute, 11 seconds, 5v1, amazing clear from Virtus Pro that you can retry at home. If you want to see more, map 2 from Virtus Pro and W7M is coming after a short break.
O să fie insane, adică meciul ăsta a fost insane până acum. Primul match, prima hartă. Vă dați seama mâine ce o să fie? Ce show o să fie mâine? Că o să se joace Face Clan versus W7M. Sunt 95% convins că W7M o să facă 2-0 și acum. Și o să meargă mai departe în finala mare. Bă, Mihai, mai ești aici? Cred că ești. Vezi că îți trimit ceva pe mes.
After a map one that went the way of W7M, the hometown heroes have taken it. Now it's on to our second one in the series. Can it end there? Will VP bounce back? More questions to ask, and maybe we'll find those answers in the game itself. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Got Milos with me, Fresh and Fabian. The biggest question of the hour is, why Chalet, Fresh? Why pick that map?
Because it's #1 preference map for W7M, Milos, but that's not the big question. The big question is, why did VP allow it through the map veto? And the reason for that is the fact that W7M showed Nighthaven Labs earlier. Previously, it was a map that VP were happy to allow through the veto, knowing it was W7M's supposed permaban, but they've gone out, destroyed G2 on it, and that must have scared Virtus.pro shitless. They've had to ban away Nighthaven Labs, and therefore left open Chalet for W7M to pick.
Yeah, and all this prep that Virtus.pro have done, this is not done now or like an hour ago. This is the entire night that their support staff have spent, and all of that changed when we watch G2 play.
Any favorite side here for W7M? Who benefits from it?
So I think both teams have positives from it. W7M's defense,
Min,
they will keep contesting.
faptul că o lăsa așa la open e huge.
They don't have to take as much map control to be able to use their execute, which is what Virtus Pro is strong at. Because they can kind of sit outside the windows on most bomb sites and then execute straight into the building, and that's the execute in itself, which means no space needs to be taken by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, so I think we're expecting whoever comes out on the attack generally is going to be the best and is going to set themselves up nicely to win this map.
All right, I think that is the big question. Then what happens on the attack? It's been a big looming question over the entire tournament. So our final thoughts before we go into the game. Fresh, your ideas?
I can't say anything but a W7M 2-0.
You know, Gassan, I got told that there's a man
Bun, chat.
who could take my job, you know? He thought he could be a desk analyst. I probably think he could, Jinx. It's not that hard of a job. You'll never be a 3-time world.
Nu, asta.
Thank you very much, Fabian. The true Fabian showing here on the desk.
Dragi prieteni care ați mai rămas aici cu mine, bănesc că suntem doar 3 oameni și că toată lumea a plecat. Ce o să facem noi acum după 6 ore de stream este să ne mutăm la un pic de gaming, dar off-stream. Așa că dăm un raid și ne întoarcem mâine cu forțe proaspete la finala Rainbow Six Siege SI 2024. Eu am fost Codrin. Până mâine și până săptămâna viitoare, inclusiv și mâine și săptămâna viitoare să facem stream. V-am pupat. Să aveți o seară cât se poate de mișto, plină de tot ce vă doriți. Energie. Ne vedem pe Discord la mine în 3 minute. Viponțiu, Matei, Skylex, toată lumea. Ne vedem pe Discord și îi dăm cius! V-am pupat!